moly! Oh man. Scooby fucking Doo. How are you today? Hey, hey, hey. Oh shit. One guy must be going live. Fucking fucknut. Swears to God the moon's doing cartwheels. Oh, it is! It's not an illusion at all. If you see it with your fucking eyes, it's happening. Don't let no fucktard tell you any different. Yeah, if you do, I guess that makes you a bigger fucktard because you don't believe your eyes over somebody's ignorant words. Oh, it's nifty. Again, not my problem. Hi, Dina. How are you today? Obviously, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking actually very specifically to Eric fucking Briggs. He's a fun guy. He works too hard to kill people. He works really hard, man. He's fucking vicious, ugly, fucking waste of skin and breath and air, energy, the whole thing. I can't believe humans like that even exist in my world. Really a bummer. So I just got censused. Told the census lady about the moon doing cartwheels. She said her husband was sailor on Carl Vincent. I was like, oh, small world. Carl Vincent's the aircraft carrier I used to watch do flight ops every night. We were in the same battle group. Dun, 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 dun. So she was excited to hear about the moon. She's like, I noticed she was doing weird things. I was like, well, there you go. Now you know what it's doing. You and your husband can watch it every night. I censused the census lady. And I got a big bag of marijuana. Dun, 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 dun. We're going to have a good day. Good day. Let's see what we're going to listen to today. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of there. You don't want to be there. It's a little too hot for anybody. He proved himself useless. Was you? You was on the Vincent? Was you on the Vincent? That's the battle group I was in 87 to 89. Out there shooting Tommy Hawks and shit. Yeah, it's a small world. I was out following the CV around for a while, man. Where were we? All right, we finished that one. Bronze Age, Mediterranean apocalypse. Oh shit! Oh, it would probably help if I pushed the button that made the sound come on. Oh.
My dad is the best person I know.
He looks about bald,
he's my
too.
dad. And I mean,
and there's the fall of civilizations coming up next. It's a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down. Oh, I'm trying to fucking still figure out what the hell's wrong with my kiln. Of course, I haven't taken it apart yet. Still kind of working. Never fix anything unless it's broken, right? Just because it's not working right doesn't mean it's fucking broken yet. If I take it apart, it might be. So I'm going to leave it alone until it stops working. Although it is working against me at some points here. See, that's how I'm fixing to fix it, CH. You got that clear. Did I comment on a comment you made on somebody else's channel the other day? I think I saw you over there. I'm making comments all over the damn place. Yeah, she's definitely working. She ain't stopped pushing for days. What's up, Glenn? How you doing? She's just in a steady, like, zap, 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 zap fucking push stage right now. That's for sure. I have an empty 3-hole that I must fill. Best thing about the 3 holes, I think these are even better than my 3-hole bowls. Look at that. I've smoked like a bunch of shit out of that. I ain't got no floaties in my water. I smoked all the marijuana I put in my bowl. None of it sucked through. Fucking buy yourself a 3-hole fucking pre-built screen. It'll pay for itself in about 3 bowls. You know damn good and well every time you hit that fucking bong, you got a floating green spot in there, and it's like, God damn, I could have smoked that shit. Well, now you can. The fucking best investment I ever made was taking that out of my box. I was like, I need a bowl. I went and found one, and it was a 3-hole. I'd always had 1-holes, but I decided to just take a 3-hole that day. And I really like it. Better for this design than a bowl, even. I mean, like a spoon or whatever. Oh. Mary is so delicious. These little popcorn nuggets, ain't they cute? Fucking purple. Purple stuff. You just pinch it and shove it in there. It ain't got no seeds in it. I think there's a couple down in the bottom of this motherfucker, though. There looks to be about 4 so far. One of them would pay for, I don't know, 2 of them would be about as much as the whole bag I paid for. So I've doubled my money back once I harvest them things. Fucking love Colorado. I do. bricks are still cool. Alright, first things first. Cali King sent me a little bit of hash with that t-shirt. Yeah, it's real hash. It's old school finger hash. I'm gonna break that up into little teeny tiny chunks. And then I'm gonna try and atomize it. The harder you push on this shit, the more it gets hard. It's like diamonds in the rough. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Now it's all freckled in there. You got a little bit of hash on there now. Just a little bit. Because we ain't done yet. We're gonna take some of this bubble cooked sugar hash. What's up, head fucker? How you doing? Then we're gonna gather up just a little bit of that. Sprinkle it in between. Capture and release. Oh no. Okay. So the release part didn't work so good. Sometimes it doesn't with hash because it wants to stick to your finger. All right, so now we got some sugar coating over our hash. I'm ready to consume this shit. Yeah, CH, I got the DL on some fucking seeds, man. I buy fucking the cheapest ounces you can get because they got seeds in them. And it ain't that they're bad weed. It's just the bud shake after they fucking go through what they wanted. I'm like, all right, good. They're bound to miss a few seeds in that. I've filled up a few jars with some fucking really kind fucking seeds hanging out, waiting for some dirt. Hi, June. How are you? Glenn? Oh my God. Oh, yeah, seeds are a racket. It's all right. I don't have to pay for them. Like I said, I'll get them out of my cheap ounces. I've very rarely found any seeds in a ounce of kind, but I frequently do in the shake ounces. Oh, this. Thank you. It's actually a rig. It just doesn't look like one because the glass on glass is inside. That way it doesn't break. I know this guy. You can put a bucket on this though. I just prefer flour. With a little bit of hash on top. Look, my candle is lit. Fucking good hash. So Eric Briggs told me I had to prove that the moon was flipping again. So I sent him some John links. with not only the moon, but Jupiter flipping with its moons. What's up, Exiled? How you doing? You finally figured out who Mary was? Let me introduce you to my friend, Mary Jane Wanna. Or Marijuana Jane. Mary Jane the wanna burn some. Finally figure out who Mary. That's good shit. John's spending time with his woman, I guess. What's up, Eli? How you doing? Oh, NASA during the fucking moon watch thing. Nope, that's patches. They didn't like talking about the moon flipping. Yeah, they never do. I've viewed a few of those, and it just makes me pissed off. Yeah, if it was so normal, they'd want to talk about it. They'd be like, yeah, it's normal. It'd freak everybody else out on the thing. Wait, what do you mean it's normal? The moon doing a cart? What do you mean the moon's doing a cartwheel? They don't have enough funding to tell us the truth. Yeah, weather's a little on and off here today too. It's chilly. We've definitely got a cold front coming through south of me and north of me, but not through here. Some good shit. Hello, early winter. Yeah, just about. It's definitely going to be bouncing up and down pretty radically. I expect all the way through the winter. I do too, Glenn. Ain't no doubt. We're gonna see this shit go off really fucking soon. What up, DK? How you doing? Some might have CH. Some very well probably did, man. All you gotta do is mention the shit, and curious people will watch. I mean, especially people that watch NASA, they'll be like, why is somebody asking about the fucking moon flipping and NASA ain't touching it? Maybe I should watch the moon flip. Yeah, Laurel, they do. So does yeah, most of them do. Most of them do. They show it as if it's normal. Stellarium's been doing it for years. Yeah, I've been mocking little Eric Briggs all day. We'll make a movie, Exile. Hang 'em. They've never addressed it with me. They never took the bait. Eric Briggs did. NASA won't touch it with me. Hi there, life. One night. Hopefully, you have a good, clear view of it for a couple hours anyway. It's going to be in the sky for a while, I think. Yeah, exactly. The phase shadow rolls. That's their reply. So the moon moves just a bit in its orbit, but most of what you see is Earth rotating. Yep. And that's not the way it's supposed to work, according to all observations I've ever seen. Yeah, I know, Glenn. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't think Eric was here quite yet. He's still aggravated with what I sent him, I think. Yeah, it takes about 4 or 5 hours to really noticeably tell that it's rolling a lot more than it should be. Because, like I said, it rolls a little bit and then it rolls back, man. That's normal. As you go around the fucking circumference of the fucking planet. I mean, everything kind of does when you do this, but nothing flips, for fuck's sake, until you do the actual motion of flipping. I did too. He hung himself quite a few times in chat. I wasn't very good at it. I'm still not very good at it, Exile. I can't figure out why y'all keep coming. I appreciate it, Exile. Yeah. And they'll send you some bullshit. They can't. I have searched really hard for anything indicating an hourly roll is normal from any legitimate source. I can't find it. The only time the moon should roll is if you change your position up and down on the planet. Hi, Kristen. Come here, Mary. Help me out. Help me figure this shit out, Mary. Calm down now. Oh, I know. I don't have very good production value, and I cuss a lot, though. Well, if I was going to lie to you, I guess I'd start with the moon's rolling. But, you know, it is. I guess I could say it's an illusion. You're just all suffering a mass illusion. All of you. Just like a sailor exile. What's it, basil? Basil's a good ingredient. Yeah, see, that's as complicated as it gets, Kristen. No division and truth and love. That's uh that's pretty much the rules right there. In a basket. If you can't abide by them, I feel for you. For about 30 seconds, and I'm over it. See how that works? I feel for you for about 30 seconds, and then I'm over it. I was trying to add to that, but there ain't really nothing I can add to it. That's just the truth of it. If you can't deal with peace, love, and fucking get along, and adding your magnet to mama, no division, love thy neighbor, then you can just kiss my ass. I got about 30 seconds to care for you. The moon's rolling because you're ascending. Oh God, see, now we're in trouble, Glenn. Those automatic ascension things scare the fuck out of me. That's kind of like No Child Left Behind. Everybody graduates. Oh Jesus. I don't see it that way. I don't see it happening that way. I know, between the ice crystals, the fucking cow farts, Venus, swamp gas. God damn. Surprised we don't all just freak out every day and die. And pole flips, Nebrus, COVIDs. So you're down there in Aussie land watching it flip backwards, Eli. Watching it flip counterclockwise. Okay, exiled. What you looking to spend on it? I'll make it right now. Well, in a little bit. Fault zone blips. Man, I am so upset. My goddamn, my Quake Mac's been fucking hacked, man. And I know they did that just because I use it all the time. Come on, tell me why in the hell they would do that. and to nobody else's map, but now they got dildos all over my map. It's so fucked up. I keep going back to it. I just can't believe what they done. And it's like presidential assassination shit. And I've been telling people, look, man, that motherfucker's fixing to have his toupee fly out into the crowd, but don't worry about him. It's his body double. They'll bring Donnie back out. I'm telling you, the Trump card's been played. You don't trump this one. He coming back out. He's the savior, man. Look, he went and made the peace accord. Okay, bam. What happens to that guy? Boom. And what happens to him again? He shows back up. He's a nice guy. He's okay by any other standards and this and that everything. But when he comes back, oh boy. This is a story I read. I read it. I'm not making it up. I read it. Yeah, buddy. That's why I went and got myself fresh ounce. I still got some of my other ounce. I got a quarter left of that shit, the OG, but it wasn't purple. Now I got purple. So the world can end. I'm good. I got at least 2 or 3 months worth of marijuanas. Let's do this. Not yet. Not just yet. I mean, I think we'll all still be here around my birthday, but I still think Ra's going to reveal himself. I think that's going to happen before my birthday. Yeah, life. There is a whirlwind of shit going around in the truther community right now. So-called truther community. I will maintain one thing. Guess what? The moon's doing cartwheels, and we're going to see more tomorrow than we saw today. Just a little bit. What is up, Homebrued? What is a whirlwind? Well, in the cuneiform, when they're referring to a whirlwind, it is a helicopter. A whirlwind of fucking woo going on. It's like stellar cores shooting out juicy things with smokes and fucking distractions and grassy knolls. That's a whirlwind of truther communities. Grassy knolls, fucking for everybody. But nobody's talking about the moon doing a cartwheel. And if you want to talk about the moon doing a cartwheel, you should probably fucking go somewhere else because that's way too deep of a conversation for us over here in this corner. You might want to go to the preschool corner and speak with the children because they fully understand lunar phase. Well, most people do. Most people do. How you doing, Sergio? How much spinning makes them dizzy? I know. Some people might have spun a little too much already. Where we got to. Sure glad to see you here, John. Well, and they've been dumbing down the population intentionally for fucking decades just to get us to this level where we don't even understand what bathroom we're supposed to go into. Which way was up? That's exiled. That's how. Thank you. That's how I felt about the moon. I knew which way was up with it. Now I'm fucking. It takes some deciphering to figure out where the moon is in the world now. Poor John. You know, John, you and I seeing and conversing about Orion and Orion's belt all summer long and observing this shit. It was just an illusion. See, we were imagining Orion doing a cartwheel over here every night this summer. It's, it's just an illusion. It was bothering me all summer. I'm like, look at Orion. I want witnesses. I didn't want to tell anybody, but I wanted everybody to look. And we did. We did. We discussed Orion a few times. People were like, I saw Orion last night. And, you know, you shouldn't have. Eric Briggs is right. We should have never seen Orion all summer for about 3.5 months, almost the whole season, a little bit more. Because, I mean, that's just, and then even then, you should only be seeing him at the edge of dawn, coming back around for a couple of months. You know what I mean? As he works his way up through. Ain't none of that, man. That motherfucker's been up there every night. Yeah. Well, see, that's why I started noticing in October. Well, in September, I was watching Orion's Belt because it was just coming out and on the horizon at fucking sundown. I'm sitting there watching this shit, and I know it sets shortly after that. Usually, usually, it's all the fucking way over here now in the fucking early evening. And it has the whole fucking sky to traverse right now. Shit. Fuck that, dude. But Orion was bouncing all over the fucking sky at rise points, is what was getting my attention. And I looked at the moon, that motherfucker was upside down. I'm all like, well, this is just okay. This is just really weird. So it took me a couple days to understand in my head. Well, I understood what it meant. It took me a few days to accept what it meant. Yeah. And it took me a year to move, almost to the day. I moved out October 29th, 2011. And I remember that day very specifically because it was literally my birthday. I moved away from my home in California. I remember what day I left California very fucking well. It was the day I crossed into Arizona that night. 3 a.m. Corner of my eye, I see a fucking meteor coming in. And I'm all like, oh, Jesus. And this thing's big. It's like, whoa, coming across the sky, and it goes poof, 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 into three fucking sections, blazing. And then they fucking stop, freeze, and light up like incandescent fucking lights. This motherfucker's screaming. Seamus is like 6, sitting there watching this shit with me. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, oh my fucking. When they fucking lit up like three balls and started rolling like this with the car. Yeah. I was, oh my God, shitting myself. So we drove for a little while with them like that. And then I'm not sure what happened, but they were gone. and we were just kept going down the road. But that was something that he remembers to this day. Of course, because Daddy was freaking the fuck out. At first, I thought it was just like the coolest meteor I'd ever seen. And kept getting wider and wider, and then all of a sudden they froze and lit up and started going like this. I was like, it stopped being cool real quick. It started getting fucking freaky. Is all I can say. So yeah, we drove fast through New Mexico until the sun came up. But yeah, that was all my birthday night, 2011. So, whatever that was, I don't know. I still to this day, I don't know what the fuck that was. It wasn't no meteor coming in though. I that I can I know that was definitely not a fucking meteor. It was one of the fucking wildest things I've seen. It ranks right up there. It just came in as a fucking total ball of flames, and then this poof spread out into three. It looked like a natural fucking meteor coming down and just kind of breaking up with the tail and everything on fire, and it just froze. And then like halogens on each tip of it, just a peak. There's three fucking halogens floating along like that through the desert, man. I didn't see anything in between them, but it was fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know what. I have zero explanation except for what I just told you. Is and then it went boop, froze, and fucking went like that, and started cruising alongside the car, probably about 300 yards out, and it was huge. By the time it poop. I was like, fucking hair standing straight the fuck up. So I'm not sure what I watched, but it was definitely some fucking crazy shit. Yeah, back and forth, it does. Yep. It still rotates on the same axis. Yes, we've just tilted. Yep. It throws Polaris off a little bit. It's definitely not the spin point most nights. I've never even tried it. To me, honestly, I don't give a fuck what star we are pulled up to. Supposedly, as we got a flipping moon that shouldn't be and never has. And Polaris can do all it wants. It's always been up there doing its thing anyway. So is Big Dipper. But when fucking Orion starts doing cartwheels and the moon starts doing cartwheels, especially that moon with the shadow tells everything. Granted, I mean, yeah, okay, Orion kind of tells you something's fucking wrong, but you can get the math down with the fucking shadow of moon flip. You can actually tell how many degrees we tilted and have held. And there's three axes in space. Which exact axis we flipped on? The moon's doing cartwheels. I imagine it's the pole axis. And we tilted in a little like that too. So it might be our fucking Y axis. I don't fucking know. It's our spin opposing the ecliptic, is what it is. In the long run, that's the math of it. We oppose it by 90 to make the 180 rip. It has to be opposed like that for it to get that full range. But what's also going on? Some nights you'll notice that it's not a cup, It's raised almost normal, a 40 fucking degree angle already at the beginning of the night. Totally different than it has been for fucking 10 years. And it's doing this now from rise point to rise point, and then fucking it does the whole flip from wherever that is, or at least 120 degrees from the fucking 40 to beginning. And that makes me wonder, I'm all like, well, we got three fucking axes. Okay, I get that. Yeah, exactly, John. You can see what without the app, you can see what's coming up. And we're in the range where we should be seeing a little bit of Orion now. Late September, you should be seeing a little bit more of them. But I mean, we're seeing a lot of Orion. We've been seeing Orion all summer. And that should have been absolutely impossible for months and months. We should have never even seen a hint of them. There's not much getting around that we have been watching Orion's belt every night. I know I have. Yes, laying flat on his back. Thank you, Eli. That's how I've been looking at it too, and that's funny because it would be opposed directional from you, but I've been seeing him laying much like this, then rolling out like that. You would probably see him doing this. And you jolly well shouldn't see him either. I mean, no side of the planet should see Orion in the summer because we're just plain old facing the wrong fucking way. The sun's behind us and Orion's on the other side of the sun. We're looking here at night in the summer. We aren't even, by the time we come around to the daytime, which we wouldn't see the stars in the first place. Orion, I mean, boop, there should never be an Orion in our sky for about 3.5 months, 4 months. At all. I mean, like, at all. At all. And we've been watching it. North and South Hemisphere, of course. But yeah, see, exactly. See, that wouldn't have anything to do with North and South. Us actually seeing Orion is amazing enough. But the fact that one is seeing it, the other one should, because it's an equatorial star. The only reason it disappears is because of our orbit. See, Orion, where the fuck is Orion? He's right here. Ah, it fell! Fucking Orion flipped. He did cartwheels. Let's see. So there's Orion. There's the sun. And we're off the screen over there looking off in the other direction. You know, I can't make a fucking model of this stupid thing. But yeah, Orion would be physically on the other side of the sun. There's no possible explanation for us to have seen Orion this summer, except that we really didn't move in our orbit. We stayed in the fall winter stages. That's all I got for you. If you guys, I mean, you've been observing it too. So if you can come up with a better idea, let's talk about it. This is the place to do it. I think we held an orbit this year because I've never seen Orion in the summer before. And I've been watching. I told you last year, John. I says, that's Rod grabbed a hold of us. I think we're being held, and I really think we were held on this side this year. I don't think we ever crossed into. There's no. I can't come up with an idea of how we did and how we would have crossed into late spring, early summer, late summer, and then into where we're at now to see Orion all that time when he should have been back there. Winter is next, yeah. Well, yeah. I need a globe. I need a Nobel Prize so I could fucking afford a globe with little lights on it and shit. I have my picture that I want to make my wallpaper for my Nobel Prize office. Is I intend to have one someday. I discovered planets and fucking suns and your heart and our man. I need the fucking Nobel Prize, fuckers. Hey, Paul. Yeah, I know. See, Scientific Lee got the best magnets. Me and him might not see eye to eye, but we see magnet and magnet. Virgo. Yeah, Virgo's coming up right now. But see, that puts us kind of ish. I mean, close ish. Because it should be a Libra ish. I'm not sure who runs your wheel, but yeah, we should be around towards the fall end of it now, John. Love you too, Paul. And wages chat. I wasn't in it. I don't go trolling him. He ain't never done nothing to me. It's just when somebody asks me about him, I'll tell them. I'll tell him. I'll tell him about it. He doesn't know what he's looking at. Yes, it should be visible now, John. Now, what we've been looking at all summer, brother. Some impossibility is what we've been looking at. I swear to God, you shouldn't. Just like the moon, bro. Just like the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheel. You shouldn't be seeing fucking Orion all summer. And we were. Eric Briggs is right about that. We shouldn't have been looking at it north or south hemispheres. Even though it's visible in both hemispheres, we should have never been looking at it these last few months. Yeah, Eli, I know. Every night this goddamn summer, man. It's been heavy on my mind. I mean, I'm always mentioning Orion, and I keep telling you guys stick to the fucking moon. And I'm like, it's the moon and Orion. Look at Orion. Why would I tell you to look at Orion if Orion wasn't in the sky all summer? It boggles. Okay, even now that we've watched it and talked about it, now you know we should have never been doing that all summer, but you know we have been, and both top and bottom of planets, of course. Uh, I vote for we were held in orbit this year at some point in between late fall and winter. It's my vote because I'm looking at the stars rising. I've been watching Orion all fucking summer. It's giving me goosebumps. Because all the years, I've never seen Orion all summer like that. So this would mark the first year of something new for me in a long time. I like Taco Bell too. Yeah. Big coincidences, Paul, because I was pointing out we had to be in lockdown. I didn't think it was going to be medical martial law. And the most important thing for them did happen. They control the supply chain. Now the supply chain's broken. Everyone's blaming the Democrats and the fucking supply chain, and ain't no food. See, exactly what I said was going to happen. Everybody's running around trying to figure out why there ain't no spam on the shelf. Well, we're out of food. Yeah, you shouldn't be seeing that one, Eli. That's called the Big Dipper. That's not a southern sky object, but I know you're seeing it. Wait till you see the handle. It'll come as winter comes for you and morning grows longer and darker. Oh, it's not the Dipper. It's a new one that you don't recognize. Okay. Well, they know exactly what's going on, Paul. That's why they had to do it. You know, they just couldn't let the population understand because there would be no confusion. There would be unification under, all right, motherfuckers, you're digging your goddamn food up out your bunkers thing because we know you got the bunkers. And if you don't, we're going to fucking tear out your entrails and fucking barbecue you. See, we won't do that now because everybody's blaming a virus and the Democrats. And I told you this is what they needed to do. Because I was a senator's investigator. That's what I was told him to do. Simple as that. I had the math figured out. I acted like a senator's investigator. I went to the crop harvest. I went to the fucking tonnage usage. And I did the math. And I figured out the exact day that we were going to have extreme shortages showing up in the beef market. And I was like, well, 2 weeks before that, they have to have us in lockdown somehow. to acquire that fucking supply chain. And I started talking about it openly, telling people this is what they're going to do. How they're going to do it, I had no idea. I had no idea they were going to go medical. I was imagining scenarios that would actually get a lazy, ignorant population up off their couches to go fight each other in the streets. And I was having a hard time figuring that out. And then COVID come along, and I was like, oh, 180 nations. Now they're fighting over toilet paper. Wow. Okay, so I got sideswiped there. I'll 100% admit I didn't see it coming. The method. When I saw the end and what they had to do, I didn't know how they were going to do it. Well, we all got our answer. That's how they did it. And I'm not going to change the reason for why they did it, because that's why they had to do it. What happened on the first? Literally, on the first, Wendy's stopped selling beef in certain locations. Where's the fucking beef? I hit it on the goddamn day. And I don't give out dates unless I'm sure of them. And I was pretty fucking sure of that one, and I know why I was sure of it. I can show you my math, and I did. Yeah, you don't have to anymore. We got torches to carry around. Yeah, it is. It's 85 to 90% of that. Yeah, I've said that for years. He also went and blamed the Democrats for the food shortage. I told him that's why I stopped talking to you, man. Because it ain't never going to get better until you stop that shit. It just ain't. It ain't the Democrats' fault. We're out of food. Our harvests have been getting worse and worse and worse. And what they did have in surplus went to the fucking bunkers. It's gone out of account. It ain't there. The only thing I'm left with is it either rotted or they put it in the bunkers. And I didn't see it in a whole fucking lot of waste category. I think they put it in the bunkers. It just went black ops. But I did the numbers with what was showing, and we came up short on the first. Yeah, they have been hoarding it. That's why I also mentioned in another video that if you're hungry, keep in mind they got bunkers with years and years of fucking food for them. Would at least get us through a hard time. And I do. I hope to unite everybody under a fucking peaceful cause of, look, we're the ones doing this. Just stop killing each other and take it back the fuck over. Let's be peaceful. I mean, fuck these people at the top. We don't need them. They do nothing but work against us. And I'm talking about an entire globe of humanity. It shouldn't be such a hard thing to do. It really shouldn't. As human beings, we should just fucking put it down and be like, look, I've had enough of this shit. This is just kill, kill, kill again, and fucking lie and deception. Had enough. Had the fuck enough. Every aspect of fucking life. We don't even have to do that. Tell little Jimmy to stand down at Christmas dinner. Stop guarding the bunker for them. Boom. What are they going to? What? Seriously. So little Jimmy and Uncle Tom put down their guns for the fucking elite because we stopped being nice to them at dinner table. And they look inside their heart and be like, damn, maybe I should stop being such a dick. What would they do? What would they do? Nothing. They couldn't do dick without us doing it to us. This very well could, should, and will end peacefully, one way or the other. I don't care if Creator got to step in and say, that's it. The promise has been made, the peace deal is on the table, and it can be removed. See, that's the whole, you got this or that in this situation. There is no gray area for anybody, Anunnaki, human combined. Planet Heaven, planet Earth face the same fucking fate. Period. And they ain't allowed in their own dumps right now. Yeah, well, the military's having problems because they're fighting Mother Earth's minions right now in the ground, and it's not looking good for them. And word's getting out that we ain't fighting human beings in the tunnels. And these things are vicious. There's hundreds of billions of them, too. They have no self when they come into battle for her. It's a different world that humanity's not experienced in a long time. That they're fighting. We're not the only species on this planet that Mother uses. She has warrior species. We're the healers. She has species that can darken the cloud, darken the sky themselves. If she cracked open and let them out, animal-ish creatures. Yeah, we're the healers. We're not her fighters. Her mom's awake. Her guardians have taken over their bunkers, and they're in panic. The Anunnaki are in shallow caves out here in the southwest and out in the catacombs in Venice. They can't go into their bunkers. They've been chased out. Their next stage is come out on Earth and have their fucking atoms split. They have to stay subterranean so she can't reach them with their magnetosphere for what they've done. They're terrified of her. And all she wants is a peace meeting, wants them to understand you're not running. They have to have a peace meeting or die. As per God, our creator said so. He haunted them in their own dreams for centuries, telling them so. And it's to the point that they wrote about it in their own writings. And this is what it looks like when God's had enough of perversion. Hi, Tom. Yeah, we are definitely not alone in this planet. There is much more beneath her than up here. Her guardians lay low in her, guarding her, not us. They're going to come out and be warriors soon enough if need be. The only reason they haven't yet is because Mother Earth is honestly concerned more about planet Heaven than herself at this point in time. Because planet Heaven guaranteed only has one shield, and that's not enough for her. She will die if she doesn't get more shields, and that's your Anunnaki home. You got to tell Anu to get off his fucking throne because there is no man or woman over another. It's mother, father, and child, and there will be no division other than period. And if you can't get with it, you will be fucking erased. And so will your fucking planet. And that really sucks. Nobody wants to see that. So Mother has forced them into a fucking corner. And that's what my business with these Hopi have been. And that's why I'm going to the fucking anybody on the other side of this fucking family that I can get a hold of, the Masons and the fucking Jesuits. This bullshit's got to end, and this peace meeting's got to happen. They got to fix what they've done and go fucking put up some shields around their planet, and all will be forgiven. It's creation or be uncreated. Hi, Pollyanna. How are you on? I've heard of Mount Kilauea or Kalish. No, I haven't heard of Mount Kalish. Egos stand in the way, and they're terrible egos, Glenn. Look. For example, let's look at this ego thing. Okay, for one, they killed the city of sinners. What was the city of sinners' sin according to their own writings? We were following Marduk. He had fooled us into believing he was a god. Therefore, we were sinning. Okay. Enlil wanted us off the earth because we were being prolificated, kidnapped, and raped, made to forced to have children by these fucking people. But that was our iniquities because we allowed Enki, his brother, to fucking and the Igigi to kidnap 600 fucking women and impregnate them. That was our fault. So we were all killed. We were all wiped out with fucking nukes. We were all fucking let them die in the floods. That is some fucking ego, dude. You bet. And that ego is what's going to fucking kill their planet. And that's sad. His mother's aunt, she's got a gun to her head. She's like kicking and screaming, wanting them to fucking do this. She's going to fucking shred them. Oh my God, there will be no forgiveness. They will be handed over to her. She's raging, people. Any gatekeepers, you better start swinging those gates open. This isn't for me. This isn't even for her. Hi, Exile. Sup, tablet. I know, Paul. I'm just feeling her. Look, I've got one objective until she makes the call, Paul. And it's making this happen. I'm just doing what I do with passion. I understand her feelings towards this. Mother has feelings. She's a living, feeling being. That's one thing we got to keep in mind. She may be forgiving, awful wise, but she also has feelings, and they are fucking raging. Yeah, I can imagine there's probably going to be plenty of spaceships around. We'll get our fair share of those too, Chris. Like I say, anybody come in here in a ship talking about we taking this shit over, they already own it. They're just taking over a regime. It's a fight between two brothers, bloodlines, come from an usurped throne. For roasting coffee beans, I've never roasted coffee beans before, Pollyanna.
Sounds like fun though. Look, you found something I ain't never done. War in heaven. Absolutely, Glenn. I think what that's going to stem from is exactly what we're doing right here. As a result of what I've been doing. Um, yeah, they're going to be warring. I'm not sure they're going to be warring over a regime change or a let's leave the fucking planet and fuck this shit kind of thing. I'm not. It's up in the air. We'll see what happens. One way or the other, if it begins like that, Mama's going to end it. You're going to try roasting some coffee. That sounds like fun. Yeah, I don't think they're leaving either, Dana or Glenn. I don't know why I just called you Dana. Well, it is, Paul. It I look at the evidence of right here. Um, yeah, something's working, dude. I something's working. Well, that's all I got to look at. Something's working. We've been revealed way too much this last year for this to be coincidence. I want to go. Head fucker. Oh, I want to go. There's some places, like I said, out here like that too. So I've been to a couple. No one came to oppose me. Shiva. Send them on over, Paul. Send them over to my house. I've already invited them all over here. They know where I live. Yeah, that's Shiva. Same one, the destroyer. Yep, destruction with peace and safety first. That's what we're seeing. Peace and safety. The fucking Israel Accord and the whole temple thing and Trump and that whole script is right there. We're already in Syria. We just marched into Syria and Megiddo. All these names in the script. It's not coincidence that the fucking Hebrews are talking about the Messiah has shown up now. Yeah, the ones at the top are going to be laid at the bottom of Mother's feet and her servants if they don't fucking hand down. They'll be forced right to the surface. It'll be an easy thing to do. About 5 minutes, boom, they'll have to come out. It's like that. What up, Spicy? Yeah, I've heard of David Icke. Well, yeah, the final battle will start, and it's well above our pay grade. We're healers. We defend life. We're stewards. We don't kill. We're not murderers. That's the whole problem here. We are murdering. We're going against our nature. Mom has tools for that. They're a lot better at it than we are. I wouldn't want to even look at one. I'm hoping they don't come out. When you look at them face on, they look like a human face until they speak. Then their mandibles open and they split the human face, and they kind of creepy. It's just kind of creepy. We have an ability in our hearts, if we leave it up to Mother, if it need be, she could lay waste to armies through our own magnet. It's all about being meek. I don't know how to do that manually, but I know she does, and she can use my shit in proximity to fucking whatever needs to happen to disintegrate a bullet. This is fucking atomic level shit. Our creator made every atom. Mom gets her power through him. If you're worried about anything, you have no idea what you are. Just be meek. Your shields are up. You might not even know it. The only thing we're supposed to learn right now, as far as I have ever been shown, is to learn how to relax your magnet in your chest and protect your own human frequency. And if you've got that, as far as I've been instructed, that's all I have been instructed to do. And it took me the longest time to realize that's what the meek person would do, is give it over to mom and dad. And that became easy then. um, I understand we should know and learn how to manipulate our own magnet, do these things on our own. But that's just not where we're going to be. right now. Some might. That's why I've been trying to, one reason I'm trying to give it to everybody, because somebody might know more about these hieroglyphs than I do. I've never looked at them before. And it might piece together someone else's work, a yogi's work in India somewhere, who might fucking make a connection to what he's already learned, something that I've ignored all my life. Fucking boom, he makes a fucking connection. I can't tell you who's going to change the world. It ain't going to be me. I've done that enough. I'm just saying we need to spread this so the world can change together. Because I have no idea how to work my magnet. I know how to. I'm getting better. I'm getting better at feeling people. I'm getting better at listening. I'm getting better at relaxing it and controlling it a little bit. But I'm not even walking yet, though. I'm still baby crawling and goo goo gaga. I ain't goo goo gaga. Sorry, can't even talk, let alone type. But and if you're on the, messing with yours lately, you probably right where I am. It's a fun toy to play with, but God knows what to do with it. I know we could do amazing things, but I don't know how. And there's that programming and fear of trying, because one, honest to God, I might hurt myself or somebody else around me. That's a very possible thing. Meaning to do something and then fucking, I don't, see, I don't know enough about how it works to try without being shown personally, or maybe working on a seed. Maybe I hadn't thought about it. Oh, I got experiments that are coming up to mind. Just for now, relax your magnet. Keep it relaxed. Keep your ringing out of your ears. Keep your sickness away and stuff. Once you've gotten that down, um, I don't know if you're meant to. You'll be getting separate instructions to do something else with your magnet. I haven't yet. Yeah, I just keep getting told keep it calm. I will hold you, and I'm all like, God, I hope she's talking about the flip, because I've been really worried about what happens when them poles start to flip. I don't want to fall off the planet at the speed of gravity. But I've been shown very clearly, if I relax that magnet, she can hold her babies. Don't lock myself on a pole. I'm like, because when she's flipping one, things are going to get weird. She'll hold us with the other and then fucking flip us with it as she flips. And then, because there's 4 poles on a magnet, she has 4 poles also. So she flipped one while holding the other. And I'm all like, and all we got to do is relax that. And she can bring that. You won't go nowhere. And I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. What's up, Jacqueline? How you doing? So it's all about being meek and letting them have control of that shit. And I'm like, man, you just that takes a lot of practice. I'm used to holding the driving wheel. But Mama's good at driving. See, that's the thing that I've never met a woman driver that can drive like she can. Well, it's spicy. Look at my goddamn Quake map. It got fucking presidential assassination on every dot. What the fuck is that? I can tell you where to get it cheap, Glenn. Canasur, Pueblo West. What's up, Inky? They got Trump's taxes. Oh no. How terrible. Yeah, Tennessee does need to. You got land. Where at, Glenn? Or whereabouts? They live. Yeah, I've seen that. Well, they do live among us. But, there ain't no special glasses to see them that I know of. You'd probably be looking at one right here. I'm not joking. I'm of the bloodline. I'm A negative. Never met my dad either. And no, I don't even know his name. Yeah, I'm A negative. Oh my God. I know where Walsenburg is. I sell to a guy out there. Well, which direction would you be coming from, Glenn? I don't know where you're at. If you're coming from the east, the state east of Colorado, you'd have to pass my house first. Oh, yeah, you got to pass my house first. So you're going to have to stop by then. This is all there is to it. Walsenburg. It's about an hour and a half from my house. A positive. I ain't going nowhere, Glenn. We got a bed for you. I got a big house. It's bigger than the basement. I won't make you sleep down here. I'm not even so sure that's telepathic, Kristen. I think it comes in on your magnet at 1748 hertz, and that's our old language. That telepathy shit. It's something we're not only capable of, it's our old language. We just got to get back in touch with that. Knowing each other's hearts and speaking with our hearts and loving and understanding the intent of each other's hearts. Yes, we're very fucking huge. God, we can actually hold the magnet power of a fucking planet in our chest. And Jesus told you that. What's up, Props? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, Spicy, that bugs me that it's my fucking Quake map. One, I mean, it's not mine. I've claimed it years ago, though. Oh, yeah, we can move stuff, Jacqueline. We can lay waste to fucking armies and atomized tanks and bullets in the gun. Yes, and us negative blood types are all evil. Homie has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. It's what's in your heart that God it matters to our Creator. I keep trying not to say God because that's, to me, that honestly, Anunnaki would fit a God, not the Creator of all, and they actually talk about the Creator of all. I just try to separate the two. So, yeah. Anyways, it's the frequency in our hearts, um, not the blood that pumps. Yeah, we can raise our frequency. Um, we can become light. Anything could if you can raise your frequency enough. I mean, physics requires once you reach a certain frequency, you are a certain shade of light. When two or more come together in His name in love, we can do anything, and that's literal. If we can come together in meekness, um, we're pretty limitless. I'm ready to live, Jacqueline. Getting goosebumps every day. Since I've found this information out, there ain't no stopping us. I can't think of stuff like that, Spicy. No, we're not meant to eat meat. We have to right now because of our situation. But in general, I eat as little of it as possible. But you realistically need the fats for your brain development and health, general health. It's just there's no coincidence that, and a lot of people don't uh, know this, but it is a very true thing. If you eat too much pork, you start to get the symptoms of somebody that is a cannibal. Um, well, when you start looking at the genealogy of a pig, is it a monkey valve that they put in your heart or a pig valve they put in your heart because it doesn't reject? It puts us really a lot closer than any other animal to a pig. Monkeys, for example, have marbled meat. Oh, yeah, I'm bringing it home. Monkeys, for example, have marbled meat, which means their fat content is mixed in with their meat. Ours and pigs are full dermal layer, almost like aquatic mammals. Hmm. Yeah. Men are pigs. So, now that that's settled, Don't eat too much pork. But Jesus tells you that evil spirits are in the pork. Well, that's yeah, yeah. That's a fucked up translation. You're going to get cannibalism if you eat too much pork. Period. That's time proven. They call it something else, but if you look at the symptoms, they're identical. They're fucking identical. It's our job, Jacqueline. Hold that candle. If I had woken and hadn't shared what I learned with people, fuck, I wouldn't be awake. Right? That's where I'm at with it. I haven't yet. I have given up most of it. Like with my bean soup, it just wouldn't be the same without a pound of bacon. It lasts me 4 or 5 days. And it's mostly beans and lentils. But there ain't no support, no fucking, there ain't no supplementing of bacon fat. Ain't no substitute. There ain't no, and butter, it didn't cause the cow to die. Neither did the milk. And I ain't never giving that up if I don't have to. I will suck the milk out of the cow tit if I have to. And shake it up in my belly and make some butter. It didn't cause the cow to die. And I mean, and if the cow did die, I could see like butchering that motherfucker within the hour and not having a problem with eating that meat. You don't have to forcibly kill a fucking animal to eat it. Just wait till it drops dead. So what? It's a little stringy. You give a fuck. Still got the same fucking meats and shit. I'm with it. I mean, there's a way to sustain life here for millions and millions and millions and billions of fucking people without harming dick. That's how we lived in the day. We weren't out killing shit. We were healing it, giving it long life. When it died, we made use of it. Period. It's how we lived life. And that's how we should relive life. That's the original design, and there ain't a goddamn thing wrong with it. It doesn't say we can't fly around. It doesn't even say we can't have tablets. Fuck, I've seen them in stone. I've seen them walking around with these fucking things carved in stone. We got our power from magnets. We didn't get it from juice from Mother Earth. But we had power, a lot of it. You could even have your fuck TV if you wanted. I suppose it ain't hurting nobody. I'm just saying. We ain't got to power it with fucking juice. Mama juice. That's mama juice. I don't care what the fuck it's you know what? You know what the purpose of it is? Mama juice. And we're putting it in everything. And eating it up. Yeah, we could make electricity ourselves. Yeah, and beautifully, I show a beautiful example of it from the tattooed monkey. He takes a neodymium heavy duty magnet and puts a hallback array over it with a piece of wire in there and a fucking LED light. And when he brings it to that point, it lights up, and it'll stay lit as long as you can hold it in that exact spot. So you clamp it down and it stays there forever. producing electric with zero moving any fucking thing, no worn out parts, no fucking nothing but fucking electricity being produced from two magnets being in a close proximity. He took that down off of his thing. I'm the only one with it on in the world. You remember when he got approached by those US people? He took down 3 or 4 videos. I'm the only one with them in the world. Because I recorded them on my channel, proving what a black hole is. He went back to the gravity method. It's not gravity. It's not a fucking massive well. He's the one that proved to me two magnets converging is a black hole. Lee carried that forward. I got tattooed monkeys footage. He doesn't. Just catching you up. Because I'm sure you followed that. And you know exactly what I'm talking about if you know who Tattooed Monkey is. Because you've seen all those videos. I'm sure. He's a brilliant man, but he's been compromised. Yeah, Homebrued might be better for him, Heather. I'll probably cuss him out. Well, Chris, those are in my older videos. When you start seeing the feral cells with a couple of those are fucking Tattooed Monkey. I have one that's our magnet guru, Ken Wheeler. Everything before that and right after that was Ken Wheeler's shit that he's taken offline. And then I made the one telling you, hey, look, here's Ken. Here's when the government was approaching him. Here's him talking about it. And here's him. Where's his video go? Where'd his video go? Now here's him talking about how a black hole is caused by a collapsed sun. And here's his video saying that he didn't. It doesn't happen that way. Where'd that go? And why is he? See, he changed his whole boop, 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 and I caught him doing it. And I made a video. Okay, you did good. But yeah, I made a video all about Ken. It broke my heart when I caught him doing that. But I met Scientific Lee because of it. So I'm happy. Spicy. You know, if Tesla were an ancient master living on Venus, we would still have a 3-sun convergence to concern ourselves about. I would be looking at a grassy knoll if I had even heard that at any point. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm going to put it over here. I can say this much. If Tesla had the key, Ra, and the tunic and all that, you know, that I fucking discovered, boy howdy, would it have been fun to have him around right now? Wouldn't it? I think so. I think it would have been like, all right, let's do this, Tesla. Because come on, he's smarter than I am, right? What do you think, Glenn? Yes. Ra, Horus, our yellow sun, that's 3-sun convergence on a fucking perihelia, brother. Woo-woo. And from what I can gather, all three are going to meet at the same perihelia, which is something that just by average shouldn't happen every time. Sure, a couple every now and again you might have a because red and blue will perihelia encircle each other, and when they come back, there ain't no guarantee they're going to be on the same pattern with each other in the perihelia with the yellow one. Therefore, they're going to be less violent, less this, less that. Guess what? We're in the middle of all three of them this time. And they are all three about equidistance from each other, I do believe. We're going to have a three-sun convergence, yes, sir. Three suns singing a tune. One sun sings one frequency. Three make a chord that ain't been heard here for a very long fucking time. I don't think any of this is coincidence. We're frequency in a frequency surrounding and frequency and three suns, chords, convergences, black holes, fucking heart. Yeah, we're in for a good fucking time. I'm telling you right now, buddy, it's going to get exciting beyond your belief. Things are going to go wow on us really quick. When the sky rolls back, that's your Cherenkov radiation bleed off so you can actually see the sky. And all these massive giants around us right now. Yeah, it's going to be a fucking crazy day. Yes, mother is the pearl. She's going home. God promised her the right. She's putting her back on Ra. The whole family's here. I'm pretty sure we're already on Ra. I mean, Ra is the reason we didn't progress through orbit this year. Or let's restate that in a much more factual, provable manner. I believe Ra is the reason we observed Orion throughout the summer. Because I can't really prove definitively we held in orbit, but I'm pretty sure we did. Because the stars are telling me we did. It's just a big thing. So I'm not wanting to be the guy to say this shit, although here we are. Fuck, my hands are sweating. What else are we left to believe? If we orbited around to the summer side of the sun, we would have had Orion back here for 12 hours behind the sun on the other side of the sun. Even if we was looking at it, which we were for 12 hours, of course, because the sun was up, we weren't looking at Orion. But we were all summer. Verified by several dozen of us, North and South Hemisphere. It wasn't just me imagining Orion in my sky. I think I was the only one actually kind of freaking out about it, but I didn't want to share my freak right off. And then Eric kind of blew the cover yesterday when he started talking about you guys weren't, and I'm all like, well, John and I have talked about this, but not everybody. So yeah, something happened because we were viewing Orion. Everyone will shit themselves, CH. Yes. I know they're scared, and that's the problem. See, we've got this shouldn't be a scary thing. I understand why it is for them because of what they've been doing, but it can be forgiven, whether you like it or not. Whether I like it or not, it can be forgiven if they make that choice in their fucking heart. But they gotta start that. They gotta start that process, and that time's getting short. That peace deal's going to be off the table. Well, uh, Darren, there's a big chunk of the globe that doesn't know. There's another big chunk of the globe that is sure we're off axis. We're fixing to come into caliphate and this and that and other thing, which because they're dead set on script. So, in other words, they know about a quarter of the picture, which is more than most Australians, Americans, and Europeans are aware of, that we're even off our axis or out of orbit. Actually, they were calling it out of orbit last year in the Middle East, and I was kind of uncomfortable with that myself. I did make a video that documented them saying this. And I said we might be because I'm seeing stars that I shouldn't be. And then we went on through the summer, fucking for sure. We were watching Orion all summer, and that's a focal point of oddity. And Eric Briggs made a big stink about that. So figured it was kind of time to address. Actually, it is kind of an odd thing, beyond belief, actually, for me. And I watched it. That we were actually watching Orion all summer. So, ta-da. Yeah, the tides are all off. Also, you bet they're choppy. The tides are really choppy. We're getting high and low and high and lows that are just. It's starting to really show up in everything that we're on our side, and the moon's actually bouncing around us instead of in a steady pattern like it always has been. It's bouncing around us because we're laying down now instead of rotating the same way it fucking orbits in those models. Now we're feeling its effect globally monthly instead of globally nightly, and it's fucking chopping things up like crazy. It's to watch. It's fucking amazing, and it's been getting progressively more and more. And that pattern has been what I've been dealing with the fucking quakes on, and it just keeps picking up speed, picking up speed, picking up speed. It's like, holy fuck, man, we're in for a ride. And the tides are just exhibiting extreme oddities all over the place right now, too. The current's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm staying away from the water tongues. Thank you for the update, though. I'll bet it is crazy. Yeah, I mean, why not, man? Why not? If you're on the East Coast, I'd say, yeah, go. Because you're going to have a lot more warning than the West Coasters. You'll just see your fucking tide going out and be like, it's time to get the fuck away from me because it's going to be coming back. But I don't want to go too far west. Poor California and fucking Peru. And all the Panamas, west coast of Africa's, and Australia's. Global shark attacks. Land shark! We're all in trouble now. Yeah, absolutely. Every aspect, everything is off and abnormal when, if you look around. That's what's so laughable when Eric Briggs and them will come in. Oh, it's normal. It's like, oh, mother of fuck! I can't believe that actually just came out of your mouth. Do you know how hard they were laughing at me back there? Documented on Daz's. I should go back here and just dig through some of this shit. They was making so hard of fun of me because I kept saying there's going to be 5.0s every day, all day, to the point that we can throw a dot at the map and hit one. That's normal now. That's normal. But Daz the cameraman and fucking D5 Unser and all that whole crew was just fucking having fun. Dutch. Dutch was having fun with my ass, and I'm the one taught Dutch how to do it. And me and him got in a big fight over this shit, and I brought it up. That was my final fucking fuck you, dude. I'll tell you what, you'll know when I'm right because we're gonna. And I just told you we'll have one of them fight. He said, "You're fucking crazy, old man." And that was the last words me and Dutch spoke to each other until the other day. I saw him on somebody else's fucking channel. I think it might have been World News. I'm not sure, but I called him a fucking bitch or Dutch boy. Told him he's a punk. So I guess I opened a new dialogue. He ain't said shit. Anyway. Well, I'm glad I helped you out again, Kathleen. How did we do that? I'm over here just rambling. I'm hitting everything with a left and a right today. Hummingbirds. Yeah, all the animals are doing crazy shit. Patches does crazy shit every day. That's given. A lot of birds will fly around literally in circles and not go anywhere. I know. And it's like they don't know where to go, so they end up not going anywhere. You see robins in the wintertime in the snow walking around. That's not normal. Throughout, I got bird seed for it because I've been feeding them. There's birds around it all winter. It shouldn't be here at all. Let's blow some of that steam off of there first. Get a nice clean hit worked up in here. Ooh, baby. Oh, it tickles. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, baby. All right, let me get my little pick out. How's my oh, yeah. That was a good hit. Oh. Well, yeah, if you allow that to happen. 1,748 hertz tickles. Um, I've been practicing with patches, and I seem to be able to calm her down even when she's excited. Yeah, exactly, Spicy. The birds, basically, like I said, they're flying around in circles and not go anywhere. Some of them end up here that have never been around here. We're seeing fucking what the death hornets fucking up here. That's a South American thing. Shouldn't be seeing that shit. Animals don't do that. That's why they've been down there for fucking ever, and they've never been up here. But now all of a sudden they're up here making people fucking swell up like fucking footballs. Those things are fucking horrible, and people don't know about them. Yep, that's Patches' motivation right there, the butt scratch. She wants her little ass scratched. That's all she wants in the world. She'd be happy, especially if I'm the one scratching it. She don't like Seamus hugging her. She looks at him like her brother. Yeah, animals respond. Well, look, they know our language. We don't. Ta-da! that's that's where I'm at with it. I don't understand a fucking word she's talking, but Patches understands me. Does she not? So does Chico. And she, as I'm finding, does very much respond to my calm and trying to give her the calm, and seems to be working with her on an individual basis. Like, I mean, like, not right now. She ain't calm for something I did yesterday. It doesn't work like that, you know. But if she's all hyped up, I can go and calm her down. Yeah, I'm her alpha, and she competes with Seamus. I know, genetically altered mosquitoes. That's why Kathleen are out to kill us all, man. I keep telling you, dude, it ain't just fucking that they're not gonna not tell everybody. They're gonna hold everybody and make big lies and try and make you convinced that you should just stay right where you're at. And 3/4 of us live in the kill zone. I can only imagine that has a huge amount to do with their projections, 3/4 of the population dead. I'm not okay with that. That alone just says, okay, okay, by chance, maybe a bunch of people should die, but that's without a fucking Nova event. On a normal, we're going to have a Nova event. We have to be doing our duty, or everybody dies. See, there's that. That's that's the unavoidable, uncomfortable fucking truth of it. Because people will be like, oh, well, we can't do anything about it. But actually, your intense biology was designed specifically to do everything about this situation. Funny as it is. Are very, you couldn't design something to do this job better than what we are designed. And it leaves no question we were actually designed. We were designed by a creator that in a manner that we couldn't even be manipulated or changed, because that which gives us power is that which gives us life, and it's our magnet. It's our fucking spark of life. It's the fucking frequency of mother and earth and creation and the creator. And I'm like, oh shit. So I mean, brought the feral cell into it, checked the fucking drawing, because I read it on a hieroglyph. It ain't something I imagined. It's just something I proved that they were right about. They wrote that shit, not me. I keep trying to have to remind people. I just understand what they were saying. And I had to prove it was like real instead of like mythology or whatever. You know, it sounds pretty fucking outlandish, doesn't it? This isn't my message. This is our message to us, and this is God's creation. This is message that Mother gave me. You know, this is stuff I've just had to prove is real because I'm very pragmatic. I won't believe esotericism. I never believed. I never knew God existed. I believed there was a possibility of that. I mean, I could go on. I sure as fuck didn't believe we lived on a living being. Um, that I think that was probably on the bottom of my list of believing anything. Actually, yeah, they don't like feeling our sadness either, dog. They feel our hearts. They speak our language. We forgot it. They still speak it. You bet. You bet. That's all they know about you. It's what's in your heart. That's what they understand about you. All animals, anything with a magnet, we affect them. They don't have speech, but they talk. Yeah, animals can die of broken hearts too. I watched one. Her name was Storm, and I cry about it all the time. She was my 12-year-old dog. She was Lightning's daughter. He was my 14-year-old wolf. She died less than 6 months after he did, just withered. And she died alone on the back porch while I was out of town, which really killed me. I asked, yeah, I can't even think about it. That was years and years. That was good 7, 8 years ago. Um, it really, really, really bothers me that she died alone on the back porch. Hi, Renee. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you walked in at a bad time. Talking about our loved ones and our pets. But we affect them and they feel our hearts, and that's all they know about us. They don't know our speech, they know the tone, but they understand our language. We're the ones that forgot it. The pets, the animals, the life around us still remembers our language. We're the only ones that forgot it. Oh, it's truth. That's how, I mean, who doesn't know that animals have a fucking sense of well being or not from a person when they meet them right off? I mean, they get good and bad vibes from people. You don't understand why. Well, they feel the intent of that person's heart isn't good towards their master or them at some point. That's why. Simple as that. Boom, boom, period. We are a fucking magnetic vortex. Yes, Glenn. Yeah, our dogs are just as much family as humans. Well, people still love cats a lot. They like dogs too. You know why they didn't like dogs so much? The end. I do have an answer for that. In Egypt, they didn't have to worry about too many big cats. Those are in other regions of Africa, not so much Egypt. Occasionally, you might run into a lion, but those jackals can carry away their babies all the time. So they're bound to like cats better. And we have a cat goddess and the planet signature that matches. So to me, that is stemming from a truth into where they started twisting the pantheon and stuff like that later in Egypt. Um, I haven't looked enough to give you a good explanation, but that would be my first thoughts. Is there's an awful lot of cat correlations, although we've got Anubis too. So, but he was a jackal and the god of the dead. He's got himself a bad rat or whatever. I need to look more into their mythology. I've been trying to get like Brian Forrester and all these other archaeologists that go around and trying to get them to read hieroglyphs, but I can't get none of them to even talk about shit. It's typical. Yeah, dingoes. See, that is common there, and they even mention that in their legends. The dog that carries off the child won't be around, and blah blah blah, all that through uh, all the legends. Lots of legends dealing with dogs eating babies. Not legends, stories. That happen. But yeah, that was part of life, and that happens in Australia too. Exactly, dingoes doing it. Name hit on moon raw. Yeah. That would be Marduk and the fucking Inky line. Oh yeah, yeah, the big boof out. Those are big close field lines. Fucking amazing when yeah, that happens from time to time. That's my opinion of CME from Raw and the reaction of it. Because when we're seeing that CME, we're getting a blast of his solar wind in a matter where it's becoming equal to the blast coming this way. So it's wanting to blow back our hair, but it's getting caught in the middle, just like any other magnet would. Yeah, I think it's much more stable than our sun. So it's not going to CME as much. And we're only seeing them every now and again. But when we see them, boy, Ra lays down. Wow. Or some other kind of weird magnet signature comes out of it. It's pretty crazy. Like the staff of Ra came through. The planet, the goddess came through. The cat goddess lady. These are all during like big evacuation events where we've gotten a lot of charge and the planets behind were throwing off their big fucking like mom does. She'll throw out closed field lines and drain all that energy back. Well, they're doing the same thing and pushing against us and pushing out that. So we're getting their signatures and we're seeing the whole magnetosphere of Ra has us all encompassed. That's him. Yeah, it's all these different signatures have been coming through on these bodies behind us, and they definitely are not random. The fucking patterns in space coming down to the Dingley Cobras and everything else. I mean, look at the angles and everything. Everything. It's like, oh wow, look at that. And when you see it, you see it. There ain't no unseeing it. And it doesn't take much to see because you just look at it and it's like, shit, that is the eye of fucking Ra. It's all coming out from behind in IMF. Perfect. Fucking textbook. Ain't moms. IMF, Dingley Cobra. The whole fucking thing is IMF perfection coming from the behind, distinctly from behind the planet. And away, back where in the direction it should have been. And yeah, there ain't no question about this. Once you look at everything over fucking, and then go, if you ain't convinced, then go to the fucking Facebook and then look at the actual research that went into this shit before I ever started making videos. But just from making video one to today, you can see the progression of. I wasn't guessing to get us here today. I wasn't guessing. It's not a coincidence. I'm not a prophet. It's just planetary physics coming uh, to fruition as they should. If you live in a three sun system and you're in between all three suns, in the wrongest place you could possibly be for perihelion, planning on jumping behind the big sun at the right time. It's gonna be fun. No, it's still got a bunch of dicks and presidential assassinations listed. They hijacked my shit, Renee. They knew it would bother me. You know it's Five Eyes, for fuck's sake. Come on. And with 5 million fucking dots like that, talking about presidential assassination, porn shop, fucking this and that, you know they're being investigated too. So that's going to lag even coming up if it ever comes back up. You can't have that presidential assassination on there without raising red flags like that shit. That's just, God dang it. See how they are? You see how they are? Yeah, I used that today, and I don't like it, but I used it to look, and I was right about where my quakes were by reading the helioplots. Well, I was right about where they were going to report them. And we were rocking and rolling all over the fucking planet. We were ringing bells last night too. I just didn't make another video. I made 3 yesterday for fuck's sake. Expect more today. You know? Yeah, signal's gonna go whack. Like every day, mine I've noticed was starting to come in and out too. About now. Isn't that funny? Rolling through that fucking radiation flow, and I mean, we all know it. Uh-oh. Oh, Christ. Oh, that was 3 hours ago. Okay. I thought Eric Briggs had answered to my post, and he got silent all of a sudden. I sent him 3 links showing everything's rolling, including Jupiter and its moons, using Homebrued shit. So he's having problems today. I don't know what that nerd. I said, look, nerd face, your own goddamn video shows the fucking moon flipping. Why in the hell is he acting like that? Because he's just a fuck nut. That's why. He's not stupid. I don't believe anybody's that stupid. Oh, Jesus. Hold on a tick. Yeah, that's fun. Wait, let's freeze this. Oh yeah. That's Mom. That slam. That's God dang it. Okay, that's it. That's it. Oh dear God. I'm making a post on my Facebook. Shit. That's not nice. But I'm gonna make it. It's like I just walked in on Mom doing something I didn't expect to see. Oh dear God, I am so bad. I I apologize, Mom. I couldn't help it. But that just looks horrible. Jesus Christ. I might get struck by lightning for that one. I'm not a good fish. Now, how y'all doing over here? Jesus Christ. I am a bad fish. Okay, so here we go. There is a capture at 21:54:53 UTC. Mom has a corkscrew butt plug, and she got a hold of it, and it's like, oh, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. And I just closed the bed. I was like, Mom, and I slammed the bedroom door back. I was like, fuck. I just walked in on Mom with a fucking great big old fucking black dildo butt plug with a screw attachment, gripping hold of that thing. And I'm all like, oh. So I had to cut. That's one of them files you just can never shred. So I had to share it with everybody. Oh boy. See, that's the benefit of being monitoring my fucking Facebook page. You got zapped by something in March. It's not a surprise. Oh, it's Steve. It's Steve. Don't worry about it. It's just Steve. I did a video on Steve. I'm not kidding. It's fucked up though. It's Steve. It's just Steve. it's just Steve. Yeah, that's what I said. TMI. I slammed the door shut. No, Steve is causing the new auroras. That's Steve. So ask NASA. I made a video. I did. I covered that. Covered all of that. All that stuff. All you got. I covered it. It's just Steve. Don't worry about it. It's just Steve. It's okay. Steve is a completely unexplainable phenomenon that left fucking scientists fucking baffled, but it's just Steve. We named it Steve because it's unassuming. Don't worry about it. It's just Steve. We think. They're always baffled and they think and they have these theories, but they never tell you anything really, except it's just Steve. There's a new aurora and it's just Steve. Funny. I never heard of this Steve. But yeah, it's a new energies coming in. You bet, absolutely. And they're coming in. Well, look. All the energy of a magnet comes in where? In the accretion disk at the equator, and it exits the poles, just like the four winds, just like the open halo waves. Okay, you start to see auroras, open halo waves, and all that stuff. That's exactly what John drew for me. Pertaining to the airplane. He drew the four winds. And that is also the one time John made me almost shit my pants because he wanted to call me on that because I was calling the induction. And I was pointing in towards the equator. I said, look how it's riding this down and in. And he was like, all of them taking and I was like, well, I did point that out. And he went back and looked and he was like, damn it. He almost got $100, but I was actually being technically correct because the energy comes through the accretion disk and it rolls out in the four winds. Well, that's going to show everything coming in, all that new extra energy, all that induction, and all the closed field lines. The red is the closed field lines. Those are highly charged. All that purple high red shit. Yeah, that's brand new. They're calling it Steve. It's just Steve. It's just Steve. Steve. It's new. It's unexplained. We're baffled. So don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. It's just Steve. Seriously, that's their answer for it. I did a video. Hmm. They'll have a mystery for you all the time. That's like your glowing wall of hydrogen. What exactly, by NASA definition, would a glowing wall of hydrogen be if it wasn't a sun? And they just told you there's one at the edge of the solar system last year. They're baffled and confused. They're not sure what it is, but there is a glowing wall of hydrogen at the edge of the solar system. You know why they would have to say something like that, don't they? Because these amateur astronomers are seeing. That's why. By the thousands. How many people we got out here taking pictures of these fucking planets by the sun? And Bobby, he goes out and magically just randomly takes a picture and gets one of these moons that we've been talking about for fucking a year and a half as they came in behind us. They're easier to see than the ones by the sun. Your phone heats up. Yeah, mine will heat up like that sometimes too. It's crazy. Oh, Shepherd. Hey, brother, how you doing? We're live right now, but yeah, I want to get you raw mapped real quick. Go on my page, Angry Catfish Briggs, on YouTube, and search raw mapped. Hang on, I'll see if I can't do it on my phone real quick. I need to learn how anyway, right? Talking to Shepard, he needs some footage. I want to get him raw mapped. Oh shit, there's raw mapped. Is share copy. Fuck yeah, I think I just did it. Is that coincidence? It was right there. Let me see. Oops. Paste. Oh my god, dude. I turned on my Google and it was actually on the video. And I just hit the share and it copied right to my thing and I did it. Now, on my main page, there is a link to Homebrued channel. That guy has a better version because he doesn't cuss like I do. And two, he knows how to bring these pictures side by side and show like the conical hat and the Dingley Cobra and the signature and all that side by side. I don't know how to do that to this day, but John does a really good job on the Homebrew channel there. So on my like channel links there, it's Homebrew, and he has "Don't Miss the Day" raw arrived and stuff. Oh, he's looking at it. He's like, badass. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, if you want a cleaner version, Homebrewed would be the spot to go. And I am certain uh, he would grant you permission to use his footage on there too. Because he, like I said, he's a lot. I cuss people out and send them there. If they talk about my cussing, I'll be like, "Fuck you, Go watch Homebrew. And Scientific League, the motion of everything and field defined. That's a 28-minute thing. That's how I'm teaching people how to begin reading their hieroglyphs. Scientific League, the channel, and then the motion of everything, a field defined. It's 28 minutes long. You take that golden plane with you, and you'll never look at it the same again, man. It's fucking amazing. It's been right in front of our face. We were so fucking brilliant, dude, but we just never gave our ancient selves credit enough to even comprehend what the fuck they were doing. Now we know exactly. They were very technical, very advanced. And it's global. I mean, those planes are from Peru. We've got. It's not just the Giza. There's a wall in there, the labyrinth wall. I did a video on that too. The breakdown of it. We're reading hieroglyphs globally. So it's a global language. So we've also proven that we were writing, and the Maya and all that, all those temples, they're the same language. It's just like basically an artist's depiction is the difference. Like they were very highly technical in Giza, but they were artful in South America. See, that's the only difference between them. But if you understand the basic language, man, I've got scribbles out here on fucking rock walls where the ancient natives out here were drawing positives and negatives with the Birkeland currents on it, and or Birkeland clefs, and the same language basically, just a little more primitive. Yay! I'm very excited to see his new movie. I really am. Very excited. Look, I did high tech stuff. I copied a link. I can't believe that I opened up my Google page and it was right there on raw map of all things. I was going to go search for it and I was like, oh shit, it's whoa. Go mom, go dad, because that's better AI than I ever seen in my life. That was like working for us right there, boy. I was like, holy shit, all I gotta do is hit this button. And then I copied it. That was easy. That was fucking easy. That was way easier than I was imagining it was going to be. I can't help it. You go tell Seamus that you think that Timmy fell in the well. He'll take care of you. Go get Timmy. Go tell Seamus. Say, Timmy fell in the well. You got poop? Or you just being up there being a little whiny bitch because I ain't giving you no attention? I see your nose. You don't think I need you laying up there the whole time? This patches is right up at the very top of the stairs with the little nose right here. Whining at me. Oh, she's teeny. Teeny. She's little. Why are you whining at me? What? There is none. There's a spot on your belly that needs rubbed, really? Hang on a second. You're cute. No. Oh, that side too. That side too. No, man. What you gonna tell us you got poop? Right there. Hey, bud. Take the crazy dogs out, please. Hold them tight. Go rescue Timmy. Go rescue Timmy. He's in the well. She got pooped. Yeah. Oh, poop. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I just outsmarted her, too. Now she's mad, and she's got a poop. She got a belly rub out of it. Crazy dog. Hey, you're never alone, exiled. Hell, we're going to be here for the next few hours, like it or not. Hi, Deborah. How are you? Well, according to actual DSS, I am not allowed to live in the county of my son's birth with my son because I have human and civil right violations against that county. That kind of makes me a political refugee in a country that I fought for. That's just too long to name. I stuck with Catfish and Corner. Well, it's good to see you, Deborah. For as long as you can stay awake. I'm sorry we're so boring over here. I'm gonna add a couple of popcorn buds to a fucking empty 3-hole bowl and go ahead and get started on some honeycomb work. I think I might throw on the pot of soup to warm it up. It's gonna be our last night of our bean soup, so I'm just gonna warm up the whole pot. Although there's enough to eat 2 more nights, I don't eat anything past 4 nights that I cooked. Period. I don't care if it has been in the refrigerator all 4 days. It just I don't like food poisoning. I sure as hell don't plan on food poisoning myself over a fucking can of soup worth of soup. So I'll just eat as much as I can and then toss the rest. I can't really give it to the dogs. You can give some of it to the dogs, like the broth and shit, but it's got onions in it, and onions ain't really good for the dog. So I don't give them the soup proper with the onions and shit in it. It does. Tiny bubbles, it does. Well, yeah, I understand, Denver. I do the same thing. If I sit down, I'm ready to lay down. And you know what? Sometimes, why not? Yesterday, I would have liked to hang out in bed, but I had a lot of honeydews to do. Even though I ain't got no honey to make my do list, I gotta make my own damn do list. So I had to mow lawn and shit. How you doing, Polly? Couldn't sleep anymore. See, and then there's those mornings. Like this morning, I woke up bright and early, and I didn't even really need any coffee, but I wanted some, so I drank some. Mm. God, that fucking sugar hash is just mm, delicious. Did you ever decide how much you wanted to throw down on it? Or did you send me a text on that or no? Because that just, I mean, I can do one for any price tag. That's not the, I just want to know how fancy you want it. If you want it real fancy, you might want to draw a little something up. I could just eat all of that. Okay, I'll make you a nice one. Little Rob. I've got glow in the dark. Lucky you. And it's UV reactive too. So it's like, you know, blue kachina. Well, one of the spiral bikes. Double helix, open halo wave, flower life ones. I like those. I've smoked out of a couple of them when I get a broken one here and there. Yeah. Precision balls. I like doing those. Those take a while to do. The three holes do. You don't see me working at it. I'm being careful over here. I'm very fucking careful. But yeah, I got a three hole in that, and one thing I'm lacking in my bowl is floaters. You see any green leafy substance in there? Not one bit will pull through this fucking bowl. You're gonna smoke everything you put in there. He's got three holes. Bam. Love these fucking things. Well, yeah, I wouldn't recycle any bud that fell in there either. That water's crystal clear. Nothing falls in there. It all burns up in the three hole. It's a rig. It's a glass on glass rig. I just use a flower bowl. You can put a bucket in that thing. That's a female 14 in there. That's a rig. Hey, Anonymous. And Emmanuel. Hi. Am new now. Do someone tell me something? Mm. Yeah, you could put a bucket. Well, the buckets they put in there and do their dabs and their rigs. I'm not all about the dabs. I'll put some concentrate on my shit. But all that fucking snotting and coughing and intensely, whew, that's for a younger crowd. It's marijuana. Marijuana and a glow in the dark mushroom. Well, Emmanuel probably has some pretty heavy questions. Like, why is my mood doing cartwheels? Well, I covered that in a previous video. Oh, yeah. I like this fucking sugar hash, dude. This is some delicious stuff. I mean, like, actually delicious, too. I'm half tempted just to. It fucking tastes delicious. I gotta put it in a safe place so I don't eat it. I'm all licking my fingers. I'm like, God, that's good. Mm. I'm not going to eat my hash. It is. It's delicious. Either way, can't help myself. I'm really impressed with that stuff. I got 3 grams of that. I still got at least 2 of them. Last me another week or two. I don't know. I might just eat that shit. uh, my dispensary down the street. They get my glass a lot too. Yeah, we only eat trolls. We, we hang them out to dry. I just had Eric Briggs today tell me, you have yet to prove that the moons, you have to do it from a stable mount. And I'm like, oh, motherfucker. What? And I just sent him 3. 2 of them from Homebrew. And then mine is with the guy using the time lapse shit. I'm like, dude, come on, man. It's just showing that you, Mr. Space Group, ain't looking. We got this North and South Hemisphere, both of them doing this shit all day, all night. Whenever the fucking moon's in the sky, it's rolling. And yeah, it's all our action. It's due to the change in our orientation, not our spin. It's a very simple fucking boop, and that solves everything that we've been looking at. Well, except for Orion in the summertime, that doesn't solve that at all. That doesn't even come close to addressing why we're seeing Orion in the summertime. That was my whole problem. I think I know why. I just that's some pretty big shit. You would think we would notice a lot more shit would have happened if we were seeing Orion all summer than what did happen. I mean, there was a lot of pretty crazy things that happened. We've escalated into an amazing point at this point that anybody would even comprehend talking about it's all normal. Because nothing is fucking normal that you look at. Nothing, absolutely fucking nothing is normal that you look at. And but indeed, we sat and discussed and looked and observed from both fucking hemispheres Orion all throughout the summer. I found my BBC guy, and we started that in the early spring. That's dated. It was fucking March, wasn't it? Some shit like that. I don't remember. It was before fucking. No, it was May. It was May, I think. Well, yeah, Deborah. I mean, we've been talking about him doing a flip all summer and how he's rising out here, and yeah, and we've, you know, even John and I have been debating on it. You know, where it's rising, when it's rising, and everything, talking about it. And some nights it rocks and rolls. And from rise points, that's a good indicator that we've been, going with the sun and orienting. And I've been using Delphi a lot too. Delphi was way the fuck off last night. I was like, what the fuck? And that was about the only star in my sky I could actually make out. It just wasn't a good viewing night last night. Everything was hazy. Yeah, well, I have never viewed Orion like this year round. I've never done it anywhere on the planet. And yeah, I mean that just I mean Eric Briggs was absolutely correct. There's no way in fucking hell we should have been looking at Orion this summer. But we've been looking at Orion every morning, every evening, every night. It's been pretty prominent in the sky, actually, for not supposed to be there at all. It's it's kind of like the moon is doing cartwheels times at least 5 to me, if not 10. I mean, just in incredibleness. Like as far as significant events I've witnessed in my life, I'd go there. It's more significant than the moon's doing cartwheels. We actually got held. I have seen Orion all summer. We've conversed about it. We've monitored it. We've blah 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 all through the fucking summer. There it is. It's rising at night. We're watching it do this. We're watching it do that. Um, it should be impossible. Literally, should be impossible, and it is impossible if we were actually on the summer side of the sun. Absolutely impossible. So, uh, yeah, I view that as pretty significant myself. I've only seen that 2 times. I've watched the moon cartwheel a good 4,500 times. Kind of over that. I was fixated on who this summer. Just as much as my moon, but I kept harping you guys, go talking a bit. Look at Orion. I don't want to be the only one looking at Orion because that means I'm crazy, right? But we just had Eric Briggs in here to verify just exactly how insane that is. Because he still don't believe that we were. I don't give a fuck. He don't believe it's the fucking moon's supposed to do, or it's an illusion, whatever. He's a fucking ah God. He's a pretty good tool to use, but he's an aggravating cocksucker because the man in the moon ain't supposed to do fucking cartwheels. I don't give a fuck how you want to normalize it. Period. God dang, man. Lots of, I know they do look like feminine parts. Did you see my Facebook post? it it looked like mom had one of my fucking glow in the dark mushroom butt plugs going at it, and I was like, oh god. Okay, close that door. I did not mean to open this wall at that moment. Like, oh mom, fuck me. This sure looks like she's real deep in the hitting her home. I felt awkward. I really did. I was like, oh dear. Let me just freeze frame that and make sure I was. Yep, that's what I thought it was. I'm just take a picture of that one. Oh my god. Yeah, Deborah. We're all very attuned. We just got to remember how to unprogram ourselves. I am going to run the Mesopotamian Mediterranean apocalypse. My bad. Mediterranean, different. We're going into Greece and Rome and the apocalypse. Like to mix it up. I like this. Keeping in mind, it's going to be from a very standard position of this happened, that happened, and over here's mythology. But here's a whole bunch of unanswered questions that we have that could be answered if we even looked at the mythology over here. But we're going to leave that over here by itself today. So from that perspective, we're going to listen to Rome and I like the fall of civilizations because he gives us events and times. Not that times are on, but I've taken it in. I've learned a lot from listening to these things because they're tradition, they're told the same way, and this and that. And then a lot of times, just like I said, if you're armed with the truth, you can fill in those gaps that they have and be all like, oh. And you'll probably hear me as tradition yelling at our narrator frequently. Filling in those gaps. Well, you got to keep in mind, ain't nobody had the information that we got until we got it. And now I'm trying to share it, and the ones that you're sharing it with, and I'm sharing it with, guess who's got it? That's it. So far, it's growing. Some people are close, but they don't have the fucking. They don't have the full key. We got the full key. We're reading. We are reading the global language. There ain't no fucking question about that. And ain't nobody got that. I know that. I've looked. I'm the only one teaching anybody how to fucking go read a hieroglyph, and I was doing it, but Homebrewed and Kendra, I couldn't have figured out how I was doing it without those two helping, and it goes along with the fucking stem cell production. I don't think I would have ever looked in that avenue either. You get more stem cells if you get more goosebumps, basically. So you get goosebumps. I did a video on it. I think. Yeah, I did. I remember doing one just a week ago or so. Something like that. That's something Hermetic brought. Wasn't something I found. But it went along with the 1748 hertz, our goosebumps, and the production of fucking stem cells. Are you fucking kidding me? That's a base of repairing every and any system in your body. Everybody's trying to figure out that whole secret, and then is this any kind of a coincidence? I just don't think it is. These kind of things don't come into. If we were wrong about any of this fucking shit, it would have shown a long time ago. And honestly, it's not about being right. It is about being right. You got to know these things. I mean, a lot of people say it's all, like it's a bad thing. Well, the truth is about being right. Anything that isn't right isn't truth, and anything that isn't truth isn't right. I mean, that's just fucking point on. That's all I got to say about life. And anybody tell you it ain't about who's right is fucking nuts. And it ain't about who's right. It's about what information is correct in my head. If I'm wrong, I mean, how many times have I invited people and get offered money? And I offer money every day to be wrong. But I know I'm not. So that's okay. Okay. It's loaded. That's actually why I put money out there asking for the shit because I know it doesn't exist. There is no link telling me the moon should do this or that across the fucking sky, except for the ones that Aaron Briggs and Astronomy Live might make from time to time. Correction. Well, that's another thing too. I know you've been around long enough to see. I've made videos correcting myself, showing you where I was wrong, telling you how wrong I was, and not only that, showing you and prove that led us to the whole Schumann like. And I didn't find that information. It just came up in a video that I wasn't even watching. I was sitting there playing a game, and I started hearing some bullshit. It was I was on my way to turn it off, and lady come on talking about Professor Schumann. I was like, huh, well then. Every hair on my fucking body stood up, and I was like, okay, I got you. Mama was telling me, you need to know this, dipshit. I've been corrected by Mother Earth twice, and not gently. I just don't know how to get the woman $100. I owe her two. I owe $200. Because unlike John's feeble attempt, Mom got me twice. She got me on the Schumann, and she got me on the fucking double red flag day. I was like, damn, Mama wanted us to know this. And it was like, it ain't time to worry, motherfucker. This is my big brother over here. He's helping me escape this trap I'm in. I was like, oh, shit. So that was fix number two. She gave me the real Schumann. She gave me what Toth really is. If we named it Toth, I'm not sure. I haven't asked its name. I just understand that's her brother. I'm cool with it. I showed you the hieroglyph that I read that said so. It's fucking beautiful. We were drawing these things in stone, and I can read them. So can you. You just gotta go learn a few things. It's not that difficult. I paid with learning. I think I benefited, and everybody has for being. Yes, I've paid in full. I was humiliated by a planet, a living being, twice, and I've learned not to question. But I can prove. I'm allowed to prove because I wouldn't be able to talk about it very well if I can't. This has to stay provable, all of it. And I will work on something and be like, okay, that's actual proof. I'm not talking about, oh well, we're going to connect a weird cloud over here with this and that and everything. No, I'm talking about motherfucking physics. It's got to fit the laws of physics, or it's just not going to work for me. And that's kind of slow going sometimes. Sometimes I have rapturous days that all of a sudden there's like four or five things just fall into place. And I'm like, well, I don't know why I didn't do a video on that. Let's do one. There's just so much. There really is. There's just so much that changed when we got a magnet. Uh, like I said, I didn't even know about stem cell production. That's from somebody actually doing their homework, though. See, that's why I beg everybody, please don't ask me much questions. Which, hey, if you got questions, I'm going to tell you this much. I've put down on them on that in them first videos, and then through in probably the last 5 minutes of some of them. More answers to questions than I even knew existed. So if you really have a question, you haven't watched enough videos, and you haven't gone to scientifically enough yet. Because after you do that, you should, oh boy, you should have a good handle on everything, and be able to bring stem cells to us or whatever it is you're gonna bring. Because this requires knowledge. And it's been an all-encompassing thing. Oh yeah, Seamus went back to normal hours after he got home. Yeah, it was just the orange juice he had at school. Yeah, he's he's definitely his ornery self. Thank you for asking. You gonna get horizontal for a while? Cool. You have yourself a good nap, Exile. I'm fixing to melt some shit and turn on some history. History. I think today's audio program is somewhere around 3 hours, 3.5 maybe. No, this one is a shorty. So this one's only an hour and 4 minutes. It didn't take long for the apocalypse to hit the Mediterranean. Get you some rest. I said, yeah, let's go ahead and get this ball rolling. Because I need to make a bunch of honeycomb material. Fancy pipes. A little bit more so than what I've been making. So I'm actually kind of excited about that aspect. See how the Bronze Age comes in. Oh, he got music.
The ruins of the great city of Hattusha are an awe-inspiring sight.
Shit, he's yelling at us.
They sit right in the center of modern Turkey, on a rocky outcrop overlooking a bend in the Kızılırmak River. Hattusha's crumbling walls of grey limestone stand out against the tawny yellow grassland of the hills, lying where they fell over 3,000 years ago. One look will tell you that Hattusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with carved sculptures of lions. For centuries, this was the capital of the mighty Hittite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze Age. Hattusha's people cultivated wheat, barley, and lentils, and wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep kept in the surrounding hills. But if you dig down into the ruins of Hattusha, what you find is a thin black layer right above the city's ancient floors.
Someone was on fire.
This layer is made up of ash, charred wood, and rubble scorched in a fierce fire. It dates back to the end of the 13th century BC, around the year 1200 before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, it's a little breathtaking. Walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Hattusha, the destruction was savage, unrelenting, and total.
Glass blowings.
After that, the archaeological record here ends, except for the signs of a few scattered scavengers eking out an existence among the rubble. The ruins of Hattusha remained empty for centuries, a haunted place where most feared to go. 20 kilometers to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoyuk, where the Hittites buried their kings in opulent tombs, shows the same thing. It is completely covered by ash and rubble at the same level. And 100 kilometers to the east of that, at another fortified Hittite town known as Karauglan, you can find arrowheads littering the earth like fallen leaves, and the bones of men, women, and children left lying in the streets, right where they fell. In fact, if you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean, anywhere you go in the entire region, across an area spanning over 1,000 kilometers, you will find this layer of destruction. Archaeological evidence is quite clear. At some point between the year 1200 and 1100 BC, right at the end of the period we call the Bronze Age, a wave of destruction washed across the entire region.
Yeah.
It wiped whole civilizations off the map and left nothing in its wake. One by one, vast and ancient empires like the Hittites, Ugarit, the Minoans, and the Mycenaean Greeks collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely that they disappeared from the historical record.
Gone.
It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent end of the Bronze Age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
It ain't no mystery. It was a black cloud of fucking doom. we heard all this. See, that's why I like that we went over all the coup de form here, because now we're hearing our take on this shit and it's bullshit.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common?
I'm trying not to let mine.
And what does it feel like to be a person alive at the time,
okay right now,
witnessing the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look not at the collapse of one civilization, but at the collapse of many.
Propane, please.
This catastrophe, which historians have called the Late Bronze Age collapse, has become one of the enduring puzzles of archaeology. I want to explore how so many societies collapse all at once, and seemingly without warning. I want to look at the conditions that led up to this collapse, and examine the lessons it might teach us in our increasingly globalized and interconnected world. Historian Robert Drews puts it bluntly.
Within a period of 40 to 50 years, almost every significant city in the eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. For a long time after the year 1200, it is safe to say that there were no cities in the eastern Mediterranean area.
One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day is through the epic poetry that was written about this time. You may have heard of some of it. It relates the destruction of a great walled city in the eastern Mediterranean called Troy. The epic poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are ancient pieces of oral poetry attributed to a man named Homer, who may or may not have existed. These poems were passed down for centuries through the period that followed the Bronze Age collapse, which we call the Greek Dark Ages. They survived by word of mouth, with each poet-singer using astonishing skills of memory to memorize and pass them on, lengthening and embellishing them along the way until they were finally written down in the 8th century BC. The poetry of the Iliad especially relates the story of a great 10-year war that took place in the Eastern Mediterranean and took up most of the manpower of Greece. This war was led by a man named Agamemnon, a king of Mycenae.
Agamemnon. See,
In the
starting
second
to
millennium
listen
BC,
and hear these
the
names
city-state
that
of
we've
Mycenae
heard
was one of the major
in
centers
the
of
lost
Greek
books of
civilization,
Enki and shit.
a mighty city to rival the Hittite capital of Hattusha.
All of a sudden,
About 90 kilometers southwest of Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Like Hattusha, it decorated the gates of its mighty citadels with carved stone lions.
that time was
Over a
Sargon.
millennium
Great.
later, in the 2nd century
We
AD,
listen all
the Greek
about
travel writer
Sargon. Now it's
Pausanias wrote
Agamemnon.
breathlessly about his visit to the ruin.
The wall, which is the only part of the ruin still remaining, is a work of the Cyclopes, made of unwrought stones, each stone being so big that a pair of mules could not move the smallest from its place to the slightest degree.
Classical Greeks believed that only the mythical one-eyed giants, the Cyclopes, would have had the strength to move the enormous boulders that made up the walls of Mycenae. It's a 2nd century version of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories today. Even then, people found it hard to believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill and then disappeared forever. But Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War is what cemented its place in the Greek imagination. Exactly how much of the actual historical events of the Battle of Troy has survived in Homer's epic is still subject to bitter historical debate. For the longest time, it was assumed that the Trojan War was an invention of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was a myth. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins of Troy in modern Turkey at the end of the 19th century. Now, many historians agree that Troy may have been a coastal outpost of the Hittite Empire, and we now know that it was a grand city much as Homer described, with an impressively fortified citadel. According to legend, the walls of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo, and at the time the Iliad may have taken place, they were certainly impressive. 9 meters high, with towers soaring up to 18
Now,
meters.
who is that? Would be Enki and
Arranging
first.
walls enclosed a
First,
larger area of the city.
what's
The ruins of Troy are strangely silent. That is, there has been almost no writing uncovered in any excavations of the city. Many scholars now agree that the Trojan War related by Homer may have been a real event, or at least a composite of events, filtered through the lens of mythology and refracted by the Chinese whisper effects of oral transmission. Archaeology shows that Troy was attacked repeatedly, had to defend itself again and again, which is indicated by repairs undertaken to the citadel's fortifications. We can see traces of fire on its stones, while human remains are found in houses and in the streets. Bronze arrowheads have also been found littering the ground in Troy's fort and citadel, and in fact it seems Troy was burnt twice towards the end of the 13th century, right around the time that destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Today, most scholars date the events of the Trojan War to just the period we have been discussing, the end of the 12th century BC, and the late Bronze Age collapse. As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days, the feeling of apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to dwarf all others since. The Greek poet Quintus Smyrnaeus, in his poem The Fall of Troy, gives us just a glimpse of the violence of that time.
Blood ran in torrents, drenched was all the earth, as Trojans and their alien helpers died. Here were men lying quelled by bitter death, all up and down the city in their blood. Others on them were falling, gasping forth their life's strength, others clutching in their hands, their bowels that looked through hideous gashes forth, wandered in wretched flight around their homes.
Before we go into just what happened at the end of the Bronze Age, I think it's worth pausing and painting a picture of what it was that collapsed. this vibrant and varied region that had survived for so many centuries and fell so suddenly. We often make the mistake of thinking of the ancient world as a series of insular and isolated states. Something about the monumental remains of their societies makes us think of them in this way. And it's true that their worlds were smaller than ours today. The known world for someone living in the Eastern Mediterranean around the year 1200 BC would have extended from Greece to perhaps the far east of what today we would call Iran. It was populated by the Mycenaean people of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of Egypt in the south, just emerging from a period of civil war. Their world took in the islands of Cyprus and Crete, as well as coastal city-states like Ugarit. And another big player in this region was Babylon, a city in the verdant marshes of southern Iraq,
realize how
which was ruled by a dynasty known as Maka.
doing.
To the north of them was the great warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the plains of northern Iraq and Syria, and to the north of them, the Hittites. I'll post a map up on Twitter and Patreon if you're having trouble visualizing this. These small city-states were suspicious of each other, and they often fought wars. But this isn't the whole story. The societies of the Bronze Age were as entangled and interdependent as the nation-states of today, and perhaps in some ways they were more so. Firstly, trade was the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean Sea is essentially a vast inland lake, relatively free of waves and storms when compared to the open Atlantic. Across this relatively placid water, trade boomed. One shipwreck found off the coast of Uluburun in southwestern Turkey gives us just a glimpse into the rich exchange of materials that occurred during this time. The ship is built of Lebanese cedar wood and dated to about the year 1300 BC. And just listen to this list of what archaeologists found in its cargo.
10 tons of copper ingots and 1 ton of tin, logs of ebony, elephant and hippo tusks, along with more than a dozen hippopotamus teeth, a jar filled with glass beads, more with olives and terebinth resin, almonds, pistachios, figs, grapes and coriander, whole pomegranates, and a golden scarab beetle inscribed with the name of Nefertiti, arrowheads, daggers, turtle shells, and ostrich eggs, quartz crystals and gold, pottery and oil lamps from Cyprus, along with blocks of raw coloured glass in cobalt blue and lavender.
The Uluburun shipwreck contained goods from at least 7 different lands. So it's easy to see how this rich trade would have drawn all of these disparate nations together. And people passed between these states too. For instance, we know that Minoan artists from Crete came to decorate the walls of Egyptian palaces in the city of Perunapa. Kings frequently requested the services of physicians, artisans, weavers, musicians, and singers from other kingdoms. And intermarriage was also common. To give just one example, we know that Amurapi, the last king of the coastal nation of Ugarit, had married and subsequently divorced a Hittite woman, with their divorce proceedings dragging through the court system for years. And while much of this exchange was in luxury goods and services, other resources that flowed down these trade routes were utterly essential to the survival of these large and complex nations. And of all these resources, the most critical in the Bronze Age was of course the one that gives the era its name. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin on a roughly 10-to-1 ratio. The amount of copper and bronze found on the Uluburun wreck, 10 tons of bronze and 1 ton of tin, was exactly the amount needed to smelt 11 tons of bronze. Since its discovery sometime in the 4th millennium BC, this reddish gold wonder metal had become critical to the manufacture of just about every weapon, tool, and household object. And just like aluminium or steel today, bronze had become completely indispensable for the societies it supported. Without a steady supply of this metal, armies would have no weapons. Chariots would be unable to trod their wheels, and craftsmen would have no tools. The British historian Carol Bell has drawn a striking parallel to the reality of our modern world.
The strategic importance of tin in the late Bronze Age was probably not far different from that of crude oil today. The availability of enough tin to produce weapons-grade bronze must have exercised the minds of the great king in Hattusa and the pharaoh in Thebes in the same way that supplying gasoline to the American SUV driver preoccupies an American president today.
Of the components of bronze, copper was relatively easy to find. But tin was a rare metal. At the time, the only source readily available was from mines in the Badakhshan region of Afghanistan. From there, it had to be brought overland on caravans of donkeys, following the ancient route known as the Silk Road. It was a long and perilous journey across mountains and rivers until it reached the great cities of Mesopotamia. From there, the cargo of tin spread out across the region and over the sea to Greece. The entire military might of the region's superpowers, of Egypt, Assyria, the Hittites, Ugarit, Babylon, and the Mycenaean Empire in Greece, all of them depended on this precarious supply, which at the time must have felt as fragile as a cobweb. So as I relate the events of the next century or so, I want you to keep this idea in mind, that these nations were not entirely distinct and separate entities, so much as a complex and entangled web of societies, each as dependent on the other as the next. And while peace largely held in the region and trade continued, they achieved a kind of stability. But for a number of reasons, peace wasn't to last. One thing I want to make absolutely clear at this stage is that our knowledge of this period is very limited. There's so much guesswork involved around the dates and the events of some of what I'm about to describe that it would be very easy to get lost in a cloud of maybes. History is not a science, although it involves science. History is a fluctuating series of interpretations, hypotheses, and narratives that are borne out in lively debate on just about every detail of past events. But I think it's worth noting that when talking about this period, there are essentially two sources we use, and each has their problems. The first is the archaeological record. We can learn a lot from digging down into ancient sites and seeing what we find, but a set of ruins doesn't mean anything on its own. It needs an archaeologist to interpret and hypothesize and argue about what they mean. The other source is the written text of the time, but those can be just as unreliable as the ruins, and they're too often frustratingly vague on the things we really care about. These texts are usually commissioned by kings and rulers as well, and if you can't see the problem with that, imagine trying to piece together this week's news by only looking at the American president's Twitter feed. I don't want to get lost in endless discussions about the reliability of sources or the debate that rages around every detail of an archaeological site. I want to tell as clear a story as possible that's consistent with available evidence. But if we're really going to delve into what might have happened to collapse so many societies all at once, in a time so distant from our own, we will have to enter the fray of historical debate. When casting around for causes of the late Bronze Age collapse, historians have long relied on one particular set of culprits. These they refer to by the mysterious name, the Sea Peoples. Even the name Sea Peoples seems to evoke something terrifying and foreign, something not of this world. They sound like monsters rising up from the deep to wreak devastation on the land. And if the sources of the time are anything to go by, they certainly did wreak destruction. Who the Sea Peoples were, where they came from, or what language they spoke is a mystery. Many historians have offered their guesses, which range from Sardinia and Sicily to Libya and closer by in the eastern Mediterranean. But wherever they originated, one thing is for sure. Around the time of the Great Collapse, a vast horde of these invaders began landing on the shores of the eastern Mediterranean in huge numbers and with fearsome force. The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III wrote about this invading armada on the walls of his tomb in Medina Tabu, near the Valley of the Kings.
No land to stand before the armed. From Tata, Quad, Kamesh, Araza, and Elisha on, all were cut off. They desolated its people and its land was like that which is never coming to be.
In some of these ancient sources, the sea peoples begin to sound like something from a Hollywood movie, like Independence Day or War of the Worlds. An invasion force of insurmountable power, landing all at once and completely by surprise, sweeping away one nation after another. And at least some of the societies that fell during the late Bronze Age collapse fell because of this single cause. One example of these is the city-state of Bulgaria, a booming trade city on the coast of northern Syria. At this point, Bulgaria is ruled coastal merchants and sailors for at least 6 centuries. It stood at the very end of the Silk Road, where its great trade routes as far as China met the Mediterranean. Think of all those items found nestled in the hold of the Uluburun shipwreck. At Ugarit, each one of them would have been taxed, and with this wealth, its citizens built a resplendent city by the sea. Like most successful trading towns, Ugarit was multicultural and diverse, using at least 7 languages in its record. It was a city in love with the written word, and it kept expansive libraries in its palaces and temples. It even fostered the first private library, one of which we know belonged to a diplomat named Rohani. To Ugarit, we also owe the oldest surviving written music in the world, a hymn dedicated to the moon goddess Maka, which can still be played today. Here it is, reconstructed by the professor of ancient music, Richard Dunbar. You can almost imagine this secret music playing in the temples of Ugarit, watching over its streets and markets. But this thriving city will soon come to an end. In Ugarit, archaeologists found a clay tablet containing a letter. It's a message from the city's last king, a man called Amurat, the same one who spent years trying to divorce his Hittite wife. In it, he begs the ruler of nearby Cyprus to come to the cave.
The father launched the ship of the land to come, to be sacrificed to the city that has done evil with my rule. My father knows that all of my troops and chariots are safe and in happy, that all of my ships and land is with us. They have not arrived back, so the land is abandoned.
No help arrived, because the letter was never sent. It burns along with the rest of the city, its clay baked hard in the ensuing fire. When excavating the ruins of Ugarit, archaeologists have found a layer of construction that lies 2 meters thick in places, made of ash and broken bricks. The city's roofs are so dim and short, and its streets are littered with arrowheads. People buried their valuables in a tent and never returned to dig them up again. It's hard to say how large the force was that attacked them, but another letter found in the city's built asked another king to equip 150 ships to send to their aid, suggesting that it was an enormous force. This letter too was never sent. The fact that all of the Ugarit's fleets and ships were stationed elsewhere when they were attacked shows just how much the King surprised. And across the region, it seems the sea people employed the same tactics. They appeared without warning, wreaked havoc, destroyed cities, and then disappeared over the horizon before anyone knew what had happened.
So yeah,
Other cities along
I met the census people
suffered
today.
the same fate. The city of Aleppo in Syria
Actually, the
was destroyed around the
census
same
lady.
time.
Very specifically, I met the census lady, and husband was on the Carl Vincent, which was my battle cruiser or my detachment. I followed the Carl Vincent around on the Texas. It was our job to watch flight ops and shit. I saw a couple people overboard, called overboard and shit on that one. But small world. I gave her the moon and angry catfish braids over there. Said keep in mind I cuss like a sailor. She goes, Carl Vincent. Fucking A.
Very cool lady. Little bit senseless lady. I opened the door and I was all like, how am I going to handle this? And I just felt her. I was like, this is a human being I'm dealing with. Let's just rap with her. There ain't nothing much that I had said, including the moon stuff, is doing some odd things that she and her husband had talked about, mainly with our government stuff. She understands. She's like, she is so fucking awake. I was like, you never know. And she didn't ask any of those stupid questions. And she didn't try and force me to answer anything I didn't want to, which was all cool. She asked his age and his last name, and I was like, actually, he's a minor, and that's pretty much all you need to know about him. He's 15, and he was born in what, 3 days from now? Year withheld. But she knows how old he is. She figured out a year. But I gave her my age. I was like, yeah, I'm an adult. I can share that with you. So, but yeah, she's a nice lady. So I'm hoping she goes to scientific read, the motion of everything, field defined, and learns how to read hieroglyphs because everybody needs to. She's already married to a sailor who knows. And she knew. She was like, wow, wow. Because of course, she knew the goddamn moon ain't supposed to be doing cartwheels. And she was like, you've answered some. And she actually had to sit down at some point because of a point I made. She's like, oh my, an experience she had had. She had to sit down. It feels good to help somebody, is what I'm getting at. You never know who you're going to talk to. So don't be afraid to tell anybody the goddamn moon's doing cartwheels, because it is. That's why I require you to watch it, because how would you feel confident enough to say that to anybody if it wasn't? It is. The only problem with Lee's channel is he thinks we're all going to die. He's convinced we only have one sun and it was a universe that lost voltage. And that's not the case. Earth lost the voltage because they trapped us in the void they created and separated us from heaven and earth. And he's really upset, I think, about the whole Birkeland current clef thing. He got mad at me about his raw. He's like, well, I got one sun. I'm like, no, we don't. You're just a little bit wrong about raw and horse, bud. But that Birkeland current clef, that's global. And it doesn't matter if it's on raw or horse. The Native Americans were putting a positive and negative on them in the Birkeland fucking clef. It wasn't about raw and horse. It was about the positive and the negative fucking ball of fucking Birkeland current shit. Suns. So I've got correlation all over the globe. Lee's got something he got in the download that he ain't quite fit into his picture yet, and he's angry. I can tell he's angry. And I just wish he would like relax for a minute and look at this. It's a little bit bigger than raw and horse. I was trying to use raw and horse to point it out to him, and he got shitty. And I ain't talked to him since. But I keep sending everybody there with a full disclosure. Hey, Lee just doesn't have the whole picture. We're not all going to die. Well, yeah, Glenn, light, yeah, absolutely. It's a different frequency, technically. Like I said, any matter, if it rises its frequency at a certain frequency, it's going to become a certain color of light. Every color of light having its own individual frequency, on the electromagnetic spectrum. Absolutely, sir. A combination thereof, and three, it's already looking weird in the sky, man. Can you imagine the tones? Because that's pure frequency. And it's one sun. You can go look at our sun and listen to it. It's got they got the sound our sun makes. Well, that's one. We have three, and that makes a chord, right? Things are gonna get very fucking interesting. I'm telling you right now. And we are definitely heating up a little bit today, Glenn. It gives us a little jump on things, knowing what is coming. Get your hearts ready to handle it. 66.6 degrees coming home soon. These things have made us flip 66.6 degrees, come around the other side of us. They're going to be a little bit closer to us than the gentle tilting. 66.6 degrees 10 years ago. From the number of the beast. The beast. The beast. Who's the fucking beast? Horus. They tilted us. It was a combination of both. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been a polar vortex without all three. Boom. We tilted 10 years ago. That's who the beast is. The number of the beast will be 666. Yes, it will. Actually, but they missed it by 1 decimal point. I agree. It's not going away. It hasn't gone away for a while. You don't expect it to go away, do you? It's just going to get more and more every day. Expect tomorrow what you see today, but maybe a little bit more. As I've been saying, prognosis and forecast. That would include, like, everything. Yeah. Normal. If you have 3 sons and one of them creeping up your mother's asshole with a whole bunch of planets and moons back there. Look at that. Oh. Cow farts. Holy fuck, did you see that cow fart? That must have hit some fucking swamp gas. Yep. I'm so fucking blind without my goddamn Quake app. It bothers me, and they know it does. That's why they closed that one down. It's the only one on my fucking entire internet history that I've ever really looked at. And they put dildos on it because I told them to suck my fucking dick. And then they fucking started talking about assassinating the president. What the fuck is that? That guarantees that motherfucker's going to be down all week is what that does, because now Department of Homeland Security is all over that fucking website trying to find out who's threatening the fucking president with fucking assassination. You know what I mean? Fucking Five Eyes sucks. And they gave me the big dildo. And you're witness to it right here. I bet you it was fucking Eric Briggs that engineered that shit. Motherfucker. I can't confirm or deny that. Just to be clear. I would bet $1 though. I would bet $1 he had everything to do with it. Oh, he is such a penis. Hole. Just the hole. I don't know whose penis shaft is what, but he is what I would as a dick hole. It's just the hole. He's the thing that spits. A touch hole. Yes. You see me getting upset, don't you, Glenn? Because they shut down my fucking Quake map, bastards, and they put dicks all over it. And assassination threats to the president. And I'm like, man, this is not okay. This is the farthest from okay that I had woke up and thought about. But I was having too much fun with them, and they needed to show their hand. They were like, oh, look, we're going to take his Quake map and put dicks on it. Is that a coincidence? Fuck no, goddamn it. Fuck no, it ain't a coincidence. All the maps in the fucking world, my Quake map is down with fucking dicks all over. Do you really believe in your heart that that's a coincidence? God damn it. See, let me explain something. This is just the way it is. I cannot accept that as a coinkydink. So, that's just, now I've said it. It's official. Some dickhead hijacked my fucking Quake map because they knew it would upset me. It's been a steady routine of mine since I found it. It was my first tool before I ever found any cameras even existed online. It and the Hubble data. I had Hubble data, and I was in the binary, trinary, multi-sun system in Hubble data, and then I found that Quake map, and I taught Dutch how to read quakes on that map. I taught everybody on my page for years how to fucking using that Quake map on my YouTube. I've made videos showing you how to do better than what Dutch does, right down to almost the exact minute of the quake. I'm way better than what I taught him. That was years ago on my Facebook page. I've gotten better since I blocked his fucking assholes. He's a dickhole too. Anyways, he's not as big a dickhole as Eric Briggs, but he's a runner-up, man. Fucking hot sauce asshole salesman that won't tell anybody the truth about why he's able to do that. And call it, he was meaner to me than even Five Eyes at some point. Fucking dickhead. Some of the Five Eyes, one of them in particular, not. I put 2 police reports in 2 different states on fucking D5 answer. But Dutch was a mean ass to me when I was talking about the fucking quakes being 5-0s. To the point that, well, he's like, oh, you're just fucking crazy, old man. No, fuck you. And then I approached him again. I had unblocked his ass accidentally. No, it wasn't an accident. I tried to actually go to Dutch when he was having the USGS problem. And I went to him on Facebook. I actually unblocked the little cocksucker to go pat him on the back and say, look, dude, Don't fucking fold because of them assholes, you know? I said, you're actually doing a service. You and I ain't never seen each other eye to eye. Fucking don't be a pussy and tear your shit down. He come off batshit fucking crazy like a bitch at me. Oh, it's you, isn't it? It's you. Motherfucker should have known it was you. Like, I'm the one that was causing the problem with the USGS. Well, he went right back on my fucking block list. Fuck you, Dutch. It wasn't me. I literally went unblocked. I searched. Do you have any idea how long my block list is on fucking Facebook? For fuck's sake. It must have been 2 hours before I found him. I was trying to pep talk his ass, and I unblocked his ass on Facebook. And I hadn't talked to him in probably 3 years at that point. And he started fucking blaming me on his USGS issues. I told him, suck it, dick. Blocked him again. Fucking asshole. Just a little fucking G-boy asshole. So, I know, Deborah. I know. I just stopped doing it because we got a cartwheeling moon. I don't want people knowing me for my ability to pinpoint a fucking quake on the map. Magnitude, time, and zone. Not only zone, but I mean like fucking it'll land right here in this very specific area, not this region of space. It's just because I've been doing it and following the pattern that I taught him half of what to do because I learned how to connect it with ISWA. I didn't even know ISWA existed online for a while. I found it a few years ago. But I've been watching, I'm like, oh wow, this correlates really well. You can see when it's like Ghostbusters, man, when she's crossing the streams, boy. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've got actually, I mean, yeah, I could teach you how to predict quakes all day, but that doesn't prove anything about the moon doing cartwheels, the big picture of what we're looking at. That's more I view as, that would be somebody's like, oh, you're trying to be sensational. You want to know when I'm trying to be sensational? I'll tell you the minute a fucking 6-pointer is going to hit and exactly where it's going to hit it. That's me being sensational, trying to grab your attention instead of actually concentrating on something useful. We're going to have a lot of quakes. Why would I predict any of them? Expect them. And more of them tomorrow. Right? Quakes never woke anybody up. Did they? Nobody's been waking up because of the fucking quakes. No, but you start showing them the moon. So I decided just to stick on and repeat until everybody's awake. I'll trickle out a little bit here and there, I'm just saying. It's all about the moon. It's all about your sky. It's all about navigational knowledge. You don't have to learn it. If you want to, go ahead. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's there. That's why I put it out there. I'm just saying, I'm showing you the searches and why these trolls are having a hard time bringing me the links. Because I'm using their terms and I'm trying so hard to find a link. On video. I did that the other day. I was showing you guys, like, look, I'm just trying really hard. really hard. I want to get the angle of the moon by hour, etc. Just any kind of search term I can think of that would correlate to normalcy of the lunar world, and there just is nothing. It's fucking amazing how nothing there is on it. It's almost like it's never happened before. So, these guys are actually a pretty good tool, I'm finding, for waking up people. So I'll go, yeah, anything they got, they can help. It's sad as fuck when you see people over there actually giving them thumbs up and shit. But, honest to God, this week I've had a big response from Astronomy Live and Eric Briggs coming alive with their, oh, yeah, man, the moon's supposed to do cartwheels. It's just an illusion, and bringing attention to it. People are like, their response is instantaneously like, what? Wait a minute, what? What's happening? Really? This is really happening. These are real responses I've seen all week long consistently with the Astronomy Live guys over there, seeing these comments on their own pages and shit and coming over and they're spreading it, and yay. I'm finding that they're actually a pretty good tool because the common person understands the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. And when they see some astronomy cat trying to sell it off as normal, that becomes a fucking red flag instantaneous. I was impressed this week by some astronomy folks that were following him, because a lot of times if I make a comment, a lot of times I'll get harassed by other people just calling me a dumbass because the moon's not supposed to fucking be cartwheels. But fucking they come at me this week on their own page. Astronomy Live did. And few of his people have ended up on my page talking about, holy shit, this is really happening. I found you on Astronomy Live. I'm like, I bet you did. And there's one reason they look, because Astronomy Live actually challenged it, said it was normal. Started breaking into the math, and I asked for a link, and he brought out more words. And then you started seeing people being like, what? What? Wait a minute. What? What's going on? And then all of a sudden I started seeing people erasing. Deborah, what are you doing? Don't do that. If you're gonna say it, own it. Don't and please don't write your number down for anything crazy. I don't know what the hell you're doing, but it's bugging me. Smack your hand, damn it. Awesome kittens. Holy shit. You're charging your phone. Shit. I hate my phone. Now I understand. I'm going to go and pop on the pot of soup that we're going to eat and leave you guys listening to some more Bronze Age mass death and destruction. Catch Jupiter and Saturn in your telescopes and watch those things flip too. If you got a telescope, you shouldn't be looking at the moon with it. You should be looking at the other planets and correlating that too. Get yourself some fucking snapshots of fucking Jupiter and the moons like John got. Saturn and the rings. I want to see Saturn and the rings. You can almost see that with your naked eye. So, yeah, take some real cool pictures. Get us some further correlation. It's not just the moon doing cartwheels. Because none of those planets should be doing fucking cartwheels either. But they're all on the ecliptic, and they would if we were, tilted 66.6 degrees and opposing the ecliptic. Everything's going to flip. I want to see the rings doing cartwheels. Fucking sweet. And spell check's telling you it's duck instead of fuck. Yeah, we've got one, but it's messed up. I can't find the site eye to it either anymore. Well, yeah, you saw the moon's flipping on John's channel. It's got Jupiter and the moon's doing this whole number. That's somebody looking just to make sure everything's flipping, and it is, of course. Like I said, everything will flip, and anything on the ecliptic should never flip. You should never flip the ecliptic, and we're flipping the entire ecliptic. The entire ecliptic. Now, NASA came out and said something about all the other planets are on their side now, though. Okay, so that's going to be the troll story. They've already got the story out. NASA came out with the official, all the other planets in the, yes. See, and that's not a really big known thing, but they came out and literally said all the other planets are on their side. Now, right now. They excluded Earth from that list. Okay. Everybody but us. Yeah, I'm sure now that I've said something, a lot of you will recall that. And yeah, in the end, they actually said we're laying on our side, but they excluded Earth, the only one in the whole solar system that wasn't on the fucking list of planets on their side. The whole solar system has laid down on its side. NASA said so. So what the fuck is Eric Briggs trying to tell us we didn't for? Seriously, it's fucking nuts, man. You telling me we're the only ones that didn't? Because I'm seeing evidence that we fucking did. People, come on, man. This is not a far stretch. NASA has backed up every word I've said over the last year and a half, 2 years. They've literally backed up every word I've ever said, and I still got trolls coming at me. Yeah, forget about the big spot. like Bruce. Did you have Bruce in mind when you were saying that, Chrissy? Hey, that's all I could think of is Bruce. Everybody wants me to call him something else, but I'm like, you know what? He'll die Bruce to me. I don't care what he's got in his pants. I know what he was born. I don't care what he feels like. I don't care what he identifies with. I'm always going to call him Bruce. And him. That ain't never going to change what he was born. Now, am I condoning or condemning? Neither one. I'm just saying he's a fucking boy. If he wants to be a girl, that's him. It's on him. It's fine. I don't give a fuck. See, that's true conservatism because it really doesn't bother me in any manner. He did that to himself, and if that's what makes him happy, fine. But to me, he's Bruce. Okay? And that's just the only stance I know how to have that on that. I don't care what he does. He will always be Bruce to me. And that goes with anybody else that wanted to change their sex. I've known people that a guy did the sex change, a girl did the sex change, and they got together. I've seen it. I've seen some shit. I'm like, well, that just beats all hell right there. I mean, completely beats the fucking to hell everything I'd ever. The woman changed to a man, and the man changed to a woman, and they are together. What the fuck ever makes you happy? But you're gonna have to excuse me while I'm sitting over here being like, "What the fuck were you guys thinking?" Because I mean, I'm dying. Okay. If that's honestly, if that's what makes you happy, I'm cool with it. But I'm gonna get a good giggle out of it because it just sounds pretty counterproductive to me. Oh my god. Well, it's all socially engineered, and you can just uh, go into all kinds of reasons for it. Some people are actually born with both. That's that's a medical thing, but that's what 0.03% of the population is really and truly a transsexual. 0.03% of the population is born transsexual, like with both parts. Now, if you're altering yourself, you are not a transsexual. I don't care what you want to call yourself. To me, you're not a transsexual. Absolutely. But you have all these people in transition calling themselves transsexuals, and they are fucking not transsexuals. It's just not the truth. And that's how red and white and black and white I am on subjects. They may be changing, but they are not transsexuals are born with both sex organs. And that is the definition of a transsexual. It doesn't mean you chopping anything off. It's not in the part of the definition. That's no part anywhere in the definition of transsexual. Yes, hermaphrodites, like we, real, true. And they really exist. I've met and they're people too. They're people too. They're real people. Some of them are really cool. Some of them suck. Just like real people do. So, I'm from LA, man. If I was fucking prejudiced against anybody, I'd have been a lonely motherfucker because everybody's in LA. You know, I mean, it just woo. Go down to Melrose once. You know, you're not going to make friends if you're a dick. Not that I was looking for dick. I'm just saying. I don't think that quite came out all right, did it? Anyways, but yeah, it's like weed. They got both parts, and that's a very particular birth thing right there. I don't want to call it a defect. I mean, shit. They can actually go fuck themselves. They're in a better position than most of us. Tell me they're not. They got a choice when they go at it. Right? I don't know. I don't have both parts. Only 0.03% of the population. That's why I was fucking really upset about the changing of the laws of the fucking going into the women's bathroom. To me, look, I know people that dress up like women and shit. And I've met them all my life, and they go into the ladies' room, and some of them wouldn't even look twice at, and they go in there because they feel like, that's their bathroom. All that did was bring them to the fucking forefront, and they didn't want that. Because now he sure as hell didn't want that. But the biggest thing, it now gives a fucking pervert a reason to be in the fucking bathroom. And that's fucked up. See, before, they were taking their chance going in there as a guy dressed up as a girl. But they ain't trying to look at girls in there. They're just trying to use bathroom. In a bathroom, I guess they feel comfortable in. I understand that because I know these people. I've met them. I've hung out with them. But what that law did was fucking allow the wrong people in there. Gave them a free pass. And that's fucked up. And I really think that was on purpose because as a citizens investigator, I couldn't imagine going along with that. Or advising my senator to go along with that at all. That would endanger our youth right off. That's what I saw. That was the big red flag for me. Not as a side note, the people that have been doing this for decades didn't want this. Yeah, there ain't no happier place than fucking Duval Street and fucking Key West. if you follow that, you know what I'm talking about. Man, I'll tell you what. I was with his mom. I had on. I don't even want to tell you what I was wearing. I'm going to. I had hand painted myself a fucking rainbow, and she put little collared fucking clouds on it and a happy little scene on this little half cut t-shirt like this. And I had on blue spandex fucking cowboy boots. We was marching down the street with the fucking trannies. They was all hitting on me. I felt real secure in my malehood though, because I had a hottie beside me. We was having a good time. And it was, I ain't afraid to show off my ass in front of a bunch of gay men because I got a nice ass. I give them something nice to look at as long as they keep their hands to themselves. then I give them one warning. They grab my ass again. We're fighting. But that usually doesn't happen because fucking most people are respectful for that. I don't care what your orientation is. You're just going to run into a jackass in the crowd anyways, one or two. But most people are fucking not that way. So we had a lot of fucking fun, period. And that was far away from LA. But I was glad I grew up in LA so I could be comfortable around those kind of people instead of like from Nebraska or some shit where I'd be like, oh, bunch of fuck faggots around here. And excuse me for like using the word, but I mean, hey, what I'm saying is, I'm glad I wasn't that guy because I had a lot of fucking fun and I didn't get molested or have my butthole touched once. Except by my girlfriend, she was fixated. Yeah, a little tequila. A little bit of tequila. I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Now, would I have done that as a single man? Yeah. Would I have had as much fun? Maybe not. I mean, it helps if you got a pretty girl on your arm. They get the hint. You're just out there for show. And that's okay because they're out there for show too. You know, we're having fun out here. That was the whole atmosphere. So it wasn't about who's going home with who. I already had mine. No tequila, she says. I'm more of a rum guy as I've aged, but I used to love my tequila. Get me a little shot of tequila in a. It's got to be in a frozen margarita so I can sip it and make it last. But I do like tequila. Family can be a bitch at sometimes. You just, right now is a good time to give them the moon. It's doing its thing. It'll lay down like what's it doing? It's going to lay down as a grin ish. Straight sipping Jack. Ouch. For medicinal purposes. If you're sipping Jack for medicinal purposes, you might want to soak some bud in that and create yourself a really nice medicinal tincture. Just saying, it's good that way. I do that with my Malibus sometimes. I'll throw some THC crumbles in with my Malibu until it fills up the whole neck and shit. I can mix it up in there and let it sit for a day or two and absorb that THC into it. And I'll drink it. Pleasure. It adds so much better flavor to your liquor. It's not even funny. It's like, because I'm not a big Jack fan, but I can imagine it tasting pretty good with some greens up in it. I've had this tincture. Started using 151, but I realized it does pretty good job in all kinds of alcohol. It's just alcohol, Granted, the 151 does a better tincture, but going for flavor and effect is pretty good. In my little airplane bottle of Malibu's, I get a pretty decent effect out of it. Yep. Family's probably the hardest because they've seen you do everything stupid you ever done in your life. And they're all like, man, Uncle Catfish is on his fucking roll again about the fucking moon. Sometimes you just gotta be there to show them and get them to think about it every time they look at it afterwards. And that requires a little bit of sleuthery, like, knowing when your moon's coming up and down and making a social meeting with them. mentioning it at the car, the angle of the moon, how beautiful it is, and then going in, having dinner, playing cards, having a drink, back out in the fucking parking lot when you're leaving or in your driveway, be like, I know I had a couple drinks, but I know I ain't that tilted. Look at the moon. Wow. Have a good night. Now, if they don't stop you there and be like, wait, what? That does look different. They will in about 3 days come at you because every time they look at that goddamn thing, it's going to be on a different angle and they won't be able to stop looking at it forever again. And that's all it takes. Let them come at you then. See? And it wasn't you forcing them to do anything. You were just mentioning and say, oh, damn, fuck. Now they've seen it with their own eyes. Welcome back there, exile. And Brood, I thought you left. A day or so. I don't really go too long. As long as it takes the flavor out of it, and mixes it, I'm good. Peppermint in the Jack bottle. Whew. Fuck me for what now, Glenn? You been listening? Have you been listening and making videos? You been making videos, John? I'm over here. I'm like fucking trying to get the Homebrued to show me a new video, and it just won't. Well, it's supposed to turn a little seasonally from summer moon to winter moon, but that's months apart, not every night. I mean, there wouldn't be a distinction between a summer moon and a wet moon or winter moon if it did the whole more than that motion every night in the first place. Because that's a seasonal tilt, and that goes along with the tilt of our planet as we're orbiting around and the moon orbits around us. Now the orbit also tilts a little bit monthly as it goes around us as we're tilted to our eyes, but it's not supposed to do a fucking cartwheel every night. These are all monthly, yearly kind of tilts, not every night doing that. So she might not grasp that you understand that. Got irritated, huh? Yeah. Well, probably because she knows better. Dog. It doesn't do cartwheel, but it does move. Normal libration per night, and you can look up libration, it's with an R, is 7.7 degrees. That's all that it should move pretty much in your sky in the northern hemisphere at night. Have fun, Krista. And watch that moon. It's cartwheeling. Well, I think she actually probably, dog, doesn't understand what you're talking about as a wax 180-degree roll to wane every night. She probably cut you off and stopped listening at the moon's tilted because it does tilt. It just does. Seasonally. Just seasonally. And she's probably not clear on what you're talking about because it sounds outlandish. And if she is clear on what you're talking about, it sounds outlandish. Unless you look at it, you know. I've seen people, and then I'll be like, look, I'm not talking about goddamn Nebaru. Just out of the blue, I'll mention I'm not talking about fucking Nebaru. I'm talking about your fucking moon. And they'll be like, oh. Like I had ever mentioned Nebaru. They'll actually go like, oh. It's the programming, man. You've been showing her Nebaru, haven't you? Haven't you, dog? Go ahead, admit it. You've been showing her Nebaru. Weird clouds. She's had enough of your bullshit, man. I'm sorry, I didn't do it to you. Oh my God. Pittsburgh. Oh yeah. I love Pittsburgh. You're not in a bad spot in Pittsburgh, actually. Well, see, yeah, that's the thing. Because most people understand very clearly that wax and wane should never be seen in the same night. But if you could actually get that out to her and have her notice that it actually is doing that, then of course she'll understand that you're not crazy because it shouldn't be doing that. One, it should tilt. Two, it shouldn't be doing wax to wane every night. It just should fucking not do that, but it should tilt towards seasonally. And I think she might be getting those two confused as to what you're trying to tell her. Because it sounds insane if you start talking about the moon's going to do that every night, right there. What Heather just, and it is, it's doing that every night. And it's like, oh, fuck, you're kidding me. Post that up one time, say, this is what my moon's doing every night in my sky. People will tell you you're crazy until they look. And getting them to look has been really hard until you get Astronomy Live over there on his own channel talking about, no, it's normal. Then they're like, wait a minute. Now I'm seeing two people argue over if it's normal or not. This is really happening. That's the next thing that happens. You see these people down here making very short comments like, whoa, what? Wait, this is really happening? Hold on a minute. It's like, oh, yeah, this is really happening, ain't it? And you know why that was? Because I made that comment on somebody that had like 27 commenters on their one comment. So all 28 people watched me and fucking Astronomy Live fucking argue about is it normal? He wasn't thinking about what was going on very well, was he? Oh, shit. Yeah. The Indian Mound. I ain't never seen one. I've lived close to one in Ohio at one point. I lived in Gallion. There's one in Sandusky. I know that. The Serpent Mountains out there. I mean, I've seen it, but I've never like gone out and looked at it and examined it or anything. I've seen it as a kid. You know, it's nothing I've examined or anything. Miamisburg in Ohio too. I was in the Mansfield area. I graduated from Shelby JVS Gallion High School out there. I graduated from both those schools while I was in Ohio. My uncle and my dad, they had the Amtex oil in Canton, Ohio, right across from the Football Hall of Fame down there. In Cincinnati, yeah. Yeah, it's a good field trip when you're a kid. Yep. Benefit of being in a ho-ho. Like I said, I remember it as a kid, but I wasn't there to learn. I didn't give a fuck about no goddamn Indian Mountain. Have I told you how much I rejected all of this shit and never looked at Egypt or any of this stuff before? And I shouldn't be the guy reading hieroglyphs. Have I ever told you that? I stand by it. I don't know. Yeah, Allegheny County or Athens. Yeah, I have no idea why.
In Emar on the Euphrates
I'm the one
River
doing this shit because I ignored it all my
The
life.
tablet found there describes how hordes of enemies have attacked them. This is an unusual phrase to use, since it seems the citizens didn't know the names of their attackers or where they came from. The city of Megiddo,
No, we've got a dichroic
held out the longest
Latino.
in the region, but it was finally
Nice
destroyed
thick
so
sparkly.
that when the Israelites later moved into its ruins, they were unable to clear the debris.
3-hole knotty
They simply
piece.
filled in the ruined buildings with rubble and built on top of them. In Cyprus, where the king of Ugarit had tried to send us to leave the house, similar destruction can also be found. On the site of Kokinostremos, archaeologists have found evidence that the whole town was abandoned in a hurry. The bronzesmith buried his tools in the courtyard of his workshop. The silversmith hid his silver between two stones of a bed, while the goldsmith hid all of his sheep gold in a pit. What happened to them all, we may never know, but they never returned to retrieve their precious things. One thing is for certain, wherever the sea peoples went, destruction followed. For a long time, historians were happy to attribute the collapse of so many complex societies all at once to these antagonists, the sea peoples.
Fuck them.
They provided a convenient scapegoat. These sea peoples were imagined to be something like the Vikings that ravaged medieval Europe,
They were
crossed with Attila's horde of Huns. In common conceptions, they were a marauding mass, hell-bent on destruction. And since the sea peoples have played such an important role in how people have traditionally viewed this collapse, I think it's worth spending some time on. Who were these mysterious conquerors? Some of these questions we can never answer. And in this story, the sea peoples don't get to speak for themselves. They left no written sources, and precious few material traces have ever been found that could trace back to them or give us clues about their origins. But a little unusually for this time, we do have a pretty good idea of what the sea peoples look like. That's because of the vast low-relief carving that the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III chose to adorn the outer wall of his cavernous tomb at Medinet Habu. It shows an image of a number of prisoners taken during Egypt's battle with the Sea Peoples, and the carvings are very detailed. As usual, I'll put these images up on Twitter and Patreon so you can all see what I'm talking about. And in case you're still wondering, the figures on the carving aren't the inhuman monsters you might have been imagining. They wear kilts and a very distinctive kind of headdress that looks like a sheaf of feathers or perhaps reeds, fixed in place with a strap that goes under their chin. Not all of the Sea Peoples are the same. Some wear skull caps, while others appear to wear horned helmets. And together with Egyptian sources of the time, this points to them not being one cohesive army, but a loose confederation of different peoples, choosing to sail under the same banner. Some of the names of these different peoples are known to us from Egyptian texts. The Danuna, the Cheka, the Peleset, the Sharda, and the Weshesh. Even if the motives and identity of the Sea Peoples are unknown to us, evidence suggests that at least some of the ethnic groups that made up the Sea Peoples weren't so unfamiliar to the Egyptians. In fact, it seems Sea People of certain groups had sought employment in Egyptian courts and armies in the past, and there's evidence they had diplomatic contact for as long as a few centuries before the Great Collapse occurred. One group of Sea Peoples known as the Shardana even supplied mercenaries to the Egyptian pharaohs such as Ramses II. But that's just about as much as we know. At some point, this unknown mass of people arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean by sea. No leaders or kings of the Sea Peoples are ever mentioned. They sacked cities where they could, and even made incursions onto the land. And with this mysterious force in mind, it's time to turn to the other really major player in this story. And it's worth noting at this point that the nations of the Eastern Mediterranean basically fall into two categories during this event. First, there are those that collapse under the pressures of the Late Bronze Age, and they do so utterly and completely. They disappear without a trace and leave only ruins behind. Into that group, we can place Mycenae, the Hittites, Ugarit, and others. But the second category is those that survive, although in a diminished and weakened form. The two great empires that survived this collapse are Egypt and Assyria. And Assyria, which ruled the area of northern Iraq today, does this by essentially cutting its losses. It withdraws from all its less defensible territories and falls back to its imperial heartland, around the great city of Nineveh, between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It recoils like a tortoise in its shell. The example of Egypt is much more interesting. Egypt is also going to fall into that second category of survivors. And the man who's perhaps the most responsible for that is the pharaoh of the time, a man named Ramses III. Ramses was a determined and tenacious ruler. Looking at the perfectly preserved mummy uncovered in Medinet Habu, it's easy to imagine what he looked like during his life. His cheekbones were narrow and high, with a tall, cerebral look to his forehead. Looking at the photos, I kept thinking of Captain Picard from the old Star Trek series, a thinker and a planner. But Ramses can't have felt that secure in his position. He was the son of a usurper, a man named Setnafre, who had seized the throne in the bloody civil war and begun the 20th dynasty of Egypt. After winning the crown in battle, Setnafre only managed to rule for 4 years before dying and passing the crown on to his son Ramses. This was when the young emperor was only 31, and it's fair to say that this young pharaoh must have felt a fair amount of pressure to prove himself. This can perhaps be seen in the name he chose to rule under. The last pharaoh to hold the name Ramses is Ramses the Great, the pharaoh of the Bible, who ruled ancient Egypt for 67 years during the golden age of the New Kingdom, almost a century before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's worth remembering that we have only his inscriptions to go by. But it's clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could for his people. He mentions planting trees to increase the shade along the half-desert road and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about the streets. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families during peacetime. And other records show that he donated huge amounts of land and wealth to Egypt's temples and also undertook vast reconstruction projects. He sent expeditions across the Red Sea to Yemen, where he discovered long-lost copper mines that boosted Egypt's wealth. And he brought back rare plants in pots to cultivate in his gardens. By all of this, it seems in another time he might have been one of Egypt's great rulers. But his destiny was to preside over one of the longest and deepest declines in Egypt's history, the twilight of its empire. This decline, as far as we can tell, wasn't his fault. In fact, his actions would ensure that Egypt's cities didn't follow the fate of those like Mycenae and Megara, where only ash and desolation remained. When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he had been pharaoh for 8 years. Upon hearing of the destruction of other cities of the region, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off the map, and Ramses resolved that Egypt would not follow the fate of its neighbors. Egypt couldn't react to this threat the way the Assyrians had, by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast, making it vulnerable to invasion from the sea, and maritime trade was the backbone of its economy. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan, but it wasn't going to be easy.
Kill them all.
The ancient Egyptians had a poor reputation as seagoers.
Good plan, Ramses.
They were essentially a land-going power, and usually left the messy business of watery warfare to smaller nations. The Egyptians were used to dominating ancient battlefields, using vast assemblages of archers and swift units of horse-drawn chariots. Their tactics were to advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows from light chariots, before using charges of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy lines. This has allowed them to conquer lands all the way up the Palestinian coast and defeat the Hittites in battle. But these tactics required a large open battlefield. Since members of the Sea People tribe had served in Egyptian armies in the past, perhaps they knew this weakness. The Sea People seem to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very lifeline, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay on the Nile, and if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one, and the riches of their land could be taken. It was a huge gamble, but the Sea People believed it would pay off. The decisive battle would take place in the Nile Delta. That's the part of the river that splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's the green land in the middle of a rolling desert, banked with fertile silt. Red lotuses bloom here in autumn, and papyrus sedges grow along the bank. At this time, Nile crocodiles and hippopotamus still reigned wild in the delta. And it was in this challenging terrain that Ramses knew he had to mount his final stand against the Sea People. Ramses decided to play for what strength the Egyptian army still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own. As the enemy's ships amassed in the waters outside the delta, Ramses gathered a vast army of his own. He gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen in their thousands, all crouching in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship to come in from the sea. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend in the river. After that came another and another, until the whole seaborne might of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums below the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. The ships of the Sea Peoples drew nearer until they were within range, and then Ramses unleashed hell.
Hell!
The Medinet Habu inscription, recounts what happened next.
Those who reached my frontier, those who came forward together on the sea. The full flame was in front of them like a river mouth, while a stockade of lances surrounded them on the shore.
As the sea people advanced in their full force, Ramses' archers kept up a continuous volley of arrows into the enemy ships. Panicked, the sea peoples attempted to land on the bank, but as they did, the Egyptian lancemen advanced out of the reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, the small Egyptian navy sailed in and attacked them too. They used grappling hooks to haul in the enemy ships, and the chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling, low-relief carving in Medina Harbour. I'll post this on Twitter and Patreon so you can see for yourselves. But from what we can see, it's clear that this was a frantic struggle of ship-to-ship fighting. Men are impaled on spears, clambering onto the sides of ships, ducking arrows that whiz overhead. Boats overturn, spilling men into the river, and bodies float upside down in the frothing water.
They were dragged in and closed and prostrated on the beach, killed and made into heaps from tail to head. I have made them turn back from even mentioning Egypt, for when they pronounce my name in their land, they are burnt up with fear.
In the brutal hand-to-hand struggle which ensued, the sea people were overwhelmed. Ramses' plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these two-going invaders and stop their campaign of destruction.
The hearts are taken away, the soul is blown away, the weapons are scattered in the sea.
Another key source for these tumultuous events is a document called the Harris Papyrus, found near Ramses' tomb in Medina Harbour. It's the longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt, coming in at 41 meters long. That's longer than the wingspan of a Boeing 737, just for reference. In it, Ramses boasts about his triumph over the various groups of the sea people.
I overthrew both the invaders. I slew the Ghana from the island, the projector and the blessing were made ashes. The Sardana and the wreckage of the sea remained as boats that exist not. I brought cattle to Egypt, numerous as the sand of the sea.
The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion, but this alone would not save them. To see why, you just have to look at the situation that surrounded it. Egypt now stood alone in a devastated region, like the hero at the end of a disaster movie. Every land around them had been gutted and reduced to ash. Vast and ancient civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Ugaritic, the Kassite dynasty of Babylon, all of these venerable societies collapsed utterly, and civil order had given way to chaos. Those precarious trade routes we talked about at the start of the episode were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt was utterly diminished, a shadow of its former self. As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, but its treasury became so depleted that it would never fully recover its imperial power. The first known workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign. It happened when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite royal tomb builders and artisans in the village of Deir el-Medina. Ramses III ruled for a total of 31 years, but his death was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, reigning as Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. And meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. While the power of the pharaoh fell, that of the priests and thieves grew. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Ramses XI, grew so weak that these priests became essentially the true rulers of Egypt. The Egyptian empire finally fractured. It was lost forever, less than 80 years after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the example of the city-state of Ugarit to show the vast destruction that could be wrought by the sea peoples, and to paint them as a terrifying alien invasion responsible for the Bronze Age collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced by the lure of this easy scapegoat. That's because the fate of other sites is actually a little more uncertain. The great city-state of Mycenae, for instance, the main belligerents in the Trojan War, was certainly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities sometime around the 13th century BC. But modern archaeologists believe this was actually not the work of the sea people, and today it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans' belligerent northern neighbours, the Dorians. We do have evidence of sea people's activity around the Mycenaean coast, but it seems more likely that while weakened and distracted by this outside threat, the Mycenaeans were no longer able to defend their northern border, and the Dorians seized their chance. The Hittite capital of Hattusha, where we opened this story, is another example. It lies far inland in the mountains of Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the sea peoples who sacked it. A more likely explanation is that this was done by their long-term rival, the Thracians, groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time. These invaders must have seen their opportunity the moment raids by the sea peoples disrupted Mediterranean trade routes and caused famine in Hittite lands. And perhaps the key part of understanding this is seeing how much states of this era depended on their allies to help them out when they were threatened. But if a crisis like the attacks of the sea peoples happens across the whole region, suddenly everybody's military forces are tied down. Alliances that had previously kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come to anybody else's aid. One great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of the region, mentioned at great length in the Bible, and located about 100 kilometers south of modern Baghdad. At the time leading up to the collapse, Babylon was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years had ruled the great ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and the coastal regions to help defend it. But now those nations were busy defending themselves, and Babylon stood alone. To the north was the land of Elam, a hardy people who lived in the mountains and lowlands of southern Iran. The Elamite king was a man named Kukur-Nahunte, and he believed that the crown of Babylon belonged to him. He threatened an invasion with fearsome rhetoric.
I, who am a king, son of a king, seed of a king, why do I not sell you throne of the land of Babylon? I will destroy your cities, demolish your fortresses, cut down your orchards. You may flee up to heaven, but I'll pull you back down. You flee down to hell, but I'll pull you up by your hair.
Kukur-Nahunte led an invasion into Babylonia in the year 1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite invasion succeeded. Kukur-Nahunte went on to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to the land. While Babylon burned, its last Kassite king was led to Elam in chains, along with the statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of this statue seems to have traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of their king. Babylon was sacked and left in ruins. One sacred Babylonian text, the Nabur-Kudurri Usur, recalls the terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
His crimes were greater and his grievous sins worse than all his fathers had committed. Like a deluge, he laid low all the peoples of Akkad, and cast in ruin Babylon and all the noblest cities.
And these examples show that the situation in this region isn't quite as simple as that classic alien invasion style scenario I had you imagine. In Hollywood, the writers always imagine the world coming together to fight the outside threats. It makes a better story that way, and we get to hear some inspiring speeches. But the example of the Bronze Age collapse teaches us that it's just as likely that if aliens ever arrive and begin blowing things up, some might see that as an opportunity. The story of the Bronze Age is of large, complex states successfully defending themselves against the smaller states of their borders with less complex societal structures. And part of the collapse that ensued is perhaps also down to the increasing power of these smaller, less complex nations. During the Bronze Age, empires like Egypt, Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the production of weapons, the importation of horses, and the building of chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't compete in those areas. But the power of these smaller states was beginning to grow at this time due to one very important thing. One thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever. And that thing was iron.
Iron!
Iron had been in limited use since as early as 3000 BC, and early peoples even worked to iron their pounding meteorites that fell to the earth. It was considered a sacred method, perhaps due to its magnetic quality. But as an everyday practical object, iron presents a number of problems. It's much harder to work than the copper and tin that go into bronze. Tin, for instance, has a very low melting point of 232 degrees centigrade. If you wanted, you could melt it on your kitchen stove. But iron requires a huge amount of heat to melt, over 1500 degrees. This requires advanced furnaces and special technology that took millennia to develop, but at this time was beginning to permeate across the region. But iron on its own isn't that useful. It's brittle and it easily breaks. The knowledge of how to turn iron into steel, mixing it with the right proportion of carbon, would transform it into a metal just as sharp and hard as bronze, but much cheaper and more readily available. Soon, even tribal societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge weaponry. It acted a little like the introduction of cheap assault rifles like the AK-47 in our time, a great leveler that destabilized whole regions. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use across the region. Steel weapons took its place, and the Iron Age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt employed, gave way to armies of massed infantry. And some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that caused the collapse of so many societies. So this is another theory, that the sea peoples and other tribes on the land, newly armed with iron weaponry, were a significant element in the collapse, and certainly sacked some cities themselves. But a large part of the destruction was also due to opportunistic wars and infighting between rival nations. And these combined served to pick apart the complex web of interdependency that had sustained these great empires for so long. But some historians go even further, and their work reconfigures the roles of this story completely. They ask, what if the sea peoples aren't the villains in this story? What if they weren't the perpetrators in the collapse of civilization, but another set of victims? And this final theory allows us to shift our perspectives completely. One thing we do know for sure about this time is that the climate of the Eastern Mediterranean at the end of the 13th century BC underwent a sudden and rapid change. Land that previously boiled over with greenery suddenly became dry and arid. Analysis of ancient pollen in the region shows that plants suited to a more desert landscape flourished during this time. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes and mineral deposits in caves in Israel have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the previous era. And this all points to a period of climate change in the region, during which the crops that people knew how to grow must have died in the earth. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe droughts and famines in the region's written records too.
And burnt and scorched earth everywhere because they set off fucking nukes. Thank you very much.
Letters from Labarre write about sending large quantities of rain up to the hill road to feed the mighty cities like Hattusa, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. In the mid-13th century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic message to the Egyptian pharaoh.
I have no grain in my land.
Another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling.
Did you not know there was a famine in my land?
Elsewhere, letters sent from a servant to his master, who was a merchant in Labarre, Shows there was a famine in the city of Emar in Syria at the time of its destruction.
There is a famine in your house. We will all die of hunger. If you do not quickly arrive here, you will not see a living soul from your land.
And I want to make it clear that there had been famines and droughts in the region before. It was simply a fact of life for people living in the precarious reality of the Bronze Age. But the kind of change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation. And to get to the bottom of why this happened, one answer might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north. Let's zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the slopes of the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This is a harsh landscape, a snowy tundra over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms. Its name is Hekla, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. In the ancient and medieval imagination, Hekla was thought to be the gate to hell, and the prison where the traitor Judas was tormented. The Cistercian monk, Hébert of Clairvaux, wrote about it with particular colour.
Checking on my soup.
Mount Etna, the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men call Hell's Chimney. That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace compared to this enormous inferno.
So can it be a coincidence that the most cataclysmic eruption of Hekla we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 1100 BC, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height? This eruption is known as Hekla 3. It threw nearly 7.5 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock into the atmosphere and covered the sky in a dark shroud of dust that would have lasted for years after the event. In Ireland, studies done on bog oaks, those are trees half fossilized in marshy waters, have shown that for 18 years after the eruption of Hekla 3, the trees barely grew at all. Across the Atlantic in the United States, bristlecone pines, the oldest living trees on Earth, still show similar records of this time of darkness and cooling, which seems to have lasted about 2 decades. And the effect on our region would have been dramatic. Crops would have failed, soils would have blown away, and more than that, the dark cloud that seemed to hang over the sun would have spoken to people of something dreadful on its way, a punishment from the gods, and perhaps even the end of the world. As people looked up and saw the sun only a pale white with a haze, they must have asked, what did we do wrong? Why have our gods forsaken us? And why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into an archaeological site and find traces of destruction, we can never really tell who it was who burned this building, destroyed this wall, or buried the city in rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the Bronze Age may have occurred due to uprisings and rebellions within the kingdoms. If the gods were angry at the king, so were the people.
That's it.
The spread of iron weapons would have also empowered these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weapons previously unseen outside of a professional army.
Still cold.
And I don't want to do too much speculation, but with famine, drought, and disease spreading, I think there's a good chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up and burned their own cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the theory of the Hekla 3 eruption, it forces us to reevaluate our portrait of the sea peoples as a marauding armada of destruction.
My friend Mary,
were the sea peoples,
she wanted help too.
Refugees. Imagine the situation. You were a citizen of an island in the Mediterranean, say Sardinia or Sicily, and one year the sky turns dim. The sun peeks through the grey haze, a pale white. Drought soon follows, and the crops no longer grow. Starvation begins to set in on your island.
That's the
Chaos
problem.
begins to spread.
That's the problem.
There are riots for food, and everywhere people are saying the gods
Your body knows what it needs.
that the world is dying. And then the next year at harvest time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak, and the crops still don't grow. And now waves of people begin arriving in your lands.
Prozac
people from the far north, where the sun is even dimmer,
inhibits.
where the worst winters in living memory are ravaging the lands. When
Marijuana helps you cope.
What do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Hope the crops grow next year? Do you hope that the new hungry neighbors are friendly? Or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships. And then you set sail for somewhere else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's easy to imagine this band of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, trying to find somewhere the gods haven't abandoned. But it's the same everywhere. Society is disentangling in the wake of famines and droughts that last for years, and wherever they go, more desperate people join them. They get stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from merchant vessels and then small villages. They capture prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and grows until it becomes truly overwhelming, an army of the sea. It seems no one can stand in their way. A roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this portrait of the sea peoples the most convincing. I think it makes sense of their mystery, how such a vast force of diverse peoples suddenly looms out of the sea with seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait of them is true, then the sea peoples must have been anarchic, probably changing leaders frequently.
Nice.
There would have been opposing goals within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and burn.
Yes, Prozac
and when
has
they met
a lot
their
of
deaths
fluoride
in the shady shallows of the Nile
That's not
Delta
good for you.
at the hands of Pharaoh Ramses III, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down on them. They were people without a land who had brought so much destruction to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt.
We've covered that in a previous video.
If this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the sea peoples, at least, escaped total destruction in the marshes of the Nile.
They don't want you feeling.
In fact, one of the groups that made up their wandering army seems to have settled down in the region of what is today Gaza in southern Palestine. There, they put down their roots as a people.
They can't have you going around producing stem cells.
The Hebrews later called Pelasheth, and we today call Philistines.
Then you might start knowing something.
They would come to be remembered as one of the great rival nations to the Kingdom of Israel. And the word Philistine has given us the modern name of the region, Palestine. So as we weigh up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge of a complex
but they keep you on the fluoride, you don't want to.
So dependent on each other
you just
that they cannot allow each
extremely
other to fall.
About
these societies
everything.
sent food to each other in times of famine. They sent artisans and artisans to work on each other's palaces, and merchants took luxury goods between the markets in their great cities.
Unfortunately,
interdependency was a
sometimes the side effects are exactly what you try and get rid of, too.
And with the climate changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders landing on their coasts, this interdependent system began to come apart at the seams. One by one, these great civilizations fell. The trade routes that had sustained them fell apart, and the basic necessities that allowed their empires to continue were no longer available. Meanwhile, the spread of iron weapons allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms to amass vast hordes of infantry and challenge the typically chariot-based warfare of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have rocked some of these nations, further weakening them and toppling them over into chaos. The events of the late Bronze Age remind us just how fragile a thing civilization is. It reminds us that in our world today, we are not isolated nations either. That we too live in a complex and interdependent world. But once war and violence are set into action, we can rarely contain its consequences. I want to end the episode by playing again that piece of music found in the charred ruins of the city-state of Uzara. That haunting refrain that speaks out to us from the ages and reminds us that all things in the end must pass. As you listen, think about how it must have felt to be a person alive at this time, to see the collapse of so many great civilizations all at once, and how it must have felt to pass from a golden age of civilization to one of rubble and ruin. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I'd like to thank all my voice actors for this episode: Jake Barrett Mills, Helena Bacon, Jacob Rowlandson, and Shem Jacobs. Special thanks to Brian Chiobi for being my Ramses III on this episode, as well as the musician Michael Levy for his rendition of the Hurrian Hymn. Do check out his album called
Paying attention, Exile,
which is available on iTunes.
I just laid in blue metallic
other music played on this episode. Do check out the rest of his work on incompetech.com.
His color comes from
I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images and maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at All of Civ Pod, _ separating the world. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, get the episodes out to you faster, and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
Those were heavy, that was light.
The ruins of the great city of Hattusha are an awe-inspiring sight. They sit right in the center of modern Turkey, on a rocky outcrop overlooking a bend in the Kızılırmak River. Hattusha's crumbling walls of grey limestone stand out against the tawny yellow grassland of the hills, lying where they fell over 3,000 years ago. One look will tell you that Hattusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with carved sculptures of lions. For centuries, this was the capital of the mighty Hittite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze. Hattusha's people cultivated wheat, barley, and lentils, and wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep they kept in the surrounding hills. But if you dig down into the ruins of Hattusha, what you find is a thin black layer right above the city's ancient floors. This layer is made up of ash, charred wood, and rubble scorched in a fierce fire. It dates back to the end of the 13th century BC, around the year 1200 before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, it's a little breathtaking. Walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Hattusha, the destruction was savage, unrelenting, and total. After that, the archaeological record here ends. Except for the sign of a few scattered scavengers eating out of existence among the rubble, the ruins of Hattusha remain empty for centuries. A haunted place where most feared to go. 20 kilometers to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoya, where the Hittites buried their kings in opulent tombs, showed the same thing. It is completely covered by ash and rubble at the same level. And 100 kilometers to the east of that, at another fortified Hittite town named Karalgan, you can find arrowheads lifted to earth like fallen leaves, and the bones of men, women, and children left lying in the street, right where they fell. In fact, if you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean, anywhere you go in the entire region, across an area spanning over 1,000 kilometers, you will find this layer of destruction. Archaeological evidence is quite clear. At some point between the year 1200 and 1100 BC, right at the end of the period we call the Bronze Age,
A wave of destruction washed across the entire region. It wiped whole civilization off the map and left nothing in its wake. One by one, vast and ancient empires like the Hittites, the Garites, the Minoans, and the Mycenaean Greeks collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely that they disappeared from historical record. It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent end of the Bronze Age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
Because you won't look at it to the airport, it tells you exactly what happened. They blew it the fuck up. Everybody died. That's what happened. You can't read. But no, that's myth. That's myth. That's myth. And even though it would explain everything you look at, myth.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to a Call of Civilization podcast. Each episode, I look at the civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, witnessing the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look not at the collapse of one civilization, but at the collapse of many. This catastrophe, which historians have called the late Bronze Age collapse, has become one of the enduring puzzles of archaeology. I want to explore how so many societies collapsed all at once, and seemingly without warning. I want to look at the conditions that led up to this collapse, and examine the lessons it might teach us in our increasingly globalized and interconnected world. Historian Robert Hughes puts it bluntly. Within a period of 40 to 50 years, almost every significant city in the Eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. For a long time after the year 1200, it is safe to say that there were no cities in the Eastern Mediterranean area. One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day is through the epic poetry that was written about this time. You may have heard of some of it. It relates to the destruction of a great walled city in the Eastern Mediterranean called Troy. The epic poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are ancient pieces of oral poetry attributed to a man named Homer, who may or may not have existed.
May or may not have existed.
These poems were passed down for centuries through the period that followed the Bronze Age collapse, which we call the Greek Dark Ages. They survived by word of mouth, with each poet-singer using astonishing skills of memory to memorize and pass them on, lengthening and embellishing them along the way until they were finally written down in the 8th century BC. The poetry of the Iliad especially relates the story of a great 10-year war that took place in the Eastern Mediterranean and took up most of the manpower of Greece. This war was led by a man named Agamemnon, a king of Mycenae. In the 2nd millennium BC, the city-state of Mycenae was one of the major centers of Greek civilization, a mighty city to rival the Hittite capital of Hattusha. About 90 kilometers southwest of Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold, which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Like Hattusha, it decorated the gates of its mighty citadel with carved stone lions. Over a millennium later, in the 2nd century AD, the Greek travel writer Pausanias wrote breathlessly about his visit to the ruin.
The wall, which is the only part of the ruin still remaining, is a work of the Cyclopes, made of unwrought stones, each stone being so big that a pair of mules could not move the smallest from its place to the slightest degree.
Classical Greeks believed that only the mythical one-eyed giants, the Cyclopes, would have had the strength to move the enormous boulders that made up the walls of Mycenae. It's a 2nd century version of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories today. Even then, people found it hard to believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill and then disappeared forever.
But Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War was what cemented its place in the Greek imagination. Exactly how much of the actual historical event of the Battle of Troy has survived in Homer's epic is still subject to bitter historical debate. For the longest time, it was assumed that the Trojan War was an invention of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was a myth. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins of Troy in modern Turkey at the end of the 19th century. Now, many historians agree that Troy may have been a coastal outpost of the Hittite Empire. And we now know that it was a grand city, much as Homer described, with an impressively fortified citadel. According to legend, the walls of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo. And at the time the Iliad may have taken place, they were certainly impressive. 9 meters high, with towers soaring up to 18 meters.
We went over this.
Outside of this, a ranging curtain wall enclosed a larger area of the city. But the ruins of Troy are strangely silent. That is, there has been almost no writing uncovered in any excavations of the city.
Was hanging out in Babel on.
Many scholars now agree that the Trojan War related by Homer may have been a real event, or at least a composite of events, filtered through the lens of mythology and refracted by the Chinese whispers effect of oral transmission. Archaeology shows that Troy was attacked repeatedly and had to defend itself again and again, which is indicated by repairs undertaken to the citadel's fortifications. We can see traces of fire on its stones, while human remains are found in houses and in the streets. Bronze arrowheads have also been found littering the ground in Troy's fort and citadel, and in fact it seems Troy was burnt twice towards the end of the 13th century, right around the time that destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Today, most scholars date the events of the Trojan War to just the period we have been discussing, the end of the 12th century BC and the late Bronze Age collapse. As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days. The feeling of apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to dwarf all others since. The Greek poet Quintus Menaeus, in his poem The Fall of Troy, gives us just a glimpse of the violence of that time.
Blood ran in torrents, drenched with all the earth. The Trojans and their alien helpers died. Here were men lying quelled by bitter death, all up and down the city in their blood. Others on them were falling, gasping forth their life strength, others clutching in their hands, their bowels that looked through hideous gases forth, wandered in wretched flight around their homes.
Before we go into just what happened at the end of the Bronze Age, I think it's worth pausing and painting a picture of what it was that collapsed. This vibrant and varied region that had survived for so many centuries and fell so suddenly. We often make the mistake of thinking of the ancient world as a series of insular and isolated states. Something about the monumental remains of their societies makes us think of them in this way. And it's true that their worlds were smaller than ours today.
I don't know if you can see
the known world for someone living in the Eastern Mediterranean around the year 1200 BC would have extended from Greece to perhaps the far east of what today we would call Iran. It was populated by the people of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of Egypt in the south, just emerging from a period of civil war. Their world took in the islands of Cyprus and Crete, as well as coastal city-states like Ugara. And another big player in this region was Babylon, a city in the verdant marshes of southern Iraq, which was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites.
For God's sake.
To the north of them was the great warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the plains of northern Iraq and Syria, and to the north of them, the Hittites. These small city-states were suspicious of each other, and they often fought wars. But this isn't the whole story. The societies of the Bronze Age were as entangled and interdependent as the nation-states of today, and perhaps in some ways they were more so. Firstly, Trade was the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean Sea is essentially a vast inland lake, relatively free of waves and storms when compared to the open Atlantic.
Good day.
Across this relatively placid water, trade boomed. One shipwreck found off the coast of Uluburun in southwestern Turkey gives us just a glimpse into the rich exchange of materials that occurred during this time. The ship is built and dated to about the year 1300 BC. And just listen to this list of what archaeologists found in its cargo.
10 tons of copper ingots and 1 ton of tin, logs of ebony, elephant and hippo tusks, along with more than a dozen hippopotamus teeth, a jar filled with glass beads, more with olives and terebinth resin, almonds, pistachios, figs, grapes and
And on top of it, Mr. Ambellis got a hold of me, and I got him raw mapped because he wanted to see the stuff I was talking about. So I sent him raw mapped and to Homebrued and scientifically. So he's working on that film that he came over and did that interview with me for. So obviously he's in the studio doing cutting and stuff now. So that's cool. I'm excited.
coriander, whole pomegranates,
I'll be right back.
and a golden scarab beetle inscribed with the name of Nefertiti.
No, wait a minute.
Arrowheads,
I'm sorry,
daggers,
I can't leave you hanging
turtle
like
shells, and ostrich eggs, quartz crystals and gold, pottery and oil lamps from Cyprus, along with blocks of raw coloured glass in cobalt.
Go down and hit the Mayan collapse. Uh-oh. This one also is about another hour. The Mayan collapse, ruins among the trees. We have also heard all about this shit, of course. Covered in the... This is the descendants of Cain now. In Maya land over here. So we're going to hear about them. Although he doesn't know they're the descendants of Cain, he just reads the Bible.
Right at the end of the 17th century, a Spanish monk fled barefoot and starving through the tropical forests of Central America. His name was Andrés de Avendaño y Loyola, and along with his men, he was dying of thirst and hunger. Their faces had been torn by thorns, and his feet cut open by pieces of flint scattering the swampy ground. Avendaño and his men had been part of a mission to the city Tayasal, an island stronghold that was the last independent holdout of a once mighty civilization, the Maya. Avendaño's mission had been to convince the Mayan king of Tayasal to convert to Christianity and to accept the dominion of Spanish control, which had now spread to cover most of Central and South America. But Avendaño's mission had failed. The Mayan people of Tayasal had rejected him, and now Avendaño and his men fled through the jungle back to Spanish lands. Their journey was hard and treacherous. They climbed over hill after hill through thick forest cover, desperate for food and water, their legs almost giving out from under them. But then they came over the crest of one hill and saw something that stopped them in their tracks. It was an enormous pyramid of stone, jutting out of the forest canopy, tangled with roots and vines. And although Avendaño was weak from hunger and thirst, he still found strength enough to approach the ruins.
There was a great variety of old buildings, and though they were very high and my strength was little, I climbed up them, although with some trouble. They were in the form of a convent.
Got a nice base
small
to it.
cloisters and many living
But
rooms
we're
all
gonna
roofed
put
over.
lots of bells and whistles on that shit.
Whitened inside with
Magnifiers, because
these buildings
you won't see some of that detail without it.
But we found ourselves, as we saw afterwards,
We'll make
very
a nice
far from
pendant
settlement.
in it too. I'm thinking this is going to be a sidecar, so you can't knock it over.
At the time that Avendaño stumbled across this ruined city,
I don't want
the
to hear
Mayan
any
civilization
sob stories
was a
about,
shadow
I gotta
of
hold my
its
dog,
glory.
fucking pink, or my
The
cat.
invasion of the
pink,
Spanish in the 16th century had spread diseases like smallpox that harrowed the Mayan population long before the Spanish
Ain't gonna have it.
conquistadors arrived with guns, steel blades,
Not
and
with
war
this
dogs to subjugate the remaining population. Avendaño had seen Mayan people living relatively simple lives on the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But what he encountered here was something different. These were the ruins of a city that rivaled the ancient capitals of the Old World in size, magnificence, and grandeur.
Because that shit right there
Avendaño couldn't have known it then, but he had stumbled across the ruins of the great Mayan capital of Tikal. For 7 centuries, Tikal had ruled a vast empire, conquered its enemies, and raised monuments of astonishing size and quality. And Tikal wasn't alone.
Oh, shit.
It was just one of at least 40 Mayan cities that had flourished in
That's
this
my
region,
UV
giving birth to a
glass.
thriving and colorful culture of arts and literature.
And it just plain
And
old
then,
blood. It just plain
over
old
500
blood.
years before any European first set foot on the American continent, this complex society had
I
collapsed.
don't know if you can see it.
The great
I
city
can.
of Tikal was abandoned,
I can see
along
it.
with every single other city in the area.
It's my glow glue.
After this
It's
catastrophe,
my blue
the
glow.
forest swept in to reclaim the
Raw
stones of
material.
Tikal.
Got
Its
it.
imposing pyramids were left to crumble one
I
by
gotta tell
one
you
into
right
the
now.
earth. And the story of exactly what happened
That's it.
is still one of humanity's greatest mysteries.
That's it. Until COVID's over. Forever. I don't know about forever, but it's unavailable everywhere. Unless you know friends. And I got those 2 off a friend, and that's it. That's it.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast.
Give it to us straight, Paul.
Every episode, I look at a civilization
Without any
past
mythology.
rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history.
So that's what he's fixing to do.
I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world?
Mm-hmm. And
In this
keeping in
episode-
mind, as he goes over all of these different sections and selections, a lot of them are in the same times, and they fall in the same time we're talking about the cuneiforms and all this shit too. So it's he leaves it with a whole shit. He's like, we don't know what the fuck happened. And it's like, but we do. Because we went to Bible Canon and checked that shit out. Well, hi there, Morning Star. How are you? Yeah, this is going to be a nice piece if my kiln starts fucking cooperating, baby. I might have to beat it up.
I want to look at that great romantic mystery.
We're listening to
The fall of the classic
Civilization.
Maya civilization.
The classic approach to what we just
I want to
listened
show how
in
this
the
great
cuneiforms.
civilization grew up among environmental conditions that no other society has ever contended with.
But it gives you a different angle, and
I want
on
to explore
events,
the
it
fatal
accentuates
flaws that lay
events and
beneath the
stuff, which
surface
kind
of this
piece things
civilization,
together.
and
Can't
describe
have
what
one without
happened
the other, I
after
find.
its
It's a lot
final
helpful
and
if you listen
cataclysmic
to both
collapse.
ends of it. Because they fit hand in hand. This shit ain't mythology.
Despite Avendaño's
It's the
encounter
rest
with
of
the
the
ruins
story.
of Tikal, the legacy of the Mayan civilization
This
didn't
is-
really capture the world's attention until the early
That's
decades
why
of the
they
19th
end up
century.
with so many holes in their
This is down to the
stories.
work
It's like,
of the American writer and
Yeah.
explorer John Lloyd Stephens and his artist companion Frank Catherwood.
There, she's on her way back up.
The pair had traveled together for 2 weeks through the deep Guatemalan interior, following rumors that the ruins of an ancient city lay somewhere in the jungle. They traveled in greater comfort than Avendaño, but their journey was still difficult. They were beset by mosquitoes and the constant mud of the seasonal rains. But as they rounded a bend in the river, they came across a sight that Avendaño would have recognized. It was the top of a towering pyramid, just visible above the trees.
We ascended by large stone steps, in some places perfect, and in others thrown down by trees that had grown up between the crevices. We followed our guide, through the thick forest, among half-buried fragments, to 14 monuments. One displaced from its pedestal by enormous roots, another locked in the close embrace of branches of trees and almost lifted out of the earth, another hurled to the ground and bound down by huge vines and creepers. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried city were the noise of the monkeys.
Stevens and Catherwood would go on to explore over 40 Mayan sites around the Yucatan Peninsula. And the books Stevens wrote, illustrated with Catherwood's detailed lithographs, created a sensation around the world. Until then, it was thought that only Old World civilizations like Egypt or Babylon had built cities of such magnitude and elegance. People of the time simply refused to believe that such enormous constructions had been built by the people who now lived a relatively simple existence in Central America and called themselves the Maya. 19th century experts flocked to the news, proclaiming that ancient Egyptians, Indians, Chinese or Norse explorers must have crossed the ocean from the Old World and built these towering pyramids here in the forest. Some even suggested that they had been built by the mythical lost tribes of Israel, or even the inhabitants of Atlantis. But at the time, Stevens caused something of a stir. He was the person who had most extensively explored these ruined places, and he claimed that these cities were indeed the product of the Mayan people.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet wide on each side, sculptured in bold relief. These were works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Stevens insisted that these vast ancient cities had been built up over centuries by an advanced society indigenous to the New World. To him, these ruins told that story clearly enough. But of course, they also told another story. It was the story of a catastrophe that had few precedents in human history. The dramatic and wholesale collapse of an entire advanced society.
In the romance of the world's history, nothing ever impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once great and lovely city, overturned, desolate, and lost, discovered by accident, overgrown with trees. It did not even have a name to distinguish it.
Today, we do know the original Mayan names of some of these cities, and that's due to the tireless work of archaeologists who painstakingly decoded the Maya's written language. But before we dive into describing the collapse of the classic Maya civilization, I think it's worth pausing for a moment over how much of a miracle it is that any of this writing still survives. The Maya were a literate culture. They wrote on books made of bark paper or deer skin, using reed pens and conch shells as inkwells. They used a rich and complex system of hieroglyphics, similar to those used in Egypt, and it's the only true writing system thought to have ever developed in the Americas. The Maya used their writing in a sophisticated and often playful way, and I'll post some images of these hieroglyphs on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. But after the arrival of the Europeans, the written language of the Maya was nearly eradicated. And we can place the blame for that tragedy at the feet of one particular villain, a sadistic and fanatical Spanish bishop called Diego de Landa. The span of de Landa's life neatly matches up to the Spanish conquest of Central America. In 1521, 3 years before he was born, the great Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan had fallen to the Spanish. And by the time the baby de Landa arrived screaming into the world, the Spanish had already conquered a large part of Mexico, enveloping it into a vast colonial territory that they called New Spain. And from there, the Spanish conquistadors, or conquerors, moved south into the densely forested lands of Yucatan,
the land of the Maya. And in the lands they conquered, the Spanish colonialists ruthlessly exploited the indigenous population. One surviving Mayan text, the Chilam Balam, records how the Mayan people felt at the time. It was the beginning of cities, the beginning of church views, the beginning of strife with drugs, the beginning of strife by trampling on people with horses, the beginning of robbery with violence, the beginning of forced death. But the Mayan people, without steel or gunpowder, fought fiercely against their colonizers. So fiercely, in fact, that it took the Spanish 200 years to conquer them completely. As the conquistadors advanced into Yucatan, the Maya fought guerrilla campaigns in the forest. Their fighters were protected only by padded cotton armor, armed only with stone weapons and flint spears, but they ambushed Spanish soldiers with great effectiveness and laid spike traps for the Spanish horsemen. And it was into this atmosphere of insurgency that Diego de Landa walked, a young man at the age of 25 when he first stepped foot into the new world. He kept detailed notes about everything he saw, about the Mayan culture, language, and society, and he did so in order to better identify its weaknesses. As a missionary, he soon earned a reputation. Now we'll cut this puppy off. He would often venture deep into the jungle, into areas that had only recently been conquered by the Spanish, where hatred of the Europeans was bitter. And perhaps it was this fearlessness that meant he was eventually put in charge of bringing the Roman Catholic faith to the Maya people. Until then, the Spanish had exempted the Maya from the notorious cruelty of the Spanish Inquisition. But the sight of Mayan people continuing to honor their old gods disgusted the new bishop, and De Landa soon announced the beginning of an Inquisition, the first of its kind in the New World. De Landa was brutal in his methods. He tortured countless Mayan people, hanging them from their necks as a form of interrogation. And in the midst of it all, he built a great bonfire in the center of one of the last Mayan cities. He gathered together all of the ancient books he could find, centuries of accumulated knowledge, writings on the history of the Mayan people, their study of mathematics, astronomy, poetry, and literature, and De Landa threw these into the fire and watched as they burned. He later wrote about this event in his memoirs.
We found a great number of books containing these letters, and as they contained but superstition and the lies of the devil, we burned them all, which dismayed and distressed these people greatly.
That distresses me, you fucknut.
Only 3 Maya books are known to have survived this act. This ancient language was nearly lost completely. But history, as always, has something of a sense of sarcasm.
I'm so goddamn pious.
De Landa's meticulous notes about the Mayan people have survived. And in those books, he wrote down something that he called the Mayan alphabet. It's not a complete dictionary of Mayan symbols, because De Landa only asked for the letters that already existed in Spanish. But these notes are actually crucial to the later effort to decipher the ancient writings of the Maya. And I'll put an image from De Landa's book up on Patreon.
If I can't read it, it ain't worth fucking nothing.
So this is one of the first ironies that gather around the story of the classic Maya collapse. But much of what we know about their written language is down to the very man who tried his hardest to eradicate it. And as more of this language is gradually decoded, we've learned a huge amount from the inscriptions that the Maya wrote on pottery, on their plastered walls, that they carved into bone and shell, or chipped onto the walls of their temples and palaces. These inscriptions have transformed our understanding of the society that once ruled the Yucatan Peninsula. We now know that Avendaño and Stevens were right, that when the Spanish arrived in the New World, the Maya were already an ancient culture. They had built vast cities and monuments to rival any in the Old World. And then, like so many civilizations, their golden age had passed. Over 500 years before the first European ever set foot on the American continent, the whole of Mayan civilization, over 40 large cities and countless people, had collapsed. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people simply disappeared from the region, and the forest crept back to cover its ruins forever. Before we dive into discussing exactly how this collapse occurred, I think it's worth asking, who were the Maya? And it's important to understand that they were not one people, one empire. They were a loose collection of city-states and kingdoms clustered around the Yucatan, right where the continents of North and South America meet. In modern terms, that's the area of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and the very south of Mexico. I'll put a map on Twitter and Patreon so you can see the true extent of their territory. The Maya spoke a family of related languages and shared a cohesive culture that built stepped pyramids, drank hot chocolate from ornately patterned vases, and made headdresses of emerald green quetzal feathers.
There are 2,000 of you. I feel your future is a lot brighter than it was a few years ago.
Dates in the millions of years, but who never invented the wheel, the arc, or the pulley. They gave themselves colourful names that drew from the natural world around them, like Lady Sharkfin, True Magician Jaguar, Double Bird, or Smoke Serpent. Early Spanish accounts of the Maya's appearance describe the jade plugs they wore in their ears, how they tattooed their skin with green ink and painted themselves with red and black paint. The Maya believed that time was circular, that history really did repeat itself, and that the future could literally be foretold by learning about the past. They worshipped a complex pantheon of gods, including the sun god, the god of corn and rain, the gods of the sky, and the gods of the underworld who lived in deep caves and sinkholes.
All in one shot.
And perhaps you already have an idea of the Maya as having an insatiable appetite for human sacrifice. Modern films like Apocalypto might have given you that idea. But we should be cautious about how we approach that subject. For centuries, garish stories of human sacrifice formed the cornerstone of European propaganda and their justification for the theft of Mayan land. Evidence shows that ritual killings did feature in Mayan society, but it was usually limited and small scale. And as we've already seen, the Europeans could be just as brutal in the application of their faith. The Mayans famously played ball sports. One Spanish writer called Herrera wrote one account of this sport in the New World.
The king took much delight in seeing sport at ball, which the Spaniards have since prohibited. The ball was made of the gum of a tree that grows in hot countries. Though hard and heavy to the hands, they could bound and fly as well as our footballs.
Just a great big marble.
And if we knew nothing else about the Maya, the colossal ruins they left behind would be enough to prove their ingenuity.
I'm going to put you
but when you acknowledge the environmental challenges the Maya faced in the forests of Guatemala, you really appreciate the monumental achievement that their cities represent.
I can do that.
The Yucatan Peninsula is a shelf of limestone, of a sort called karst.
That's crazy, motherfucker.
It acts a little like a sponge,
you don't even know
and over millions of years, rainwater has poured deep channels into this soft rock and filled it with holes like Swiss cheese. There are barely any rivers here, since any rainwater that falls is immediately drained away into the twisting warren of deep underground caves. Instead, the water gathers in vast underground sinkholes called cenotes. These are pools of still water surrounded by echoey cave walls, often overgrown with vines and creepers. These were sacred places to the Maya, places where you could access the underworld and its gods. But they were also crucial to this civilization's survival. The Maya were constantly battling to preserve water, and to do this, they dug vast tanks, plastering the bottoms of the cenotes to make them watertight. They built complex systems of water control that allowed water to flow from higher tanks to lower and to irrigate their raised fields. And in all of this, the Maya couldn't rely on four-legged help. In Europe and Asia, domestication of animals like the horse and ox was one great driver of civilizational progress. Even in the Andes, in Peru, Chile, or Bolivia, the presence of the llama allowed peoples like the Inca to carry heavy weights across long distances, But in the Maya lowlands, the only large animal was the shy and reclusive tapir, which they sometimes hunted for food. All transportation was done simply on human backs, using the simple technology of a strap that tied around the forehead. And another challenge was the inefficiency of Maya farming. Their staple foods like corn were very low in protein, and the harsh landscape meant that agriculture was a constant battle against the forces of tropical nature. The soil in Yucatan is very thin, sometimes only a few centimeters deep before you reach stone. It easily loses its fertility or becomes washed away. The Maya largely relied on slash and burn agriculture, hacking and burning the forest away in patches in order to grow a few rounds of crops, before letting the tropical forests rush back in to reclaim the land. And the storage of food was a problem too. In the humid environment of Guatemala and southern Mexico, it was difficult to store corn for more than a year before it started going moldy. And one final point before we move on is that for most of their history, the Maya were essentially a Stone Age society. Copper working began in Mexico in the 7th century, long before contact with Europeans, but it took several centuries to work its way down to the Mayan lowlands. The Maya never worked iron or mixed copper with tin to make bronze. To cut and carve stone, they used blades made of obsidian, a kind of volcanic glass that forms an incredibly sharp cutting edge when properly worked. So every one of the great pyramids and temples you can see today was not only constructed without animals and pulleys, but also carved in all their ornate intricacy without metal tools. But despite these challenges, the Maya flourished, the only great civilization to ever arise in the midst of such harsh conditions. The earliest signs of the Mayan civilization began around the year 1800 BC, nearly 2,000 years before the beginning of the Christian calendar. From this time, Mayan people domesticated maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, as well as the cacao bean, which they used to make a rich drinking chocolate. The inscription on one ornately patterned vase from the city of Masham, called the Vase of the Seven Gods, shows that chocolate was often drunk in celebration, and new groves of trees were planted on special occasions, like the birth of a young prince.
This drinking vessel for the fruit of a new grove of cacao trees. It belongs to the smooth-skinned sprout, the young boy who listened, sun-eyed Lord Jaguar, the owner of the trees.
The Mayan world was essentially divided into two zones, the highlands and the lowlands. The highlands were of crucial importance to the Maya, a spine of rocky mountains covered with pine forest that follow the line of the continental shelf. In those cool hills, the Maya found obsidian and the greenish precious stone jade, which they carved into marvelous trinkets. And the highlands were also home to the quetzal, a bird with bright emerald green feathers that the Maya used to create headdresses for their kings and priests. And if you stood in these highlands with your back to the Pacific Ocean, you would see ahead of you a flat, undulating plain stretching out into the distance. 400 kilometers away, the peninsula ends at the curving Atlantic coast, broken with bays and lagoons. And it's within this basin that all the great wealth of Mayan cities rose. This was a network of societies that looked a little like the classical Greece of Sparta and Athens, or Renaissance Italy. Think of the Pope ruling in Rome, the Medici family in Florence, the Doge in Venice. Different centers of power all sharing a common culture, but in constant opposition for power. In Mayan conceptions of the universe, the gods created 3 worlds previous to the current one, each of them resulting in failure. They believed themselves to live in the 4th world. And it's true that when the Mayan cities of the classic period began to grow and thrive, there had already been a number of rises and falls. But through the 3rd and 4th centuries, Mayan cities began to grow with astounding speed. And for much of the Mayan classic period, the largest and most powerful of these was the city of Tikal. When the fugitive monk Avendaño stumbled across the ruins of Tikal, it's clear why they had such an effect on him. That's because Tikal is home to some of the most spectacular ruins in the Mayan world. Its limestone temples tower up to a height of 64 meters, or 22 stories, almost as high as the towers of the Brooklyn Bridge. These temples were topped with enormous masks of the jaguar sun god, and originally painted a brilliant deep red. When making the first Star Wars film, George Lucas used Tikal as the setting of his rebel base on a moon of the planet Yavin, and it's not hard to see why. Today the ruins do look otherworldly, the tips of those ancient pyramids just peeking above the trees. But Tikal is also one of the Mayan cities whose history we understand the best. A long list of its rulers has been discovered, and excavations have uncovered the tombs of those same rulers. Archaeologists now believe that this city may have held as many as 90,000 people during its height.
Alright, now.
But to understand the history of Tikal, we also have to introduce another huge player in this region. And this player stands as a shadowy force behind much of what occurred in the Mayan world. This was the city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan lay over 1,500 kilometers away in the Valley of Mexico. It was a vast city of stone pyramids, today much of it buried beneath the urban sprawl of Mexico.
I just gotta show off my dinners. That's my soup. And got a lot of hemp seed and cheddar cheese. And this is, of course, green fucking butter. And yeah, that's good beans and bacon soup with butter and onions. It's like, how would you make your beans on your dinner table with your side beans instead of bean soup? I usually cook my beans in butter and onions, and they fucking taste delicious. That's the way my soup tastes. Cause that's the way I like it. So yeah, I'm ready for dinner time. It's a little bit hot though.
Mexico City.
Yeah, it's some
but in its
food.
time,
Good
it was
food.
the largest city in the pre-Columbian
So there's
era.
a little bit of bacon in there.
Teotihuacan commanded a powerful military and controlled all the crucial trade networks across the continent. It had a monopoly over a particular kind of green obsidian that was of exceptional hardness and quality. In this era, it wouldn't be too far off to think of Teotihuacan as something like an early version of the United States. It was cosmopolitan and multi-ethnic, with a population estimated at 125,000 or more, which would have made it at least the 6th largest city in the world at the time. And like the United States in modern times, it was also fond of intervening in the politics of its southern neighbors. In the early centuries of the first millennium, Teotihuacan began aggressively expanding its sphere of influence, extending trade routes far south into the Mayan lands, establishing embassies in faraway cities, and spreading that shining green obsidian far into the forests of Central America. The Mayan city of Tikal came under the influence of Teotihuacan in the 4th century AD. It's not clear if this was a military conquest, a palace coup, or a diplomatic intervention, but we do know that a young ruler, Yash Nunahin, which means curl nose, rose to power in Tikal with the apparent help of this distant superpower. One stone carving in Tikal shows King Curl-Nose being crowned, while Mexican soldiers look on, carrying distinctive dart throwers. In the burial tomb of Curl-Nose, artifacts have also been found carved out of that telltale green obsidian that everywhere gives away the influence of Teotihuacan. One remarkable image, carved on a pot from Tikal, shows just how this cultural exchange happened. On the left of the scene, we see a stepped pyramid in the Mayan style. This is Tikal. And on the right is a temple of Mexican design, with a great fanned crown at its top. This is Teotihuacan. And from this Mexican temple, 4 foreign soldiers come, carrying those dart throwers, along with vases of boxes full of gifts. In the center, they build a temple together that has stepped sides like the Mayan temples, but a fanned crown on top like the Mexican. It's a clear image of collaboration and partnership, and might even show the construction of an embassy in Tikal. Is this harmonious image an accurate portrayal of the situation? We don't know, but under the influence of Teotihuacan, Tikal grew in wealth and power until it was the most powerful city in the Mayan world. Its empire at its greatest height contained a population of 500,000 people. One useful hieroglyphic in the Mayan system is one called Yahal. It means his lord. And when we see it in the inscriptions of one city talking about another, we know that this city has been subjugated. The other city has become their ahal, or lord. Around the time that Tikal started its partnership with Teotihuacan, its neighbors began using this phrase to describe its king. Tikal's soldiers fanned out across the Mayan world. The other cities fell under its banner. It was the beginning of a true empire. And for a while, it looked like Tikal's plan to rule the Mayan lowland might have worked. That is, were it not for one very important thing in their way. That's their great rival, the city of Calakmul. Calakmul was a city with a very distinctive character. Like Tikal, it too was building an empire. And in every dominion it conquered, Calakmul's people marked the site for its emblem, a snake head, which in the Mayan script makes the sound Khan. Its lords called themselves Kulkan Ahal, or the Lords of the Snake, and I'll put an image of this glyph on Patreon for you to see. Another interesting feature of Calakmul is the emphasis it put on the female line of its royalty. Whereas the inscriptions in Tikal only speak about kings, those in Calakmul mention the joint rule of a king and a queen. And Calakmul was proud of its roots, which it traced back to the ancient Maya of the pre-classic period. So while Tikal had a kind of international outlook, allied with the distant superpower Teotihuacan, it seems the people of Calakmul saw themselves as the true inheritors of the Maya legacy. And Calakmul was a powerful city too. It was surrounded by a complex system of canals, and its many buildings are tightly packed, clustered like the skyscrapers of a modern city. But in the early centuries of the classic period, Calakmul was outmatched by the might of Tikal, swollen as it was by the riches of Teotihuacan. The rulers of Calakmul, the so-called Lords of the Snake, must have calculated that the only way to challenge the supremacy of Tikal was to outplay them in the game of strategy. Calakmul set out on a centuries-long game of chess with their rivals. They slowly gathered the small states that surrounded Tikal into a network of allies, threatening Tikal's trade routes and supply lines, slowly suffocating it. It was a kind of cold war, and for this reason, the snake stones carved by Calakmul are by far the most numerous of all the Mayan city-states. They appear right across the Mayan world, and often in places that for Tikal would have proven pretty inconvenient, threatening their trade routes and menacing their farmland. And the strategy, although slow, was a success. From the second half of the 6th century AD, Calakmul gained the upper hand. The distant power of Teotihuacan fell under mysterious circumstances, and now Tikal was left all alone, surrounded by its enemies. But it wasn't until the rule of one particular king, a man known as Double Bird, that Tikal's fortunes would really take a turn for the worse. Double Bird seems to have been particularly bad at the game of politics, and we know this because his actions would lose the city of Tikal, one of its key allies in the region, a city known today as Karakol. Karakol was once one of Tikal's underlings. As part of its service, it would have paid tribute in the form of food and valuables. It would have sent soldiers to fight for Tikal in its wars, and workers to build its temple. And at least in the year 553, that's what Karakol still was. But it's possible that the forked tongue of Kalakmul was already beginning to erode this alliance. In any case, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, wouldn't help matters. I have to stop here for a moment and point out that we understand very little about warfare in the Mayan world. The Maya often undertook low-level skirmishes, and their wars seem to have served a largely ceremonial and symbolic function. These wars, known as axe wars, would have involved perhaps only a few hundred fighters, and their main purpose seems to have been to capture prisoners for sacrifice to the gods, to decapitate an important noble, hence axe war, and presumably to bring back plunder and glory to the capital. The Mayans in general were not interested in wars of conquest, but just occasionally a different kind of war was undertaken, which had a more brutal and all-encompassing nature. And these wars are referred to in the Mayan inscriptions as Star Wars. As far as I can tell, the previous connection to George Lucas is a coincidence. The name Star War comes from a specific type of glyph used in the Maya script, which depicts a star showering the earth with fire. And this war seems to have been something quite rare in the Maya world, a war of total conquest and destruction. The inscriptions, as always, are hard to decipher, but it seems that in the year 556, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, embarked on an axe war, a low-level attack against his former ally, the city of Karakol. His soldiers would have swept into its territory wearing padded cotton armor, wielding flint spears and clubs studded with blades of green obsidian. They would have burned villages inside Karakol's sphere of influence, robbed anything they could get away with, and kidnapped a number of its citizens, who they would later have sacrificed at one of Tikal's temples. Doublebird's reasons for ordering this attack are unclear. It could have been a way of punishing some kind of insult from Karakol. Perhaps Karakol hadn't been fulfilling the duties expected of it as an underling, or Tikal feared that it was falling under the influence of its great enemy, Kalakmul. Whatever the reason, the rulers of Karakol didn't take this axe war in good humor. In retaliation, they announced the beginning of a true war, a star war, against their former masters in Tikal. We can assume that Kalakmul gave every help it could to Tikal's enemies. It lived up to its reputation as the kingdom of the snake, putting its pieces into place for centuries, building a network of allies that surrounded Tikal and cut off its supply routes, wrapping itself around Tikal and choking the life from the once great city. And now it seems that crushing grip tightened. In the year 562, the once great city of Tikal was surrounded and besieged. Its defenses were overwhelmed, and its enemies swept into the city, smashing shrines and temples. Tikal's enemies uprooted the stone monuments proclaiming the achievements of its rulers, broke them and buried their pieces. They vandalized carvings of its kings, lopping off the heads of its sculptures, chipping at their faces with stone tools. And the destruction was devastating. For the next century, Tikal's population stopped growing. For 100 years, no stone carvings or great public monuments were erected. Its people were buried with only meager possessions, and production of painted pottery ground to a halt. The fate of Tikal's king, Doublebird, is unknown. He was probably taken back to Karakol or Kalakmul and executed at the top of a pyramid. A new king was put in place in Tikal, a man named Animal Skull. And although we know almost nothing about him, inscriptions in his tomb show that he was not the son of Doublebird. For the next century, Kalakmul and not Tikal would rule the Yucatan. But this great Mayan rivalry would go on. Tikal would regain the upper hand and then lose it. Wars between the two cities' allies would blaze on for generations.
But it wasn't the collapse of the Mayan world, at least not entirely. To get to the root cause of this collapse, we will have to look at how Mayan society structured itself, the fatal flaws built into its civilization, and the tensions and conflicts that would ultimately tear it apart. One way that we can track the progress of the Mayan collapse is by looking at the number of inscriptions they left. When times were good, the Maya erected new temples, palaces, and carved monuments. So we can see that around the year 500, as the classic Mayan period just got started, the number of dated monuments was quite low. In the city of Copan, for instance, there were only 10 built in the year 514. But as the years went by and Mayan society grew, the number of monuments in Copan skyrocketed. It increased to 20 per year just a century later. And by the year 750, over 40 monuments were being constructed each year. But then the collapse set in. After this, the number of dated monuments began to falter. Only 50 years later, in the year 800, only 10 monuments were built. And in the year 900, the construction of new monuments had ended. From the year 800 onward, all across the Mayan lowland, these inscriptions start to die out, faltering like a failing radio signal, and then crackling out into silence. Each of these cities goes out one by one, like light blinking out in the dark. The process began in the southwest, along the Usumacinta River. At the city of Bonampak, the last date of an inscription is the year 792. The city of Yaxchilan fell silent in the year 808. And from there, this wave of doom washed over the whole of the Maya lowland. The great snake city of Calakmul went silent after the year 810. And Copan followed.
There I have a galaxy, some stars,
held out
the blue sun,
years after the
which
fall
will
of
glow in the
great
fucking
rival.
dark.
But it too
And the
finally
flames
fell into
over
darkness in the year
Now I'm going to
889.
cover it all up.
The last Maya inscription of all, in the remote city of Panina, comes in the year 909. And the funny thing is, none of these inscriptions give any sense that anything is wrong. There are no prophecies of doom or accounts of terrible events. Maya art doesn't decline either, but remains elaborate and highly skilled to the end. So what happened? How could this vibrant and powerful culture collapse so suddenly and so completely, leaving not a single warning behind? As with the fall of any civilization, the collapse of the Maya wasn't a simple event. It's hard to point to any one cause and form a simple one thing leads to another narrative. All of the environmental stresses we discussed earlier meant that to succeed in such a harsh landscape, Mayan society, like any society, had to accumulate a number of stresses and imbalances. Under extreme stress, these would form into fractures, and with sufficient pressure they would splinter along the whole length of their world. Of these stresses, surely the most pressing was the capacity of the Maya to feed their booming population. In order for any society to work, farmers need to produce enough food to feed themselves, and also enough to feed all the people in the society who aren't farmers. The soldiers and carpenters and masons, and of course the king and all his nobles. In a hyper-efficient modern economy like the United States, less than 2% of the population work on farms. Each farmer in America feeds over 150 people as well as themselves, freeing up a huge proportion of the population to do other things. But for the Maya, who used slash and burn agriculture and grew low-protein crops, each farmer could feed perhaps 5 other people. And at the end of the 8th century neared, the Mayan population was booming. In Tikal, for instance, the population in the city centre was 65,000, with a further 30,000 in the outskirts. There were perhaps as many as 800 people living per square kilometre, and they began living in hastily constructed wooden buildings piled on top of one another. Today, when we walk through the spacious plazas and temples of the Mayan cities, it's hard to imagine that those empty, overgrown terraces were once teeming with dense residential population. And as the population of the Mayan lowlands exploded, the demands on its agriculture only increased. Another huge problem was deforestation. Because of what we've seen as overgrown ruins of Mayan temples, we have a romantic idea of the Maya as a people who lived out their lives beneath the jungle canopy. But by the end of the Classic period, the Maya lowlands were more or less completely deforested. Studies of pollen samples found in lake beds and swamps in the region show that by the end of the 8th century, hardly any forest remained in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Maya cut down the trees not only in their cities, but between them as well. So if you stood on top of one of the great temples, the Tal or Palatmur around the year 800, you wouldn't see the thick forest canopy you see today. You would have seen houses and streets stretching out in every direction, and beyond that, people toiling in the fields. The Maya used some trees for construction, especially the extremely hard wood sapodilla, which is naturally resistant to termites. But most of the trees would have been used for burning. In order to create lime and mortar for the construction of their great temples, and the plaster that lavishly coated them, the Maya burned limestone in great pits. This intensive industrial process would have used up a great deal of the forest, and the forest land would then have been given over to agriculture. But you can't grow crops on a patch of soil endlessly. The nutrients and minerals that plants depend on soon get depleted unless the soil is given time to rest. The Maya, just like slash and burn farmers today, must have understood that the soil needs to be given long fallow periods between growing. The ground needs to return to nature to regain its nutrition. But as the demand for food and population increased,
now basically I've put little interwoven
pressure.
galaxies all
With the
around.
population growing, the rulers of these cities may have ordered their farmers to grow crops on the same soil again
In black
and
and
again,
white.
with no fallow periods allowed. It would
But
have
they're all
been a
interwoven,
short-sighted
so it's
strategy,
going to look like a
courted
galactic
disaster
mess.
in exchange for short-term gains. But at this point, the Maya may have had little choice. Another huge factor is the role of drought.
They were going to flatten it out, smooth it all in, and make it a ball.
One of the greatest challenges the Maya faced was the collection and storage of water. And the climate of the Yucatan is such that variations in annual rainfall can be enormous. Droughts were a common fact of life, and in fact a large part of Mayan infrastructure was designed around planning for them and mitigating their effects. But every system has its limits. Archaeologists who've looked at sediment in the region estimate that in the year 760, the Yucatan Peninsula suffered its worst drought in 7,000 years. This was caused, it seems, by something the Maya would have appreciated all too well: the awesome power of the sun. As the Maya knew, the sun is a fickle god. The radiation it gives out is not constant. It's subject to variation, going through peaks and troughs. Ice cores taken in Greenland confirm that levels of solar radiation around this time reached lows that hadn't been seen for millennia. This caused harsh, dry cold to descend over the northern hemisphere, and global weather systems shifted northwards. All the rain that arrives on the Mayan lowlands comes from the Atlantic on the trade winds, bands of air that move in predictable patterns across the Atlantic Ocean. With a northward shift of these winds, a brutal drought would descend on the Maya. And this event coincides neatly with the Great Collapse. Archaeologist Becca Megas has combined physics and anthropology to propose a fascinating theory. She asks us to think about human societies as simple thermodynamic systems. For Megas, our societies are like machines or organs. They require a strong, stable form of energy to flow through them. And she argues that this energy is what allows the system to organize itself into increasingly complex forms. Increased complexity allows greater collection of energy, and so the society grows. But if the strong flow of energy is cut off, that system then collapses to a level of organization that can be supported with the energy that remains. She puts this theory in simple terms.
I just can't leave.
If an increase in energy resources or their control results in increased cultural complexity, a decline in energy resources should result in a decline in cultural complexity.
That's a galactic marble inside.
And if the solar radiation theory is correct, it might be worth us putting Maga's theories to work. Mayan society was suddenly unable to maintain its complexity as a result of the sun's sudden drop in radiation, and it imploded. In some places, the collapse was so drastic that the entire area was abandoned. In the Chilam Balam, a surviving Mayan text from the post-contact era, you can almost hear the echoes of some recognition, some authentic memory of what might have happened during this time.
When our rulers increased in numbers, when they introduced the drought, the grief of the animal birds, the seashore birds, the queen of misery. So it was said on high. And the face of the sun was beaten. Then the face of the sun was darkened. And the face of the sun.
One site where we have a detailed understanding of exactly what happened during the collapse is the city of Kopan, now in western Honduras. Kopan was a small but densely populated city, built in a narrow and steep-sided river valley lined with pine forest. Its people loved sport. It had the largest ball court of any classical Mayan city, and it used the symbol of the leaf-nosed bat as its emblem and description. For much of its history, it was a close ally of France and fought wars in its past. Japan was a trading nation, mercifully positioned to profit from the trade in amphibious days and flexor feathers coming down from the hills. In the fertile alluvial silt of the valley floor, the Mayans could feed themselves from thriving agriculture, growing their staples of corn, tea, and silicon. But the soil on the hills around Kopan is less fertile. It's more acidic and prone to erosion if cultivated for long periods. Even today, most farmers enjoy barely a third of the amount of corn and hills when compared to the valley floor. In 6th century, fueled by this fertile soil and trade, the population of Kopan grew. By the year 800, may have reached 30,000 people, living in this small area of only about 10 square miles. Between the years 650 and 750, construction of royal palaces and monuments was especially frenzied, and nobles other than the king even began erecting their own palaces. This all points to a period of thriving economic success, but the opulent life of the nobles had to be supported by the hard work of Kopan's farmers. As Kopan grew through the 5th and 6th centuries, it expanded to fill the bottom of the river valley. But as the year 650 came around, space was beginning to run out. After that, people began to build their homes on the valley's sides. It must have looked a little like a Brazilian favela today, houses climbing on top of each other on the slopes. But these dwellings were inhabited only for about a century. And the reason for that can be seen in the layer of sediment that today covers their floors. As the people built up the mountainsides, the ground was eroding. Pollen samples taken around this time show that the pine forests that once covered these hills had been gradually cut down. As these trees disappeared, their roots no longer held together the fragile soils on the valley's sides, and the earth would now be swept away by the rains. This acidic, low-nutrient soil would have leached down to the valley bottom, reducing its fertility as well. And as the hills were slowly abandoned, the burden of feeding all of Kopan's people would have fallen increasingly on the valley bottom. The fields would now need to be worked harder than ever in order to avoid famine. and this would have reduced their fertility even further. Farmers would have likely fought over the last remaining pockets of land. Analysis of skeletal remains from Copan paints a chilling picture. From the year 650 onwards, signs of disease and malnutrition among its residents increased. Their bones became porous and weak. Their teeth showed increased stress lines. And these signs of ill health showed up in the graves of rich nobles and kings too, although of course the health of the commoners was much worse. And when times were hard in Copan, it's likely that the common people would have blamed their rulers. In the Chilam Balam, one of the few surviving Maya texts, we can see this connection between the king and the natural world.
That's fancy. That's fancy.
This is the first question which will be asked of the chief. He shall ask them for his food. Bring the sun, thus it is said to the chief. Bring the sun, my son. Bear it on the palm of your hand to my plate.
So there's your galactic swirls.
The Mayan system of rulership was based on an implicit promise. You support the king's lifestyle, and he will protect you. He will keep the gods
glowing
happy,
sun on the inside,
shining, and the crops growing.
There's another planet.
If the king was seen to break that promise, the people may have decided that he had to go.
Yep.
The last we hear from a king of Copan is in the year 822
you see the planet rolling
with a single
around?
inscription.
And there's a galaxy right
It was
down
carved
there too.
when Copan's last known king, a man called Bukit Tuk, came to the throne, apparently during a period of violence and chaos.
But you can't see anything from
He
the
began
outside
the carving
it's
of a
all black and
four-sided
white.
monument, just like his
you
predecessor,
got to look in
but it was never finished. One side shows him being
And
crowned,
it disappears.
the next is
It's
half
not
carved, but the remaining two sides are blank.
I love that
It's as if the carver just got up one day in the middle of his job and left.
So I'm doing
Whoever
it more for
Bukit
me than
Tuk
for
was,
you. So.
he couldn't muster enough support to keep
And
the
that's going
idea
to glow
of
in the dark
royalty
too.
alive.
It's got glow in the dark all up in it.
3 decades later, in the year 850, the royal palace of Copan was burned, and history in that city came to an end. With the collapse of royal authority, a time of chaos followed in Copan. But the population didn't leave all at once. In the year 950, a full century after the burning of the royal palace, there were still roughly 15,000 people living in the valley bottom, about half the number at its height. But the population continued to dwindle, and by the 12th century, there is no sign of any inhabitation in the valley. Pollen samples show that past this point, the forest stepped back to recover the ruins of Copan. At Tikal, we don't have the same level of detail, but we can trace the collapse of this great city by looking at its monuments and inscriptions. During the mid-8th century, Tikal had once again gained the upper hand over its enemy Kalakmul. And with its return to glory, Tikal boomed to an impressive height. As it consolidated its power over the region and gathered all its wayward allies back under its protective umbrella, Tikal also embarked on a burst of construction the likes of which it had never seen. Almost all of Tikal's great temples and pyramids dated in the second half of this century. But as the year 800 rolled around, all of that would come to an end. By the mid-800s, the Imperial Tikal was coming apart. Its vital allies were now putting up monuments of their own, proclaiming themselves kings of smaller provinces, rather than sworn servants of the great king of Tikal. Monuments began going up in Wasakri first, asserting their independence from Tikal, and in Ishlu and Jimbal in the north, the same thing was happening. Tikal's dominion was fracturing into a mass of small kingdoms.
Well, that kind of shit.
And
right
what's
there
worse,
makes you
the
sweat.
kings of these kingdoms often referred to themselves on their carvings as the Holy Lord of Tikal. By the year 900, there was no longer a king
You
of
see it
Tikal.
better now. You see some of the
There were no
colors
longer
and
any
everything.
people either.
Maybe not.
The city seems to have fallen into chaos,
Definitely,
and the population
scenery
drifted away.
going on in there.
While the palaces and temples of Tikal were abandoned, there's evidence that poor people in the city's outer districts moved in to occupy them. It must have been a strange feeling for these Maya peasants, entering the royal palace for the first time and finding it abandoned. They must have walked its halls in awe and run their hands along its richly painted walls and carved stones. These common people seem to have squatted in the abandoned royal palaces for a century or more after the fall of Tikal. We can see their traces in a layer of what's called midden, scraps of broken pottery, piles of rubbish, now piling high in the corridors of the once opulent halls. These common people also scratched graffiti into the plastered walls of these palaces, images of temples and animals, caricatures of people they knew. I'll post some of these images on Patreon for you to see. But the people who stayed here seem to have continued to revere the great temples and holy palaces of the city. They continued to worship the stone monuments of bygone kings, and even moved them at times to more convenient places. But it seems they weren't able to read what the inscriptions said. Some of the monuments they moved contained writing, and the people who moved them put them back into place upside down. This pattern was repeated around the Mayan lowlands, where common people made journeys into the abandoned cities to pay respects to the slumbering gods. But one by one, all of the cities in the Mayan lowlands were abandoned, and it may give you a sense of the scale of the catastrophe and the depth of the damage done to the environment, that no attempt was made at a single one of these cities to ever reoccupy them. The forests of the Maya lowlands grew back, and it's thought that when the Spanish arrived at the end of the 15th century, the trees they saw covering the land had only just recovered from that time. In all of this, a picture does begin to emerge of what happened during the classic Maya collapse. Damage to the environment and a period of climate change combined to cause a failure of agriculture, which led to strains that the Maya political system simply couldn't manage. People finally turned against their rulers, and the hierarchy of society collapsed, reverting to chaotic and simple forms of life. Collapsing cities would have sent refugees fleeing to other cities nearby, exacerbating their own problems and causing a chain reaction of collapse that spread like a fire across the whole region. Perhaps if the Maya had ever formed a unified government, some of these crises could have been averted. But as the large empires of Tikal and Calakmul atomized and came apart, each city became its own small kingdom. And with agriculture failing everywhere, the only way for some of these kingdoms to survive was to take what they needed from their neighbors. Against a backdrop of drought and famine, 100 bitter wars over scarce resources began. At the site of Piedras Negras, archaeologists have found evidence of buildings being burned during this time and monuments vandalized. At Yaxchilan, the central part of the city was hastily fortified with rough stone walls, built using stones taken from the surrounding temples and palaces. It was a last desperate defense. Spear and javelin heads have also been found here, littering the ground in great numbers, pointing to a violent and bloody battle. It seems that as the fabric of Mayan society came apart, its people turned against one another, and a violent struggle for survival turned the Mayan lowlands into a bloodbath. Today, the crumbling pyramids and cities of the Maya are still being uncovered. In 2015, a geographical feature in Tonina that was thought to be a hill turned out to be a Mayan pyramid, and recent measurements have shown it to be one of the largest ever built. At 75 meters tall, it rivals the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan to be the tallest pre-Columbian building in the Americas. And the ongoing battle to decipher the Mayan inscriptions continues. Today we understand a great deal of what we read on the stones of the Mayan temples, but so much more remains untranslated. One thing I find particularly moving is to read the texts of the post-contact Maya, who had been invaded and ravaged by European settlers, whose lands were taken away, whose language and history had been erased,
He's up there playing games with his friend. He says, I'm the Godfather. He said, I am the father of gods. And I was like, oh, that's it. Yeah, that and that hairy lip. I said, I'm taking that as a challenge to my authority. And I jumped on his foot and tickled the shit out of him. And he's like, stop. I said, I can't until you rescind it. You're challenging my authority, boy. His friends was laughing his ass off. He sounds familiar. Uh-oh. Hoping to grow. I got jars of seeds. I hope to spray them all over the place soon. Y'all got to jump on your legislature and make them do the right
tried
thing.
to hold together some vestiges of their great tradition. They passed it down by word of mouth from generation to generation.
The debate's over. It's fucking good for you. Why are they
and some
lagging?
of these texts survive to this day.
Because you guys don't make them do it.
But it's a strange kind of survival. Their complex webs of reference, mythology, and symbolism no longer point to
human right violation not to allow
all the associations and stories they once referred to are forgotten. All the meanings they would have once carried have been lost. And so these texts remain, much as the crumbling stone pyramids do.
You cannot hold
they stand as a silent testament to the loss of a whole world that will never again return. I want to end the episode by listening to an extract from one of those texts, called The Ritual of the Bacabs. It's an incantation written down by a Mayan shaman after being passed down through the ages from the golden age of his civilization. Today, although we know the meaning of most of the words, we can barely understand any of what the text means. But as you listen, I want you to think about what it must have felt like to watch this great civilization fall. To watch its great monuments, its palaces and ball courts crumble into the earth. Imagine the feeling of doom that must have crept over the whole world, over the wide plains stripped of their trees and scorched with the smoke of burning lime, over the hills and mountains where the quetzal birds still call, and over the empty pyramids, slowly but unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
Can't how, they say, is the creator. Can't how, they say, is the darkness. Coming from the fifth level of the sky, the head of the dragonfly, the head covering its worms. It bits the hand of the unfettered creator. The unfettered darkness.
Marty.
It licks the blood in the sweat bath.
Yeah, we were told about
the blood
this
in the
battle.
stone hut. Now then, throw it to the demented creator.
That's funny.
To the demented darkness.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast.
We listened to that in the cuneiform, not the boots on the ground.
I'd like to thank all my voice actors for this episode. Jake Barrett-Mills, Helena Bacon, Brian Chiobi, and Peter Preciado. And special thanks to Kevin McLeod for all other music played on this episode. Do check out the rest of his work on incompetech.com.
Now we get to hear from the perspective.
I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, get the episodes out to you faster, and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
have to switch programs here again. Quick. Mine's. Uh-oh. Get ready for an hour and a half of unadulterated motherfucking Vikings.
Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of Norwegian sailors made the dangerous voyage to Iceland, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously dangerous voyage, and when they saw dark storm clouds begin to brew on the horizon, they knew they were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain and tossed around like a cork on the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, the storm lessened a little, and they sighted land in the distance. They managed to beach their boats through the rough waters in a small cove choked with ice, and there they waited for the remainder of the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm had blown them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and the coast they now sheltered on was in Greenland, a bleak and icy waste on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland was an icy tundra where no sensible European would ever think to venture. But as the men waited for the storm to die down, they spotted something not far from their boat. It was a man, face down, dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made from seal skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, one of the indigenous inhabitants of Greenland. But as they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and saw with surprise that he had red hair and pale skin. He was a Norseman, just like them, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter.
On his head was a hood, well made, and otherwise clothes of frieze cloth and of sealskin. Near him was a sheath knife, bent and much worn and eaten away.
They thought he must have wandered through the wilderness in these clothes to the coast, perhaps trying to find a ship to carry him away. And then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the edge of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors took his knife. When the weather cleared and they set sail back to Iceland, they took the knife with them. They must have rolled it around in their hands and wondered to themselves, who was this Norseman so far from home? Why was he dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter? And in this bleak and uninhabited waste, where in all the world had he come from? My name is Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilization podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall?
And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time?
The Anunnaki, that's what they had in common, that's what led to their fall.
In this episode, I want to look at one of the most unlikely tales of a society's fall, the incredible saga of the Vikings of Greenland. I want to show how these European settlers built a society on the farthest edge of their world and survived for centuries among some of the harshest conditions ever faced by man. I want to explore how this civilization was able to overcome the odds for so long, and to examine the evidence about what happened to cause its final and mysterious collapse. If I were to ask you who was the first European to discover North America, you might think of Christopher Columbus landing on the sandy shores of the Bahamas at the end of the 15th century. But actually, Columbus was far from the first. In fact, Europeans have made routine journeys to America for more than 5 centuries before Columbus was even born. And their story begins over 1,000 years ago in the 10th century. The people who made this dangerous journey were Northmen, otherwise known in the Middle Ages as Vikings. They were sailors, soldiers and settlers from Norway and Denmark, who had a terrifying reputation in all the lands they encountered. They were known as raiders and pirates to their enemies, but they were also expert sailors and shipbuilders, marvelous writers of epic poetry, and perhaps some of the hardiest explorers in human history. And half a millennium before Columbus, the Vikings crossed the ocean and landed on the icy coast of Greenland. They built a permanent settlement there, and the north of Greenland didn't just survive in this far-flung outpost. They built manor houses and hundreds of farms where they grew crops, imported steel, wine, and stained glass. They raised sheep, cattle, and goats, and they made voyages to explore the North American mainland too, making forays into Newfoundland and the coast of Canada. They fought with Native American tribes and returned with furs, ivory, and hardwood cut from the American forest. In Greenland, they hunted walrus and even captured live polar bears to send back home to Norway. In this impossible landscape, they grew and thrived. And then, after centuries of survival at the edge of the world, their civilization collapsed. The Norse settlements in Greenland were abandoned, left to crumble into the hard, icy earth. And exactly what happened is still one of our most chilling mysteries. Our two main sources of information about the Greenland Norse are two of the great Icelandic sagas. These are pieces of epic poetry, passed on by word of mouth, that relate the great deeds of Viking heroes and adventurers. They were designed to be spoken out in mead halls for celebration and feasts. This extract of a piece of Viking poetry called the Hofudlausen should give you a sense of the sound and form of these great poems.
Waves to the ford go way, west over the sea I have fared, and the mind shore I bear the Vidrir across the sea, so that it might recall great deeds. The wave oak I have drawn with the ice breaking on, and loaded praises part in the mind ship spawn.
Later, these sagas were written down, and today they give us an incredible insight into the lives that these men and women lived as they explored the icy lands of the North Atlantic. And our story begins right there, on the snowy slopes and steaming vents of Iceland. Iceland is a volcanic island in the Northern Atlantic, about a third of the way between Europe and North America. And until around the year 874, it was completely uninhabited. Only flocks of seabirds and the reclusive Arctic fox roamed its snowy hills. But then the Vikings arrived. From their homeland of Norway, it was a journey of over 1,500 kilometers by sea, through some of the harshest weather on Earth,
But the Vikings sailed in slender wooden longships that were the very height of medieval technology. Their ships had perfectly hydrodynamic hulls and strong square sails that were perfectly adapted for plying the freezing, stormy waters of the Northern Ocean. And after the year 874, when the Vikings first landed, the transformation of the land happened quickly. Back home in Norway, land was scarce, and competition over farmland meant that many people were eager to start new lives in a completely unexplored land. Within 60 years of their first landing, the Vikings had already built over 1,500 farms in Iceland, and the population rose to over 3,500 people. But the ambitions of the Vikings wouldn't end here. By the year 930, it seems, just about all of the usable land in Iceland had already been claimed, and already stories were beginning to spread among the Norse sailors, stories about a new land, a land of blue ice and mists that lay somewhere over the stormy sea. According to the sagas, the first person to attempt to find this new land was a man named Eric Thorvaldsson, and he would be known to history as Eric the Red. Eric the Red was born around the year 950 into a Norway that had only just been unified into a single state. Norway has a ragged, undulating coast, broken by wooded fjords, great mountainous inlets, and dotted with rocky islands out to sea. But Eric was born in the south of the country, where the flat land meant that the sea always stretched out before his eyes, calling to him with its inviting horizon. As a boy, he must have gazed out at the ships sailing off in the direction of the sunset, watched them sink below the horizon, and he must have wondered what lay beyond that tantalizing vanishing point. And Eric was about to find out. That's because he was the son of an outlaw named Thorvald, who had an explosive temper, and this temper would have dire consequences for Thorvald's family. When his son Eric was only 10 years old, Thorvald killed a man in a quarrel. And in Norway, murderers didn't only have the law to fear. Viking honor meant that the family of the dead man would soon be out for blood and revenge. Fearing reprisals, Eric's family managed to gain passage across the sea to Norway's newest possession, the freezing land of Iceland, where smoke was said to rise from the very earth. The young Eric must have looked out from the ship on that voyage and seen the sea stretching out in all directions, grey and blue and forbidding. But it must have been exciting to the young boy too. Here at last was the adventure that he dreamed of. By this time, in the second half of the 10th century, Iceland was already well settled by Norway. The Norse had brought large amounts of thralls or slaves from Ireland and Scotland to help them populate their new colonies. They'd introduced horses, cattle, and rabbits, and Iceland's snow forests had been cut down to save farmland for the cultivation of barley. Its people ate cod and cheese, unsalted but dried on wooden racks by the wind and the cold. But this success story of a settlement also meant most of the best land had already been taken. When Eric arrived with his family, all that was left was a plot of uninhabited wasteland in the forbidding tundra of the northwest. But that was all the choice they had, and Thorvald and his family settled down and began to work on farming. You can imagine that as a child in Iceland, the young Eric must have listened to the stories that the sailors told when they passed through, when they stopped on shore to repair the ship. Norsemen of the day navigated the ocean with no compass, using the sun, moon, and stars to find their way, as well as following natural cues like the paths of seabirds and whales. But although they were expert navigators, they only took a strong storm to keep them far off course, as we'll learn a few times in their profession. The Vikings of Iceland believed they lived on the edge of the world. But already at this time, stories were beginning to spread of sailors who had been blown off course and seen strange things in the distance. They brought back stories about mysterious islands they'd seen drifting out of the sea mists, faraway lands spied across the ocean, tales of blue coasts in the west. When Eric's father Thorvald died, Eric inhabited their humble farm, and he began a family of his own. But as he grew into a proud and pugnacious young man, it became clear that Eric the Red had inherited something of his father's temper, and even more of his bad luck. One day, a group of workers on Eric's farm caused a landslide that tumbled into the neighboring farm. This belonged to a disagreeable neighbor, known only as Eyjolf the Foul. And Eyjolf seems to have lived up to his name. Enraged at the damage caused to his farm, Eyjolf killed Eric's workers. But Eric was his father's son, and he wasn't to take this insult lightly. He chased after Eyjolf, and the two of them fought. In the brutal struggle that ensued, Eric prevailed, and Eyjolf the Foul was killed. But once the heat of battle had died down, Eric realized what he had done. Just like his father, he feared the beginning of a blood feud. In the society of the medieval Norse, one death could be like a spark in dry heather, setting off a cycle of violence and revenge that could last for generations. So it may have felt like something of a relief for Eric when the law, and not Eyjolf the Foul's family, finally came down on him. For the killing, the lords of Iceland declared that Eric the Red was banished for 3 years. Soon, just like his father, Eric would have to flee the land that he had learned to call home. But Eric didn't have many good options before him. His family had many enemies now. In Norway, the relatives of the man his father had killed might still be looking for blood, and it was clear he couldn't stay in Iceland. For a Norseman in the 10th century, that didn't leave many other options. Eric stayed in hiding while he put together a boat and a crew, and it must have been during this time that those stories came back to him. The stories he'd once heard the sailors tell of the islands in the mist and their blue coasts half seen beyond the horizon. In the year 982, at around the age of 30, Eric set sail once again with only one goal in mind. He was going to reach the mythical land that was said to lie on the other side of the ocean. Many people must have laughed at him. But that year he set sail, and his voyage would change the map of the world forever. Greenland is the world's largest island that is not considered a continent. Over 80% of its landmass is covered in the Greenland ice sheet, a plate of ice up to 3 kilometers thick, behind only Antarctica as the second largest body of ice in the world. The ice that makes up the sheet is as ancient as rock, some of it over 1 million years old. And the sheet is so heavy that the land beneath it has been crushed into the Earth's mantle beneath its weight. Although he couldn't know any of this at the time, this is the land that Eric the Red set sail for at the end of the 10th century. And against all the odds, he would reach it. The voyage was nearly 1,500 kilometers, through a deadly gauntlet of floating ice and Atlantic storms. But despite the dangers, Eric rounded the southern coast of Greenland later that year and sailed up its western coast, searching for somewhere to land. For the most part, the land he saw was covered with Arctic tundra and the unending wall of that enormous glacial ice sheet. But after many weeks of sailing, Eric and his men found a small sheltered cove that seemed relatively free of ice. And when they sailed into it, their hearts must have filled with joy. They saw green slopes where deciduous willows, alder, and juniper trees grew, and low shrubs like dwarf birch covered the sides of some valleys. The landscape here was still harsh. It must have resembled the tree-line level of Norwegian mountains, right where most forms of life stopped growing. To most people, it wouldn't have looked like a promising location for a settlement.
But to the Norse of the time, this small strip of land promised the potential for future growth. Eric would spend the next 3 years of his exile exploring this new land, sailing up its coast methodically and taking careful note of what he saw. And when his sentence of exile was over, he finally returned to Iceland with a plan in mind. He was going to gather as many settlers as he could and travel back to this new land to settle it permanently. But he knew it was going to be a hard sell. How could he convince enough settlers to risk that dangerous crossing, and all for a land that was barely more than a sliver of green on the edge of a barren ice sheet? Well, it seems that Eric the Red had something of a talent for salesmanship, and one of the key ways he tried to encourage people to follow him was with the name that he gave to his newly discovered land. The Icelandic Saga of the Greenlanders recalls this trick with something of an ironic tone.
There was a man called Eric the Red who travelled out from here and took land. He gave a name to the land and called it Greenland, and said that people would be more eager to go there because the land had a good name.
Perhaps imagining rolling green fields and pastures, many Icelanders agreed to follow Eric. And when summer came back around, he set sail once again for the land beyond the ocean. But this time, he wasn't going alone. Eric the Red had amassed a great fleet of 25 ships, full of men, women, and children, along with supplies, building materials, wood and nails, as well as livestock, including cattle, chickens, and rabbits. It must have been an incredible sight, all of those colorful sails and dragon-headed prows cleaving through the ocean waves. Of these 25 ships, only 14 would reach Greenland. 11 of them were lost at sea. And for those that arrived, the trials had only just begun. For the medieval Norse of Europe, establishing a colony in Greenland was about as difficult as we today might find establishing a colony on the moon. And if that seems like a far-fetched comparison, consider that only 18 astronauts have ever been killed in the history of space exploration. For medieval Vikings crossing the Atlantic, the casualties were enormous, and the reasons for this aren't hard to imagine. Firstly, the journey to Greenland took several weeks by sea through freezing Arctic conditions. If you want to see a good example of the kind of ship the Norse used, there's no finer example than the so-called Gokstad ship in the Museum of Oslo. I'll put an image of this up on Patreon for you to see. When you see this ship, you're at once impressed by its slender, organic shape, which testifies to the enormous skill of the shipbuilders. But you're also struck by just how small and exposed it is, how the Vikings who huddled on board must have suffered on those weeks-long voyages through storms and waves that must have towered over this tiny ship. Today, it seems incredible that anyone survived these journeys at all. Greenland is about as far from Iceland as Iceland is from Norway, both of them being journeys of about 1,500 kilometers. But although the distances are similar, the voyage from Iceland to Greenland was many times more dangerous. Worse than anything else was the drift ice. Greenland sat right on a powerful current that flowed down from the Arctic Ocean. And this current drew huge blocks carved from glaciers and icebergs the size of mountains. This freezing current runs down the east coast of Greenland and then back up the west coast, effectively ringing the island in a chainsaw blade of flowing ice. Today, this flow causes just as much of a problem to modern shipping as it did in the 10th century, but the Vikings didn't have any of the advantages of our technology. One story shows just how deadly these seas could be. A saga tells the story of a Norse Icelander named Lodin, who got himself the nickname Lick Lodin, or Corpse Lodin, because he made his living sailing up and down the east coast of Greenland,
exploring its caves and coves, and gathering up the corpses of men shipwrecked there. Ships were always wrecked to the farm from the northern bay. Nickelodeon would search the way to the north and bring back to church the bodies he found in caves and on rock ledges. They had come there from the drift ice or wrecked ships, and near them there often lay carved runes about all the events of their misfortunes and sufferings.
But the skill of Norse sailors meant that many did successfully navigate this asteroid belt of ice. Still, it couldn't hurt to pray. One surviving document contains a prayer written by a Greenland sailor who was about to undertake this perilous voyage.
God the Sinless, I pray, save my voyage from danger. Lord of heaven and high, guard thou my ways.
But despite these immense obstacles, Eric and his surviving 14 boats of settlers did succeed. They landed in Greenland and started one settlement on the south tip of the island. This would become known as Estribiget, or the Eastern Settlement, and it's where Eric built himself an estate and began to farm the land. Later, the Norse would sail up the western coast of Greenland and found a second settlement. This was called Vestribiget, or the Western Settlement.
So,
life in Greenland was hard. Greenland has an Arctic climate, with average temperatures that don't exceed 10 degrees centigrade, or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, even in the warmest summer months. And summer temperatures can drop as low as minus 30 degrees centigrade, or minus 27 degrees Fahrenheit. During winter, the temperatures can reach minus 50 degrees centigrade, or minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. For 2 to 3 months in summer, there is continuous daylight, the so-called midnight sun. And during winter, the sun never quite rises, with only 3 to 4 hours of daylight peeking over the horizon. But the Norse were expert settlers. There's evidence that they adapted to the difficult farming conditions of the Greenland winters by aggressively fertilizing the soils around their farmsteads. While the men of the settlements were out hunting, the women would have spent the day improving the soil, spreading it with manure to increase its fertility. Studies of the soil in early Norse settlements show a dramatic increase in the thickness of soil after the arrival of the Norse and the establishment of their farms. Bone samples suggest that at the height of the settlements, even small farms kept a cow or two, which was a sign of great status back in Norway. Written records from Greenland mention dairy products, including cheese, milk, and yogurt, as important staple foods. But it soon became clear that the Greenland settlers wouldn't simply survive in this barren land. In fact, they would thrive and ultimately make themselves and their home country very wealthy. That's because Greenland had a plentiful supply of one resource that was in enormous demand in Europe at the time. And that thing was the walrus. An adult bull walrus has tusks made of ivory that can grow to be over a meter long and can weigh as much as 5.5 kilos each. Ivory was hugely prized by medieval people, and many ivory artifacts from the Middle Ages were carved from walrus tusks. The most famous of these artifacts are the Lewis chessmen carved in Scotland in the 12th century, with marvelously expressive eyes and faces. I'll put a picture of them up on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. And it's hard to overstate just how valuable ivory was at this time. Every 6 years, the Norse in Greenland paid their taxes to the Norwegian king, and a document from 1327 shows that a shipment of a single boatload of walrus tusks, hunted from about 260 walruses, was worth more than all the woolen cloth sent to the king by nearly 4,000 Icelandic farms in the same period. This single boatload of tusks was equal to the cost of nearly 800 cows. And the Vikings monopolized this high-value commodity right across northern Europe. The few walrus there were in Iceland had already been hunted to extinction for their tusks. But in Greenland, the Vikings came across vast herds in a place called Disco Bay, an ice fjord about 500 kilometers to the north of the western settlement. It seemed there were more than they could ever hunt. As well as the walrus, the Vikings also hunted seal and salmon, and even the elusive narwhal, the whale with a single bony horn jutting from its head. And here again, the Vikings showed they had a flair for salesmanship. They sold the horn of the narwhal to gullible Europeans, claiming them to be the horns of unicorns. Suddenly, unicorn horn became in great demand throughout medieval Europe, with the powdered horn being used to treat a variety of ailments. It was believed that unicorn horns could detect poison from food and drink, and the horns themselves were used to make the scepter and imperial crown of the Austrian Empire, and the unicorn throne of the Danish king, among other artifacts across Europe. This growing economy attracted more people to Greenland, and before long there may have been over 5,000 inhabitants spread over the fjords and valleys of Greenland's coast. Most of these would be in the eastern settlement, which was the closest to Europe and the better connected of the two. In the eastern settlement, at a place they called Garda, the Norse built an ornate Christian cathedral out of sandstone that they quarried from the Greenland hills, probably using the skills of stonemasons brought from Norway. This cathedral was complete with stained glass and a heavy bronze bell shipped over from Europe, and it must have been quite a sight when the eerie lights of the aurora borealis flickered blue, green, and violet over this church. Streamers of charged particles thrown out from solar flares, impacting the Earth's atmosphere 100 kilometers overhead. But just as impressive today is the remains of a barn in Garda, itself the size of a cathedral. Its doorways are built of enormous solid stone blocks that today look like the pillars of Stonehenge. Here, the prized animals of the Greenland Vikings, perhaps as many as 100 cows, would shelter through the bitter winters, protected from the biting wind and snow by thick walls covered in banks of earth. Viking chronicles record that in spring, the Vikings would often have to carry their cows out of these sheds, since the animals' legs grew so weak from inaction through the long, dark winter months. But despite their impressive advancement, the colonies of Greenland never became truly self-sufficient. We can see this demonstrated in the story of one Greenlander named Asmund Kastanrassi. In 1189, Kastanrassi built his own ship in Greenland, which is quite an achievement considering the lack of timber, steel, and other building materials in the environment. Kastanrassi's ship was held together with wooden pegs and lashings made of walrus sinew, and amazingly, he sailed it successfully back to Iceland. Although we don't know exactly what this craft looked like, we can tell it was a strange sight by the way people reacted. When he landed, the Icelanders on the shore gathered around and marveled at his strange Frankenstein's monster of a ship, returned from beyond the edge of the world. But Kastanrassi's inventiveness could only take him so far. Somewhere on the next leg of his voyage to Norway, the tendons and wooden bolts that held the craft together gave way. The ship came apart, and Kastanrassi went down his ship somewhere in the North Sea. And this story gives you some sense of just how difficult life would be for the Greenlanders if their connection to Europe was somehow severed. The harsh weather conditions of Greenland weren't the only opponents that the Greenlanders faced. When the Vikings first arrived in this new land, they began to find clues that told them they weren't set foot there. In fact, the sagas recall how the Vikings stumbled upon the ruins of a previous habitation.
They found their people's habitation, both to the east and the west on the land, pieces of skin boats and worked stone, from which one could tell that a people were already there, whom the Greenlanders called Raven.
The word greyling is the only word from the old dialect of Greenlandic Norse that has survived into modern Icelandic. In the modern language, it means something like barbarian, and in the Middle Ages, the Greenland Vikings used it to describe all the various tribes and peoples they encountered during their exploration of the New World. In Viking folklore, the indigenous peoples of North America are often referred to as semi-mythical creatures and less than human. In the stories, they transform into witches, pygmies, and trolls. The first people that the Norse encountered in Greenland were called the Dorset, but their contact was fleeting. The Dorset were later supplanted by a people known as the Thule, who were the ancestors of all modern Inuit peoples, and were at this time spreading their influence across Canada, Alaska, and Greenland. In the vast expanse of Greenland, it took the Thule and the Norse a long time to come into contact. But by the end of the 12th century, it seems they had encountered each other. One explorer, known as Thorfinn Karlsenfi, wrote down an account of these peoples.
They were short in height, with threatening features and tangled hair on their heads. Their eyes were large and their cheeks broad.
And we don't just have the Norse side of this story. Today, tales of the arrival of the Vikings still survive in Inuit folklore, and it's fair to say that at times relations between these two cultures were not always friendly. In the Inuit folk tales, the Vikings are sometimes referred to simply as the enemy. In their stories, encounters between the Inuit and the Norse are often violent. For instance, in this ancient Inuit tale.
It once happened that a kayaker from Arpat Civic came rowing up the river, trying his new bird javelin. On approaching Kak-Ortok, where the first Norsemen had taken up their abode, he saw one of them gathering shells on the beach. And presently the Norseman called out to him, "Let's see whether you can hit me with your lance." The kayaker would not, but the other kept shouting at him to throw. At last, however, the kayaker lost patience. He threw his spear and killed the Norseman on the spot. When winter came, all feared that the Norsemen would come and avenge the death of their countryman.
In this piece of folklore, this one act of violence begins a cycle of revenge that leads to a war between the Inuit and the Norsemen. And Norse accounts also seem to indicate that battles between the two cultures did take place. Other Inuit stories cast the Norsemen as mysterious and slightly ridiculous creatures, ill-suited to the harsh environment, but who nevertheless have power over strange magic.
The kayaker one day went to the Bay of Imingwood to catch fish. He found there a tent belonging to some Norsemen and heard them joking and talking inside. He was curious, and he thought he might play a joke on the Norsemen. So he left his kayak, went up to the place, and began to strike on the sides of the tent. Inside, they felt quiet, and so he struck harder on the tent. He took a peep inside, and a lot of them shrieked with fear. There were forefathers and their children, and they fled in fear across the ice. The ice was thin and broke through with them, so that all were drowned. It's said that some nights they can still be seen through the ice, and when they are visible, it is an omen that something will soon die.
By the 14th century, the Thule peoples have moved south towards the settled areas of the Vikings. At some sites, they even occupied the same fjords, although at different sides of the water. And it's worth pointing out that the images of friendly Eskimos you may have seen in children's books shouldn't fool you into thinking that the Inuit were a meek or pacifist people. Although they were not a particularly warlike society, they were more than capable of defending themselves when challenged, and they frequently defended their southern borderlands against other Native American tribes like the Cree. Their warriors wore armor made of hardened walrus hide and sinew, and they carried bone harpoons and knives with stone blades. Their bows were particularly powerful weapons, as the Inuit enhanced their tensile strength by coiling them with dried sinew. This all meant they could be a serious threat to the Norse settlements. In 1379, for instance, Viking chronicles record that Lithuli attacked the eastern settlement, killing 18 men and capturing 2 boys and a woman. This isn't to say that contact between these two cultures was always violent. In fact, it seems a rich tradition of trade went on between them. Items such as comb fragments, pieces of iron cooking utensils and chisels, chess pieces, ship rivets, carpenter's planes, and oaken ship fragments have been found in several Inuit sites, far beyond the traditional range of Norse colonization. A small ivory statue that appears to represent a European has also been found among the ruins of one Inuit house, and it's clear that there was more than just goods being exchanged. Today, we can trace some words in modern Inuit languages back to their Viking origins, borrowed nearly 1,000 years ago from their Norse neighbors. But while there were periods of peace between these two cultures, they were often at odds. And the Vikings' inability to make a lasting peace with their new neighbors would certainly not help matters when their luck took a turn for the worse. The Vikings' difficulty in making friends in the New World would extend beyond Greenland too, and this can be seen more than anything when they made their famous voyages over to the mainland of North America, 5 centuries before Christopher Columbus was born. The Icelandic sagas vary on their accounts of who was the first Norseman to discover America, but many believe that the most plausible account gives the honor to a man called Leif Erikson. In Norse naming conventions, the name Eriksson means literally that he was the son of Eric, and the Eric in question was the one we've already spent some time with, Eric the Red. Born the son of this high chief of Greenland, Leif Erikson shared some of his father's adventurous spirit, and a little of his appetite for trouble. In the year 999, Leif traveled back to Norway as a young man in his 20s, and he swore to serve under the Norwegian king Olaf I. Olaf was the first Norwegian king to convert to Christianity, and to turn his back on the old gods of his ancestors, Thor and Odin and Loki. While serving under King Olaf, the young Leif also converted to Christianity, and soon the new king had a mission for him. He was to return to his home of Greenland and convert the people there to Christianity too. So Leif was soon back on the scene, but whether by divine intervention or by the fickle nature of fate, Leif was blown off course, like so many Vikings before him. And after many weeks of sailing through open ocean, he landed on the coast of a strange land he had never seen before. Wild grapes were growing here, fields of wild wheat, and even butternuts that he and his men gathered for food. They also found 2 shipwrecked Norsemen who had been blown off course like them. They rescued the men and took them on board. And if Leif's story is to be believed, these shipwrecked sailors were actually the first Europeans to ever discover America, and we will never know their names. When he returned to Greenland, Leif was determined to put together an expedition to explore this new land. He gathered as many men as he could and got back on the sea as soon as possible. They crossed the choppy waters and soon landed in a desolate and rocky place that he called Helluland, or the land of flat rocks. From there, they sailed south to a place he called Markland, or forest land. And finally, they returned to the land that he called Vinland, after the grapevines that he once again found growing there. Here, there was a mild climate and bountiful supplies of salmon. This was most likely the coast of what we today would call Canada, where you can still find this particular species of frost grape growing wild. Leif and his men spent the winter on the North American coast, in a small settlement they called Leifswood. And when spring came, they sailed back to Greenland with a cargo of timber and grapes. Leif's journey and the stories he brought back would encourage other Norsemen to make the same journey. Not to be outdone, Leif's brother Thorvald, named after his hot-blooded grandfather, made the journey in the year 1004. But he was to have far worse luck than his brother. At first, the journey seemed to be going well. Thorvald landed at Leif's abandoned camp and spent the winter there without incident. But in the spring, they sailed south and came across a strange sight on one of the beaches. They saw 9 people sleeping under 3 skin-covered canoes. They were indigenous Americans, or what the Norsemen would have called Skraeling. Thorvald attacked these sleeping men and killed 8 of them. But among them, one managed to get away and flee through the forest that fringed the beach. The Norsemen celebrated their victory and set up camp, but their celebration wasn't to last long. Soon they heard the noise of an approaching force and shouting voices coming through the trees. They realized too late that the man who had escaped had come back, and this time with reinforcements. Arrows began whizzing out of the forest, and the Norsemen fled back to their boats in disarray, hastily throwing up a barricade while they prepared to set sail. During the flight, Thorvald was struck by an arrow, and it pinned him to the wooden hull of his ship. As he died, he is supposed to have shouted out a final bellowing proclamation.
What a fat joke. We've found a land of fine resources, but we'll hardly enjoy any of them.
The group retreated back along the coast, and without a leader, they fell to infighting and bickering.
Christ, man.
They only just managed to make it back to Greenland alive.
Motherfuckers.
We may never know how things might have gone had history been just a little different.
Had he not killed
But it's
everybody
possible that this fierce reaction by the indigenous inhabitants of Finland may have prevented the colonization of America for another 500 years. Partly because of their unwillingness to coexist with native peoples, the Vikings were never able to establish a permanent settlement in North America.
Dicks.
The Norsemen did set up a number of temporary camps in Canada,
They were
often
fucking
places
dicks.
where they would spend the winter before abandoning.
Nobody wanted them around, man. I don't blame you.
Today,
show up, start
only
killing
one
motherfuckers,
confirmed Norse
sleeping
site
on their
has been discovered in North America,
like the
at a
fucking
place
cops.
called Lanceau Meadow, or the Bay of Meadows, in Newfoundland, Canada. In 1960, a man called George Decker, who lived in a small fishing village nearby, led archaeologists to what he called the Old Indian Camp. But when the archaeologists began to excavate, they realized that these ruined buildings didn't match the profile of any Native American building methods. In fact, the only thing they resembled were the Viking buildings in Iceland and Greenland, rough stone walls covered over with turf to keep in the warmth. 8 buildings were discovered in total, which could have held up to 150 people. And Viking artifacts were uncovered at the site too. A stone oil lamp, a whetstone, a bronze fastening pin, a bone knitting needle, and part of a spindle. But it seems that this too was a temporary settlement. There were no findings of burials here, or tools, agriculture, or animal pens. But archaeologists did find a carpentry workshop and an iron forge, suggesting that Lanceau Meadow was used as a way station to repair boats damaged on the violent seas. Partly helped by repair stations like this, the Vikings made routine voyages to North America to collect wood to build their ships, and probably to collect the furs of foxes, bears, and lynx too. But Greenlanders simply never had the resources to establish a permanent settlement in America. Their links back to Europe were just too fragile to support anything other than a temporary base. And for a number of reasons, these links were about to weaken. In fact, events would soon occur that would threaten the very survival of the Greenland settlements themselves. Greenland's western settlement, the more remote of the two and the furthest from Europe, was the first to fall. And strangely, nobody at the time seems to have known what happened.
I'm gonna fight.
The last person to set eyes on the Western settlement was a man named Ivar Bardason, who sailed to Greenland in the year 1341. For more than a decade, no one had heard any news from the Western settlement. For centuries, it had sent taxes to the Norwegian king, and although these shipments were often many years apart, they had never failed to pay what they owed to their distant homeland. But the last payment to arrive from the Western settlement had been in the year 1327. That's 14 years earlier. Ivar Bardason was given one task: to make the terrifying voyage across the North Atlantic, to find the Western settlement, and to demand to know why their taxes were so late. It was a long and dangerous voyage through icy waters. We can imagine the eerie lights of the Aurora Borealis flickering far overhead as Bardason made the journey. But he survived the trip. He arrived in the eastern settlement in Greenland and began asking around, seeing if anyone knew what had happened in the west. But no one could tell him anything. There too, no one had heard anything from the Western settlement for years. And so Bardason set out on the next leg of his voyage with a growing sense of foreboding. And when he finally arrived at the Western settlement, he saw why. The entire place was in ruins.
I saw no one, neither Christians nor heathen. Only some wild cattle and sheep, all running free.
Bardason explored the ruined settlement, but he could find no sign of the settlers, and he couldn't find any clue about where they might have gone. Since the domestic animals were still there, wandering free among the crumbling buildings, it can't have been long since they left. The animals wouldn't have survived long without shelter. Bardason wandered around the surrounding area and found 4 more farms in similar condition. He and the men with him knew that the farm animals wouldn't survive the winter, so they slaughtered them and took as much meat as they could carry back to ships.
I'm just gonna have to fucking stand here and babysit.
And Bardason felt sure that he knew what had happened. He reported back to Norway that the Greenland settlers had been killed by Skraelings, by the indigenous people of Greenland. But to the end of his life, he must have wondered, why were there no signs of bloodshed at the Western settlement? Why no signs of battle or the burning of buildings? And if the Skraelings had done this, then what had they done with the bodies? As we've already seen in a number of different collapses over the course of this series, for much of history, humankind has been at the mercy of the global climate. Even small variations in weather systems can have utterly devastating consequences for human societies, and those that are already pushing the boundaries of habitability are particularly vulnerable. The first Norsemen to discover Greenland did so during a time that we know today as the medieval warm period. This began around the year 900 and lasted for about 4 centuries, ending around the year 1300. During this period of warmth, sea ice decreased in the North Atlantic, so sailing from Scandinavia to Greenland became less dangerous. The longer summers meant that cattle, sheep, and goats could graze in the meadows along Greenland's sheltered fjords on the southwest coast, and the growing seasons allowed European crops to be cultivated in this northern land. This relatively mild climate meant that in the early days of their settlement, the Vikings were able to more or less transplant their medieval European lifestyle to this new land. During the summer, some might even have been able to imagine that they were back home, in the quiet fjords of Norway. But this warm period wouldn't last forever, and soon the Norsemen of Greenland would realize that they were actually very far from home. The medieval warm period was followed by a period that today we call the Little Ice Age. This describes a period that began in the late 13th century, when summer temperatures around the world underwent a dramatic drop. There are many theories about what caused this dramatic climate shift. Some scientists have suggested astronomical causes, including a fall in solar radiation, or even changes in the Earth's tilt and orbit. Others have pointed to a heightened volcanic activity around the world, including the eruption of the Indonesian island of Lombok in 1257, one of the most powerful eruptions of the last 7,000 years, that reduced the penetration of sunlight all around the world. Others have even suggested that the drop in temperature resulted from the reduction in the overall human population caused by the Black Death, which caused the death of as many as 200 million people across Eurasia, reducing the population by as much as 60%. Whatever the cause, an icy veil began to descend over the whole world. Radiocarbon dating of plant material in Iceland shows that summers began to get abruptly colder between 1275 and 1300, and sea ice expanded. This was followed by yet another dramatic drop from 1430 to 1455. The lowest winter temperatures of the last 2,000 years occurred right around this time, during the 14th and 15th centuries. In London, people would soon skate on the River Thames and hold frost fairs out on the ice, while in Rotterdam, people would skate on the city's Grand Canal. Painters like Peter Bruegel the Elder would depict winter scenes of enormous scale, while crop failures and epidemics led to a dramatic increase in the number of executions for witchcraft across Europe. Through all of this chaos, the Greenland settlers were all but forgotten. But for them, the results of this changing climate would be the most devastating of all. The Greenland Norse settlements were already built on the edge of the Earth's habitable zone. Only 300 kilometers to the north lay the Arctic Circle, beyond which the sun didn't show in winter. And just over the hills to the north of the Viking settlements, the vast expanse of the Greenland ice sheet stretched. In Greenland, temperatures would now plummet to as much as 6 to 8 degrees lower than summer temperatures today. Soon, sea ice would choke up the fjords and prevent ships from landing. The ice would crush the ship's hulls in a vice-like grip and freeze the ground to stone so that nothing would grow. The number of storms coming in from the sea also increased dramatically during this time. Studies of ice cores show that around this time, the Greenland ice contained a greater amount of salt, since the harsh ocean winds were blowing sea mist across it with greater strength and ferocity. And as the weather got worse, the Greenland Vikings had a simple choice. They could continue living their essentially European lives, the lives of growing crops and grazing livestock, or they could adapt. They could learn from their Inuit neighbors and change their lifestyles to that of subsistence hunter-gatherers, relying on hunting and fishing instead. For a long time, historians have assumed that the Greenland Norse didn't adapt when the harsh winters arrived. It was thought that they must have stuck to their crops and livestock, and when these died, so did they. One archaeologist, Thomas McGovern, has summarized this theory in blunt terms.
Dumb Norsemen go into the north outside the range of their economy, mess up the environment, and then they all die when it gets cold.
And to some extent, it's true that the Vikings clung to their European culture even when conditions worsened. Archaeologists have recovered clothing left behind by the Greenland Norse, perfectly preserved in the ice. Some even have the brilliant red dyes still on their fabrics, as bright today as the day their owners left them. I'll put pictures of these on Patreon for you to see. And from these clothes, we can see that well into the 15th century, the Greenland Vikings still wore woolen clothing and even kept up with the latest European fashions, hooded clothing with long capes. Meanwhile, their Inuit neighbors knew that seal skins and furs provided the best protection against the cold. The Norse also seem to have clung largely to their European eating habits. They never copied the Inuit in learning to cut holes in the ice and fish the waters underneath. They never carved fish hooks out of bone the way the Inuit did. And some writers like Jared Diamond have seized on the lack of fish bones found in the settlements of the Norse. They argue that this shows a cultural aversion to eating fish, that the Norse thought themselves simply too good for this lowly food. But I think the numerous references to salmon that we find in the Icelandic sagas seems to refute this. And it's worth remembering that fish bones are very delicate and fragile. In the harsh environment of Greenland, they may be simply more prone to breaking down or being blown away. Still, we can see some stubbornness in the Vikings' refusal to adopt the ways of the Inuit entirely. After all, they were Norsemen, and if they began wearing seal skins and carving bone fishhooks, what would that make them? To the Vikings of the time, perhaps this was considered behavior suited only to the Skraelings. Perhaps to them, adopting these methods of survival would have looked something like a cultural suicide. Some commentators have also focused on the damage that they claim the Norse did to their environment. They observed that the Vikings imported farming methods that were successful in Europe, but were less well suited to the thin soils and short grazing seasons of Greenland. Over the centuries, the Norse also cut down the low trees and vegetation that grew in the Greenland landscape, partly to create pastures for their farm animals. And while the Inuit burned seal blubber to heat and light their homes, the Norse continued to burn wood in their stoves and hearths, just as they would have in Europe. This deforestation gradually exposed the lands to the brutal icy winds, and soon the topsoil was blown away and covered in sand and ice. In one settlement, known as Vatnaverfi, the ruin of one Norse house has been found completely buried in sand dunes, up to 10 feet deep, and surrounded by barren plains that were once fertile farmland.
I just bought that.
So some of the collapse can be attributed to these factors. That the Greenlanders didn't sufficiently adapt, and that they caused some damage to the environment. But new evidence has shown that this might not be a complete picture. New excavations of Norse settlements have shown that around this time, the Norse did undergo a dramatic shift in their diet. Like the Inuit, they began to hunt seals, and the amount of seal bones found in the rubbish heaps of their settlements increases dramatically around this time. Bone analysis shows that food from the sea would increase as a proportion of the Norse diet.
My kid's giving me a hard time.
80% in the final days of the settlements. And far from committing the irresponsible environmental damage, it seems the Norse were careful to manage their scarce resources. For instance, they show that efforts to fertilize the harsh soil actually increased during the Little Ice Age. And another example is how the Norse conducted their seal hunting. There are two kinds of seals that live in the fjords of Greenland. The first is the harbor seal, and today this species is critically endangered. It's not hard to see why. Harbor seals are so called because they raise their young on the beaches, making them easy prey for hunters. But despite their desperation, the Greenland Norse seem to have limited their hunting of this species, being careful not to drive them to extinction. Instead, they went after the more abundant but more difficult to catch harp seal, which migrates every year up the west coast of Greenland on their way from Canada.
Keep going, baby.
But despite their efforts to adapt, studies on human remains found in the Norse settlements show that the population began to become severely malnourished around this time. Skeletons buried in the late period of the settlements are stunted in growth, and the teeth are worn down from eating poor quality food. But in all of this, that's the Greenland.
Something's wrong with my film. It might not be with my relay. I don't know. It might be in my programming. I'm going to have to go back to my doctor.
Even after the climate for this life is colder spring. And part of this reason is that their connection to Europe allowed them to continue getting supplies and food highly settled. Perhaps if this connection had remained, the Greenland settlements might not have fallen. But for a number of reasons, as the 14th century grew on, that connection was going to be put under increasing strain.
In the year 1349, a ship arrived in Norway and docked at the port town of Bergen. This ship would cause the death of as many as half of the people of Norway. That's because, like all ships at the time, it carried black rats that fed on its grain crop. The rats carried fleas that fed on the rat's blood, and the fleas carried the bacterium Yersinia pestis, known commonly as the bubonic plague or Black Death. Days after the ship's arrival in Bergen, familiar symptoms exploded among the population. People's skin turned black, they coughed blood, and their lymph nodes swelled to enormous size. From Bergen, the plague spread rapidly along the coast and over land, ravaging Norway for approximately 6 months. The annals say that roughly 2/3 of Norway's population died. And while this may be an exaggeration, mortality may reach as much as 40 or 50%. Able-bodied men were now dying from Norway's streets. Every major industry, including those involved in shipbuilding and maintenance, would have suffered, while some may have collapsed completely. And while there's no evidence that the Black Death ever crossed the sea of Greenland, this epidemic would still be utterly devastating to the Greenland Vikings. Bergen was the port from which all voyages to Iceland and Greenland would have departed. As Norway reeled from the disaster and tried to pick up the pieces, it seemed supply missions to distant outposts slowed to a trickle. The last bishop of Greenland died around the year 1378, and no new bishop was ever sent from Norway to replace him. And matters would only get worse. In the year 1393, a band of German pirates known as the Victual Brothers attacked the city of Bergen. They raided the port, pillaged and looted the town, killed the garrison, and finally burnt it to the ground.
Planetary marble looks like.
The link from Greenland to mainland Europe was now all but severed.
In there. And
imports of grain from Norway to Greenland
It's also swirled with galaxies
and this
all over the outside.
right as the cold weather swept in on the Greenlanders, and their crops and cattle
Oh,
began
now
to
you
die.
know that's right. Thank you.
Became
Thank you very
increasingly
much.
short on iron,
Thank you so
too.
much. You just
We can
keep
see this
climbing
from the
anytime
lack
you
of any
fucking
nails or iron objects in the top layer of their
want. You
habitation.
just
The
any way you
Greenlanders
like.
now
You
had
go
to
ahead.
constantly reuse the
Go
same
ahead.
iron tools. And archaeologists
prick.
have found the tragic artifacts of knives,
Oh.
worn down almost to
Something wrong
stubs
with
by
my kiln.
use, but
I don't know
still
what the
too
fuck
precious for the
is
Greenlanders to throw away.
What's up with you? You just tired of working?
With food
It's
dwindling,
old.
the Norse
It's
in
old.
Greenland would have had little choice.
It's old.
They would now have to hunt even more
might have to
seals
buy
and
new
walrus
parts.
in order to feed themselves. And to make this possible, they couldn't spare a single man. Now every able-bodied hunter in the settlement would have to
That's a
sail
pretty nice
farther and
piece.
farther
It's for
up the Greenland coasts, sometimes traveling as much as 1,500 kilometers on their hunts,
Exile City
often
wants
rowing
Iron
large
Rod
portions of
Boulder.
the journey when the weather was too
I was
bad
like,
to sail.
Oh, the Blue Kachina?
And their
That
ships in
guy?
this era
See what I
might
can
have
do.
begun to resemble something closer to Kastanrassi's Frankenstein's monster of a
It
craft,
should look nice.
rather than the sleek longboats sent from Norway. Virtually all the men of these settlements would have left on these long trips, and as the climate worsened, the ice spread, and storms on the sea increased, it's not hard to imagine what should go wrong. For a historical parallel, we might look at another set of islands in the North Sea, the Shetlands to the north of Scotland.
I ain't going to tell you not to.
On the 16th of July, 1832, a freak storm hit the Shetland Islands completely by surprise.
Thing just
On that day,
cycling up now.
the whole fishing fleet of the islands was out at sea. 16 boats were sunk, and over 100 men were killed. In some of these small Shetland communities, this meant that over 80% of the male population was wiped out in a single day.
Really didn't like that.
Many of these communities never recovered.
It's going higher.
And as the Greenland Vikings were driven ever further from their homes seeking food, it's not hard to imagine something like this catastrophe swooping down on them. And after that, the death of these communities would have been assured.
Oh, you've heard me talking good about you, I see.
The
Okay, it's
15th
no longer
century
going higher.
marks the end of the Norse presence in Greenland. The last written
Don't bring it
record
out.
of the Greenland Vikings documents a marriage in the year 1408 at Hvalstad Church, part of a surviving Eastern settlement. This took place around 70 years after Ivar Bardsson discovered the ruins of the Western settlement. The ruins of the Hvalstad Church can still be seen today, a rough construction of granite fieldstones crumbling to the grassy banks of the fjord. It almost looks like part of the landscape. Hvalstad Church is the best preserved Norse building in Greenland, and today when you walk through the ruins, you can almost imagine the atmosphere of that day in 1408. The wedding of Thorstein Olafsson and Sigrid Bjornsdottir, as the fires burned and the seal meat crackled in celebration. Thorstein and Sigrid would soon leave Greenland, back to Thorstein's native Iceland. And after this, barely any written records mention the Greenland settlers. By the year 1435, less than 3 decades later, archaeological evidence suggests that all of the Greenland Vikings had disappeared. It's as if they simply vanished from the earth.
Now what do you think?
At least some of this decline seems to have been economic. Evidence suggests that walrus ivory, the most valuable export from Greenland, simply began to lose its value towards the end of the Norse period. This was the beginning of the age of European empire, and around this time, Portugal and other Mediterranean countries were beginning to open up their trade routes with sub-Saharan Africa. This meant that high-quality elephant ivory began to enter the European market. Elephant tusks yield an ivory of higher quality and size than the walrus hunted by the Norse. And so with the climate worsening, with the cold winters falling on them harder and harder, some of the Greenland Vikings may simply have drifted back to Iceland or Norway and never seen any point of returning.
Wires are going to come loose.
As with any tale of economic downturn, this certainly seems to have been the case with the younger generations. In the later stages of Norse settlement, most of the human remains found are of older people. All of the youngsters seem to have left for somewhere else. But this emigration doesn't seem to have happened en masse. There's no mention in the Icelandic chronicles of any kind of exodus or evacuation from Greenland. And if thousands of people had started arriving on Iceland's shores looking for food and farmland, wouldn't there be some mention of this in the histories? At other sites around Greenland, the situation looks to have been pretty bleak. Studies have shown that the remains of blowflies have been found in the living areas of some Norse ruins, suggesting that at some point the bedrooms and living areas were home to rotting carcasses. And of course, that no one was around to bury the dead. The silted up ruins of one Norse farmhouse tells another chilling story. Here, archaeologists have found the remains of 2 animals, one a newborn calf, and the other a Norwegian elk hound, a large hunting dog. Both sets of bones were covered in knife marks, meaning that these animals had been butchered and eaten. And it's fair to say that no family would have killed and eaten this dog unless they were on the edge of starvation. Hunting dogs were useful. They helped the Vikings to catch animals like caribou in the spring, and so they were vital to survival on the settlement. And we can imagine that the Norse were probably no more inclined to kill their 4-legged companions than we might be today. But at this point, they may have had little choice. Remains also show that the Vikings around this time began eating the hooves of cows and hunting small animals like birds and rabbits that up until that point they wouldn't have considered worth hunting. So this is the most pessimistic theory, that as the climate worsened and ships from Europe stopped coming, all the Greenland Vikings who remained simply starved and froze to death in their homes. But there's one final theory that I think it's worth mentioning. And this theory changes the outcome of this story completely. Could it be that the Greenland Vikings didn't simply freeze and starve as we might have thought? In fact, might they have left for somewhere else? In 1723, a Norwegian explorer named Hans Egede visited Greenland with the intention of finding the Norsemen who he believed still lived there. Like Bardason before him, he was disappointed to find only rubble and ruins left behind. But while he was there, he spent time among the Inuit people of Greenland and tried to see if they knew anything about what had happened to the Vikings who once lived here. The Inuit had no clear answers for him, but they showed him the ruins of a stone church where once the Greenland settlers were.
I inquired of the savages whether they had destroyed the stone building, but they replied that the Norwegians did it when they left this country.
But if they left this country, where did they go to? It's true that at some settlements, it seems the Norse did depart in an orderly and planned fashion. They took all their valuables with them, and in some places even closed the doors behind them. But where did they go? Why did no one back in Europe know what had happened to them? Why did Hans Egede think he might find Norsemen still living there? Could it be that when the climate became impossible in Greenland, the Vikings did what they had always done? That's set sail and find a new land to call home. The land that the Vikings called Vinland, and we today call Canada, was unknown territory for the Norse. But it's worth remembering that it was a much shorter journey than the voyage back to Norway or Iceland. With Arctic ice flows and the activity of pirates worsening, this might have been a major factor in their decision. And for a race of settlers and explorers, they might have found the distant shore a more tempting prospect than struggling to survive in the already well-settled land that their ancestors had left behind. Some corroboration for this theory comes from the annals of the Bishop Oddson, writing in the 17th century. He tells a remarkable story about where the Greenland Vikings might have gone.
The settlers of Greenland lapsed of their own free will from the true faith and the Christian religion. Having abandoned all good conduct and true virtues, they turned to the people of America.
And there is some more evidence that at least some of the Greenland Vikings may have actually departed for America. At around the period of the decline of the Greenland settlements, in the year 1347, the Icelandic chronicles mention a curious incident. A ship arrived on the shore of Iceland after apparently being blown off course, and the crew claimed that their destination had been Vinland. Some have argued that this could have been one of a number of ships full of Norse immigrants, trying to start a new life on the coast of North America, once life in Greenland had become impossible. What happened to these settlers? If they existed, we may never know. Did they meet a violent end like Thorvald Eriksson under a hail of native arrows? Or did they learn the lessons of their ancestors? Did they learn to adapt to their new environment, to make friends with the people who already lived in that land? Did they take up their ways and customs and embrace their new adopted country? Until any archaeological evidence is uncovered to support this theory, it will remain just a theory. But I'd like to remind you of the story that we opened the episode with, of that Norseman lying face down in the snow, dressed in the seal skin of an Inuit. Does this show some of these Vikings actually did take that final step and blend in with the people of the new world? Did they learn their language and adopt their customs? While I'm suspicious of this story as a historian, as a storyteller, I do like to imagine that this is a possibility. That at least some of the Vikings of Greenland may have swallowed their European pride and put on the seal skin that would keep them warm through the increasingly darkened winter. I like to imagine that they once again set sail for a new horizon and lost themselves
somewhere on the shore of a new world. I want to end the episode by reading a piece of ancient Norse poetry called the Volus. It comes from the era before the introduction of Christianity to Norway, when the Vikings worshipped the old gods of ancient times. It tells the story of how the world was created and how it will soon come to an end. This passage tells of the coming end of the world, an event known as Ragnarok. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have felt like to live right at the end of the known world, surrounded by the dark and wild oceans on every side. Imagine how it must have felt to have your contact with the rest of the world slowly fade and then die altogether. How it must have felt to feel all alone on that narrow strip of land between the blue-white glacier walls and the roaring Black Sea, as the northern lights flicker in the sky overhead, and all around you the ruins of your houses and fields, your farms and your churches.
Fucking galaxy marble extraordinaire on that
into the
motherfucker.
earth.
I love it.
Swart where the
Haven't done one of
sweet
those in a while.
skin
That's all I got.
black become the sun's beams and the summers that follow. Weather is all treacherous. Brothers will fight and kill each other. Sisters' children will defy kinship. It is harsh in the world. Infidelity robbed and axe sword age. Shields are withered, and wind days and wolf age. Before the world knows that law. No man will have mercy on another.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Jacob Rowlinson, Jacob Barrett Mills, and Sebastian Garbage. And special thanks go to Jordan Ashley Moore for letting us hear these poems in their original Old Norse. Do check out his YouTube channel, Ancient Literature, for more readings from ancient and medieval languages. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words.
Thank you very much for
this podcast can only keep going for my generous subscribers. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible.
God.
I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading to patreon.com/4civilizations_podcast. If you can spare anything, please help keep this podcast running. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening.
Thank you indeed. We will be back again tomorrow. I am having butt cramps. And that is very unpleasant. Yeah, I can't wait to see it tomorrow. I hope I didn't forget anything. Projects like that, you never know. You heading off to bed too? Yeah, it's a good time for bed. It's about 10:30. This old guy's got to get his ass in bed at some point. Oh yeah, I can't do too many days in a row like that. And I just took a road trip, and I didn't really take a day off. I mowed the lawn, did all kinds of shit. I usually have to take a day off after a road trip. I'm not going to take a day off either. I'll work again tomorrow. I just got to get up early. Kid's got, I homeschool him, but he's got to fucking sign in to school at 8 o'clock. So I got to get up anyways. Thank you again for hanging, and you have yourself a good night, Morning Star, and everybody else. I'm going to go hit my door.
keep calm, keep that love in your heart. Even though it's